Test.
Welcome to Poly Real Connect service.
Test. Test.
Morena tātou, welcome to today's governing body meeting, which has got a few things to consider during the course of the day. Right, have we got any apologies? There's some for lateness, I believe.
Councillor Bartley and Councillor Darby for lateness.
Okay.
And Councillor Dalton for early departure.
I think we had one from Councillor Sayers.
No, Councillor Sayers is online, Councillor Turner is online.
Okay, rightio, that's very good to do. Here, thank you very much for that. Online we have it. Who?
Councillor Turner and Councillor Sayers.
An early departure for Councillor Dalton. Rightio. Any more apologies? I'll put those apologies.
Happy to move.
Moved and seconded there and there. That was Fletcher and Walker. In favour? Contrary? Carried. Right, declaration of interest. Anyone got any interest that they wish to declare? The confirmation of the minutes were published. Is there a move and a seconder for Walker and Stewart? In favour of accepting the minutes? Aye. They say aye. Contrary? Carried. Righto, we have public input. We have had 3 plus 1 late one. Mr. Troy Churton has declined because understanding order 7.7.6. Members may not debate an item that should do this under the appropriate item agenda. He was talking about regional pest management, and that was because as legal advice has been given and the issue is recently settlement, and there was a local board process that was carried out. We've accepted 2 from West Auckland as flooding, and a Mr. Chris Newman, and there's a late one from under local board input later on, but under public we have 2. I'd like Lyle Cater and Rupinder Benga, if I've got those names right, I hope so, to step forward on behalf of West Auckland as flooding, and they wish to discuss the buyout scheme, the time frame, the valuation, categories 1 and 2. We have heard from several groups in West Auckland already, but you've got something new, so the floor is yours for the moment.
Ata Maria, good morning. I'm Lyle Carter, and this is Rupinder Benga, and we're from West Auckland is flooding. After the Auckland Council's governing body agreed to several policy decisions a few weeks ago around how the Category 3 property buyout offers will work, it was important that we heard from our WAIF community. From our formation after the Auckland anniversary weekend floods, we have strived to give West Auckland flood-affected communities a voice in finding urgent, fair and sustainable solutions to flood risk. The majority of our members are based in Henderson, Swanson, Ranui and Massey. We reached out to our community through person-to-person contact, our social media channels and a survey to hear the voices of our flood-impacted neighbourhoods. One of the greatest concerns from the feedback is that nearly 70% of respondents wouldn't be able to buy a similar property based on the buyouts, and just over 35% would walk away with a mortgage debt, negative equity on their flooded property. With nearly 60% of our respondents being first home buyers, it is paramount that being the victims of floods doesn't kick these people off the property ladder altogether. 41% of respondents preferred RV to be used as a valuation for property as a way in which to expedite the buyout process. While the impacts of the storm events of this year has been a nightmare for many in our city, we must remember that for many in West Auckland, it has been over 2 years of flooding hell. Our people just want to move on with their lives. It is of the utmost importance that the voices of storm-impacted communities continue to be heard throughout this process. We look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with local and central government for the good of the flood-affected communities of West Auckland.
Cool. Yeah, so like I said, we reached out to our community and we asked them a few questions. So some of the questions were, do you agree with the pre-flooded market valuation? 33% yes, about 9% said no. And we also asked if they would prefer the pre-flooded RV valuation. There was about like a majority, 41% said yes, and there were other 17%. And there was another concern raised by the community was the 5% owner contribution towards the buyout, because they feel that this year they've already gone through, financial stress already, and then they're being penalised 5% on top of that. And then even if we go with the pre-flooded valuation, the market trend was downwards around the time, and then a lot of people will actually walk away, with mortgage debt, with no equity left. And then we also asked if they agree with 20% on owner contribution for uninsured property. 43% said yes, 84% said no. And then also if they agree with the no cap on the voluntary buyout, we had the majority, 60% agree with it. 22.9% said no. We also asked if you accepted a buyout offer based on the pre-flooded market valuation, would you walk away owing a mortgage debt to the bank for your flooded property? And then there was overwhelmingly 52.7% people will be. About 35.7% people will walk away with your mortgage debt to the bank. And then we also asked them to say if their storm-affected property was their first home or investment property. So 58% of those are homeowners. Yeah. Thank you.
I think Councillor Henderson wants to ask a question.
Yeah, if it's all done, yeah, thank you guys. Look, just a question and a little quick comment. I just want to acknowledge you guys because you guys worked so hard all year and still working hard, engaging hundreds of people in Ranui, Henderson, and I know the kind of personal toll it takes on you guys because and all the organising group are all trying to put their lives back together at the same time, so it's a huge sacrifice, and I want to thank you for that on behalf of the community. I do have a question. In your opinion, are there people in places like Ranui, Henderson, Swanson, that are not engaging with the process, the buyout process, or they might be afraid to engage with the buyout process?
I think there is a mixture. I think because, again, rightly or wrongly, because there has been, this is for a lot of people, they've been flooded multiple times over the last couple of years. And individually, they've raised issues with council before around clogged streams and things of that nature. And there is a sense, for some people, that there's a sense of mistrust. And what we're endeavouring to do is the best way that this can work is a collaborative effort between community groups and individuals and the council. And so what we aim to do is to be a collaborative partner in that to help people do that. But then on the other side of the fence are people who just want this process over and done with and just want to get out. We have people in our community that have left New Zealand because they just can't handle the stress anymore.
Yeah, I'll add to that. There's a couple of other things. There's a lot of people that actually they're just really exhausted. So they don't even have time to go through the whole process.
Yeah.
And the other thing, there's a lot of people that we know they're actually flooded, but they're not actually engaging with the whole process about filling out the forms, just so that because they fear that if they fall in category 1 or 2, all of the information that wasn't on their limb before when they bought the property might go on their limb, and that's going to impact the value of their property, which might affect them financially going forward. So they feel that when they bought the property, they didn't have this, transparency. But now, if they have to sell it, that information might go on the limb, and then they might impact, when they go to sell. So that's going to impact them financially. So there are people that actually not doing just for that reason.
Thank you guys. Thanks again. Thanks, man.
Okay, I've got Council Leone.
Kia ora, kia ora. Just wanted to mahi to you all as well for the amazing work that you're doing in West Auckland. I know that we didn't have as many constituents affected in the faux ward. Nonetheless, I know a lot of those that were have been in contact with your rōpū. So ngā mihi to you. And mine was really around completing the survey as well, which you've brought up. Is there anything more that we could be doing as a council to tautoko and support those ones who are unsure about completing that survey?
There's some people that, like, you know, a lot of the people that live there, like some of them, they're like elderly, they don't have access to internet, or they haven't been reached out, so they don't even know what the process is, or they haven't even got letters to say, hey, you know, if your property was, I mean, council has the record of, you know, which property were flooded, so they could probably start maybe sending out letters for people who don't know about the process, or they haven't heard online, or they're not engaged with, you know, one of our groups. Like, as part of WAVE, we try to keep our community up to date, like, you know, through social media, through person-to-person contact, but there are some people that actually are not online, or, you know, they don't even have smartphones where they can just go fill out forms, so they, you know, they rely on, you know, sending out letters. So maybe that's one of the things you could do, is send out, you know, letters to their mailbox. That might be able.
Just a final one. Have you had any concerns around any of the cultural or barriers with language for people trying to contact some of the constituents as well?
Yeah, there's always in this process a question around equity of access to the process, and there will always be people on the edges that have a variety of barriers. We've had people that are in that have a level of disability that haven't been able to engage, but we've had neighbours come alongside to be able to help them to engage. There has also been language barriers as well. So there are a number of barriers that have stopped people engaging in the process. Our biggest concern is we don't want to see people fall between the cracks, and we are more than happy to try and facilitate conversation with people that you may have identified, and we may have them as contacts, and then through our community contacts, we might be able to engage with them through that. More than happy to work alongside you on that.
Ka pai, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Filipaina, please.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā korua, Lyle and Rupunda. My question is around the Category 2. I know we've got an agenda item on Category 2P, but in regards to Category 2, have the homes and the group that you represent been categorised yet?
Not as far as we're aware.
Have you been advised as to when that process could happen?
No, not as far as we're aware.
Will you
indications?
Will you be interested? Would you like to be involved in regards to that categorisation when it occurs?
So is being told when it's going to happen? Yeah, absolutely.
That's Category 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, absolutely. That's what the community's been wanting for. Just if they have some sort of an update, like where things are at, because if they don't hear anything, they don't even know what's going on. So they kind of, you already, see they're already in the limbo. Like they're kind of, stuck. They don't know what's happening, what category they're going to fall in. And then at least it's been, 9 months? And then at least they can start planning their lives, and move forward. And then the other concern was around Category 2 was we've started to have in our community some people that received letters from council that their property might not be insurable if they're in Category 2.
Not from council, from insurance.
From insurance. Yeah. So they might not be insurable if the property falls in Category 2 until the mitigation work has been done. So that's going to be a bit of a concern.
And it is a question. Our understanding was the categorisation process was based on risk to life, not risk to property. So that was a bit of a question that we had around that. Before those mitigations, especially for 2C, if it's going to take a while for those to come into place, there is the balance of people paying, either not being insured or according to these letters that have come out from insurance, which I did see there was a statement from council came out regarding that. So, yeah, some more clarity around that would be good going forward. And 2P potentially will be a bit of a thorny one, because how much is it going to? What is the question? Is what is the acceptable value to put on a property to mitigate it at a property level? Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? What's the level? So there's some questions around that we have.
Look, to you both, because your sentiments that you've just expressed are also shared for those around other areas. So, tēnā korua. Thank you to you both.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll get the Chief Executive to say something in a minute, but just to put things into perspective, that some of those questions are nationwide questions. We are thinking seriously about 2P, and there will be further discussions on that. We have funded navigators amongst the community, and I'm sure you know how to contact those, and you should put those towards those people that you find are having difficulty. We're funding those to get through there. There is no right and wrong in this. We're doing our best. It is a generous offer, despite the fact that it may be considered to be. We're not the insurers of last resort. And when we say councillors' money, it comes from other ratepayers. So there's pressures all around here, and I'm sure you understand that. We're certainly listening to what you're saying, and we have listened to the presentations from a number of groups in West Auckland, and a number of groups who have been adversely impacted upon this. We thought seriously about the insured and the uninsured. I mean, and basically we are including them at a level, which again was some debate. There are some people who are suggesting that we shouldn't pay anything to uninsured people, and there are other people saying we chew the lot. So we've come down somewhere in the middle of all that, which is not a great surprise. I'm sure you're well aware that there's a lot of thoughts gone on from this side as well, and we can't please everybody. If we were ludicrously generous, I'd have raised, there'll be hundreds of thousands of people on the other side of this who will be complaining about it. So if council has managed to get this where everyone's a little bit happier, but not totally, then we're probably getting near where it should be. But there is no right and wrong. We absolutely are listening to what you're saying, though. Don't feel that you're falling on deaf ears. Do you want to add to that, Chief Executive?
Sorry, just if I can respond, Mayor. We appreciate that this is unprecedented, and there's a lot of pressure for you all around the table, and we appreciate that this is a first time for doing this, and we also appreciate the engagement that we've had from many around this table to make sure that this is done right, and that this is done with people in mind. So we just want to continue to work collaboratively with you to make sure that no one's left behind. Our biggest fear is that we will have people that are detrimentally impacted for the rest of their lives due to this. And so, again, we wish to continue to work with you collaboratively, and we thank you for that.
Well, firstly, thanks for being here and sharing that thinking. I acknowledge as well the fact of your leadership in the community, and to be honest, between yourselves and a number of other groups, you've played a really important role in terms of being an interface between the council and affected communities, who we continue to sympathise with, obviously. We're very aware that we may not know every property that's been affected in this, so your comment is noted in that regard, and the more intelligence we can get, the better we'll be positioned to kind of interact with those affected people. I will ask the Recovery Office to continue working with you. I know they already are, but to particularly have a look at the analysis that you have from your survey work. We do have a political reference group which has an ongoing role in terms of monitoring the buyout scheme and some of the as you'll note from the agenda today, there are still some policy questions that are being worked through so that we can be really fulsome and detailed around how this will work, which leads to the final point around timing. The Recovery Office does have a plan. It's in its final stages of taking shape so we can provide clarity about when the categorisation, valuation, etc. steps will be happening in different affected communities. It's going to require a little bit of goodwill in terms of getting to people who are affected as fast as we possibly can, but that planning is definitely underway. In fact, I met with the Recovery Office earlier this week to discuss that. So we will commit to continuing to work with you on this, and as much information as you can provide us, good, it's useful. So thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
We should have there is a motion moved to receive the public input from West Auckland and thanking them for their attendance. It's moved by Councillor Henderson and seconded by Councillor Leone. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried.
Aye.
Thank you. Right, the next up is Chris Newman. This request was withdrawn last month as Mr Newman was unable to attend at the last moment. I remind everybody that we do have standing orders that prevent us from straying into anything that is offensive or repetitive, and I'll call order if required. Also, we can't stray into the Maori seats yet either, as that will be dealt with under item 7. But come to the table, please.
Okay. Point of order, Your Worship. Sorry, sir. Just a point of order in regards to the standing orders. Just want to confirm through Sandra that even though we've had the consultative process, that this still can go ahead after everybody else has submitted in their consultation process.
Consultation process?
So we've gone through the consultation processes, and as per, and I'm going through standing orders now, as per permission to end up speaking at public input, if there has already been a consultative process, can they still speak, whether it be this gentleman or anybody else, at the public input? I just want to confirm that via standing orders.
Not if it concerns Maori seats.
Okay, cool.
But Mr Newman is not going to speak about that as far as we know.
Oh, okay, thank you.
My topic is not Maori seats.
Okay, I just saw the word Māorification. I just assumed it was because we got it on our agenda.
No,
Thank you.
and I'm not talking about projects which support maraes or cultural activities or anything like that.
Tapai. Kia ora. Just wanted to check.
Okay,
Thank you,
that's
sir.
point raised and point dealt with.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Newman,
much.
you have 5 minutes.
Okay, well, greetings everybody in the governing body. And my concern is for us as a city and as good Kiwis to keep united within the laws of the land and within our treaty and within our accustomed ways. Personally, I have had an intercultural, interracial marriage for 25 years. My wife is Japanese. I've lived overseas in many different cultures, including places like Miami, for about 20 odd years. So I bring a whole background, and I'm trained in sociology and education. But suddenly warning flags are going up, which is why I've written a book called Fraud, Plunder, Treason and Our Treaty, because I have seen changes coming to our country, and the cloak of Maorification is used as a front to hide political change, which may be subverting our unity. That is what I'm addressing, sir. So it's the politicisation of Maoridom as a front to divide us. And there are friends we have from South Africa who've come here hoping to get away from apartheid, and they are telling us, ooh, the signs are coming. So our warning here is to our governing body, let's keep our ship of state, our governance facing in the direction of unity and facing in the direction of peace and of keeping our laws. Because schemes such as, which are proposed and look like they're going to be imposed on council, such as a Puapua, Three Waters, changing place street names without asking us, imposition of te reo, meddling with the maunga, imposition of disruptive neo-Maori cultural processes, and race-based political interference with council feels like bullying. We are very happy with our council we've elected so far. I think all of the people of the city feel a strong sense of content, not quite content, but we're happy with the way things are going. But if we're heading in this new direction, that is going to create a tremendous feeling of upset. Our treaty-derived laws and democratic processes guarantee all New Zealanders one law for all. Therefore, any discrimination on political, social, economic, racial, sexual or religious grounds, any venture into apartheid is unacceptable to Kiwis in every way. Now, I did a little bit of study, and you all know the council is constituted under the Local Government Act. So if something isn't in the Local Government Act, the council can't do it. And if we do go outside the law, we're subject to other parliamentary acts like the Crimes Act and the Criminal Procedures Act. Well, what does the Local Government Act tell us about our council? That it's based upon and constituted upon providing for democratic and effective local government, based on democratic local decision-making and action by and on behalf of communities, which is why we're all here. So there can't be any one community which is going to rise above the rest of us. So we can only assume, since the majority of the folks of Maori identity are all with us, that that is being used by other interests who have a political agenda about power, money, the usual story. And it's coming from outside of our council and outside of our communities. So the key principle of the Local Government Act, democracy at every level, and that's why you've got me here having a little chat, is refers to, it's all the principles in the way, all the way through the Act. I've got a highlighter, I won't go through it because it'll take time, but you can go through the Local Government Act with a yellow highlighter and pick out everything that talks about democracy, and you've got pages of it, because that is the foundation. But I fear that we are heading, if we follow the Maorification schemes, and I'm not talking about anything to do with Maori, I'm talking about Maorification, as a political process of dividing and breaking our Commonwealth. If we go down that line, we will end up in serious problems. So I ask our council to bring that front and foremost so that our compass is always pointing in the way that the treaty and our ancestors intended us to be. And in fact, these matters never came up in the generation of my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my father. So now we have to deal with it. Is that my time, is it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have questions from Councillor Leone.
Kia ora. Yeah, very interesting kōrero you've given there, and I didn't actually know that Maorification was even a word. I've never heard that word before, but as a wahine Māori elected member of a general ward, I just want to ask you, first of all, well, make a statement that I don't think there's anyone against anyone in terms of the ward councillors that are here. We are all working together, and that would be the vision of this council going forward. But the first thing that I wanted to ask is, have you read the Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the Māori version
Indeed.
Of Māori governance for Māori and Pākehā governance for Pākehā?
There is nothing in the Reverend Williams treaty, which he wrote in 1840, and he also wrote the dictionary in 1844, or his brother did, William Williams. So Williams, the missionary who wrote Te Tiriti, had nothing in there about co-governance or any of the things you're referring to. His language is based on the Bible, based on the 17 years of residence in New Zealand. He was completely bilingual, as was his son, who came here when he was 3. So at the time, his son, who helped him translate, was 20 years old, and he'd lived 17 years in full immersion. So they knew exactly what they were saying. The people who read it, the chiefs and tribes and all the people of New Zealand, knew quite clearly what was intended. So this revisionist history and attempt to redefine the words and change the meanings from the original meaning of 1840, as recorded in William's Dictionary of 1845, smacks of what I call Maorification, because it's a political technique which is used by, especially in cultural Marxism, where words are redefined. People can't any longer define what is a woman. Do you know what wahine is a woman, I'm assuming. But we got this, that's in the local current example, which has caused
I think you've answered the
language
question.
confusion. So I'm not going into the
We'll knock
debate
you on
on the
the head
language.
there.
The language is clear.
I just had one second one, which is not going to be, which isn't going to be long at all. But obviously, with all the other Māori wards that have already gone through across Aotearoa, which is more than half in our country, have you actually spoken to any of the councils where this has happened, and have they mentioned anything around it not going well?
I would like to be sponsored to do a survey of all the councils and to go around the country.
You're not answering my question. You haven't actually
yes,
answered my question, because you're talking about a survey.
I am getting.
I'm asking you if you have actually spoken to councillors and mayors across this country that have already got Māori wards implemented, which are a majority now, and you're talking about a survey in the future. I'm asking if you have actually spoken to current elected members.
My survey is referring to any effect of it. So I have not done a survey of the cities, and I don't know if anybody has, but I have seen the reports of the referenda or polls that were taken around the country.
I think we're
and
wandering
the majority
into
of us,
the item 7, both the question and the responder, so I'll park that and move to Councillor Henderson, but please, we're not about the seats, that's item 7, okay?
No,
so if your question's about that, just can it.
I would not be doing that. Thank you, Mayor. Kia ora, Chris. You have spoken to us a lot about the Local Government Act today. Just wondering what your view is on Section 4 of that Act, Tiriti or Waitangi, in order to recognise and respect the Crown's responsibility to take appropriate account of the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi and to maintain and improve opportunities for Māori to contribute to local government decision-making processes. Yep. Is that not legally binding upon local government?
So we need to define these so-called principles. That's what you're applying. Everything is binding on us who are in the government and who are involved. So therefore we need to discuss what they are. And I won't go into that here, Your Honour. I'm quite happy to do presentations on that. In fact, I've spent considerable amount of time researching it, and it's all in here, pages of it.
So you've answered the first part, but not the second part. So to maintain and improve opportunities for Māori to contribute to local government.
So we have a problem defining what is Māori, and what we've got here is the Treaty of Waitangi Act says a Maori is a person of Maori descent, descended from Maori person. But a person is a statutory construct, not a people, a living being. So a statutory imaginary being can't have children. So we're talking about a legal construct. In fact, most people of Maori descent are actually of many descents. For example, Minister of Māori Affairs Nanaia Mahuta is 38% Maori, 44% English, 13% Rarotongan and 6% Irish.
Point of order, my kids are Māori. I don't want to do this, Chair.
Well, so can we have questions and answers that are relative to what we think, because we're opening up into wandering stuff there. Councillor Dalton, please, can you ask this person a particular question?
Straightforward question. I'm just a bit perplexed by your statement. This isn't about Māori, this is about Maorification.
That's correct.
How can you have Maorification without Māori?
Okay, so we keep to our democratic principles and we don't allow this process into the power and control and political content at the top, which guides everything. because in our communities there are many different groups and we have to respect all of them. So everybody's equal, everybody's got the same status and we're all working together. That's how we do it.
It is specifically about Māori. It is specifically about Māori.
I'm not talking about
You've
the
just
seats.
spoken about all the other cultures that we have, so we're talking about cultures.
Yeah.
You've chosen Māori and you're saying this is Māorification and we will not have it. So how do you define Māorification without Māori?
At the beginning you heard me saying this is not I'm not addressing matters such as supporting the local marae or having cultural events. I said I'm talking about the change of the political power structure. That is what's concerning us. You understand?
I understand who has been in power for 183 years and it's not Māori.
We've got to
Thank
keep
you. Thank you.
with our democracy. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a good, to move on to the next one. Councillor Filipina.
Kia ora, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koe, Chris, ngā mihi ki a koe, o te korero. Just want to acknowledge you for what you have said. My pātai is, do you think that any act passed by Parliament that we should adhere to, that has been given the royal assent, do you think we should adhere to any act that has given the royal assent?
We are bound, not me, but this council is bound by the statute.
So should we adhere to any act passed by Parliament? Simple question,
yes,
any act?
Yes, of course.
We should. Do you know the contents of the Local Government Electoral Legislation Act 2023? Do you know what that has? If the answer is no, it's a simple question. Do you know the contents of the Local Government Electoral Legislation Act 2023? Yes or no?
Oh, I don't.
You don't?
Believe I do. I've read parts of these acts, but I can't recall.
Can I make a humble suggestion, sir?
Yeah.
Is that you read that act? Thank you, Mayor. That's the only two pātai I have. Kia ora.
Well done. Thank you. Councillor Feely, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Look, I don't want to add to the growing tension in the room, but as a person of research, I just want to flip your topic on you and ask you, in your research, what have you found has been the effect on Māori of the Europeanisation or the Europeanification of our city, our politics, our culture, our economy? Do you understand or do you know what the effect was on Māori?
Oh, yes, yes.
Before the treaty and then in the years that ensued after that?
Yeah. So the first thing is we must honour our father and our mother. So we're all from mixed ancestry. So that's like me talking about being an Irishman because my great-great-grandfather was an Irishman. And so all of us now are people of mixed lineage and we must address that reality and come together as New Zealanders and not separate ourselves based on...
the effect on Māori of the Europeanisation of our nation?
No, that's a Marxist argument. We can't define what is or isn't to Maori. We don't know what one is anymore.
Your Worship, I withdraw my question. I'm happy for us to stop.
The chiefs and tribes of the treaty are no longer with us.
Happy to move. Thank you for that, but thank you for the question, and the answer is something that I don't understand, but nevertheless, I've got a mover and a seconder for Walker and and the Deputy Mayor to receive the input from Christopher Newman, thanking you for your time. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried.
Contrary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newman.
I'm contrary. I'm contrary. I'm voting against that. I don't wish to pass any vote of thanks for what he presented today, especially what he said about Māori and what he said about women and people that identify as women.
I accept that. I'm just happy to move on, but we've noted that. Thank you. Now, for something entirely different, we're going to move to the local board input. We did actually have one under 6.2.2. I have discretion to allow the Waitemata Local Board an urgent presentation as they wish to deal with the imminent demolition of a listed heritage building. Well, that's what I'm led to believe we're hearing. About the Fitzroy Hotel, wherever that is, from Mr. Alan Matson, who is a member of the Waitemata Local Board. And so please come to the front. Mr. Matson, good morning.
Thank you very much for exercising your discretion. I've got a few slides which Sandra has, or we can share the screen. I'm not sure how that happens. How do I share my screen?
You speak up.
Pardon?
You speak up.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I can just click on any of those pictures, okay. It hasn't come up. I've clicked on it. Sorry to hold everyone up. I know there's a big agenda.
Clearly you're not a young person.
Pardon?
I resemble that comment.
Fantastic. Right, thank you. I brought this before you because there is, as you say, the possible demolition, but I hope to put another alternative before you. The building is of significant value. It's, you can see it there up on the ridge. That's 1857 with a muddy Queen Street below you. It's quite extraordinary. It's one of the oldest brick buildings. Extraordinary that it still survives. So there it is. It was built by a fellow called William Parker, who was one of the great brick makers, owned by Edward King and David Sheehan, who were provincial council members. Richard Seekins, who founded what became Lion Breweries, owned it and extended it in 1895, and then the Prohibitionists closed it in 1909, and it in time became the home of the Wakefield Press, which published Baxter, Shadbolt, Curnow, and some of the great poets. It's a Category A building. It's a Category 1 building. It took a significant amount of time to get it listed, and I'm sure that council have already invested a lot of money in recognising it. The building has fallen into neglect and has cracks on it, and it's had a dangerous building notice put on it dated the 11th of October. The closing date for that is 10th of November, and prior to that, council may apply for to the district court for an order to make it safe. By the 10th of November, in any case, the owner or council will need to make it safe. The local board have it in their local board plan, the preservation of significant buildings like the Fitzroy Hotel, and we encourage the council to use the Heritage Acquisition Fund to purchase it. The cost of the propping is something that can be set against the title, so ultimately the owner will pay through a reduced sale price. The owner is absentee, and there is evidence that they're not in a great financial position, and I think that they're a willing seller. And so that's really the urgency of the matter. You'll be faced with a decision whether to make it safe by demolishing it or propping it and giving the bill to the owner who didn't look after it. And so I welcome any questions. There it is.
Do you have a slightly more modern picture of that? I don't. Yes. I wasn't there at the time.
Okay, there it is. There it is. Where that's.
You're born a year after.
That's in its original form.
There is some conjecture.
Councillor Williamson's pointing out he remembers it well.
That was in 1895 before it got the addition, and that's the addition that Richard Seacombe did. That's the year it closed as a pub. There it is up in the back of it. This building down here in Airedale Street, you'll notice, is the Airedale Cottages, which council has successfully used the Heritage Acquisition Fund before to purchase and save. That was a successful operation, and there it is today. So it's been now closed off. Half Lyndock Street is closed, and it's been closed in front of the with cones. Actually, 2.5, 2.4. It's now completely surrounded with plywood and being closed off. So there across the road was the Globe Hotel, which was a great cultural place. Across the road's the Fitzroy. There it is in 1906. That's what it should be returned to. It's on there's two separate titles, and the owner owns both. And I think the council need to ensure that it doesn't get demolished. I welcome any questions, as I say.
Okay, are there any questions? I presume Councillor Watson would like to know what the price of drinks are inside.
I just want to know when happy hour is, that's all. So thanks, Alan. I just want to try and get a little bit more detail about this option of, I think you called it propping, at where the council fixes it up, restores it, gives the bill to the owner.
No, I'm not saying restores it.
Well, makes it safe, okay, gives the bill to the owner. What then is the mechanism to ensure the owner pays the bill? Because that would seem to me to be, you know,
I think you'd have trouble getting the cash out of them. I think you'd be setting it against the title. And the fact is that when you do the propping, which is for his account eventually, it's the propping, as I understand it, and I'm sure the Mayor may be able to help, and any consequential seismic work under the Building Act. So he will be faced with, he knows the situation he's in, he's got a window that's closing, and he needs to sell it, and council could use the acquisition fund to buy it. And the uncertainty of what he will get for it is, he faces uncertainty because he's got the propping, which he could probably estimate it at, you know, 100,000 or 200,000, and then maybe a bit internally, but then he's got something he can't sell. He's a seller.
That can be attached to the title, so that on the sale, I've dealt with this in the past, where the proceeds of the sale are first used to clear any debts, and the remainder goes to that. So there is a mechanism for that. Councillor Walker, does that answer your question, Councillor Watson?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Walker has a question, and Councillor Fletcher has a question.
So
And just to clarify, the Chief Executive tells me there is a meeting this afternoon of senior staff to consider a response to this urgently raised matter. So ask your question in the knowledge of the fact that Mr Wilson has convened a meeting with parties involved later in the day.
I'll modify my question accordingly then. So given that I now understand that there is a meeting of some sort, I'm sure that's amongst officers of our Heritage Division, what steps would we need to take to advance the proposition that Mr Matson is putting up, that is that there be some remedial work so that the building's not a hazard?
They're not remedial works.
To clarify, the meeting is with parties, but including the building owner. Okay, so otherwise I would suggest just taking it on advisement, and we will close the loop with councillors and Mr Matson and the board afterwards, once we're clear on options and different views of stakeholders.
It would be fair to say that in an instance where we've got a Category A, Schedule 1 building, that we would take steps to ensure that the building was preserved.
Political decision.
Yes, political decision, and I would not go further than just committing to look seriously at this in good faith this afternoon.
Thank you for that question. Councillor Fletcher, please, and
Thank you,
then Councillor Lee, who might have been there.
I thank you, Mr Mayor, for allowing this to be an urgent matter that is brought forward by the local board. My question is twofold. Firstly, do you have the support of the full local board in your representations today? And my second question is, in light of your long experience in the area of heritage, are there any potential interested parties in such a building because of the situation you put to us in terms of the current owner? So does the local board support you in these representations today?
Yes, of course, we had this item under extraordinary business at our business meeting last week, and the notice of motion, which I've included with the material for Sandra, was passed unanimously. And as to potentially interested parties, as with Mr Wilson, some things one can't disclose, but yes, I believe there are potential buyers.
Thank you for your ongoing advocacy for heritage.
Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr Matson. I would note that the building was named after the second governor of New Zealand, the one that came after Governor Hobson. And Governor Fitzroy was also the captain of the Beagle during Charles Darwin's famous voyage. So it certainly has got historical connotations, not just for Auckland, but perhaps internationally. In your experience and in your view, does the Auckland Council Built Heritage Acquisition Fund, is that a feasible and workable approach to try and rescue this building?
Sorry, just restate that, please, Mr Lee.
Is the Auckland Council Built Heritage Acquisition Fund a feasible and workable option to try and rescue this building?
Yes, I believe it is, and hopefully the outcome of your conversations with the various parties will find it to be so. It's certainly what it was created for, and as I understand it, there are sufficient funds to deal with this. So yes.
Thank you. I can note that Mr Matson has the support not only of the Wairemata local board, but of the local councillor. Thank you.
There was a good deal of public support over a number of years getting it protected. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that seems to have finished the questions, and sorry, Councillor Watson wants another one, or you? Oh, Councillor Watson wishes to move, and Councillor Walker just second that we receive this, plus refer this to the Chief of Strategy to engage with the building owner. Okay, so all those in favour of that, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you for your attending. Mr Matson.
My pleasure. Thanks for your accommodations.
Now we have no extraordinary business. So now I'm moving to item 7, Maori seats for Auckland Council consultation feedback and next steps. Now, whilst Libby Orr and Rose Leonard coming to the chair, to the table, I'm going to put a chair's recommendation that there needs to be more work done on the bigger issue than just wards in isolation. And I think our joint governance working party led by Councillor Ferry is the right place to explore that. This item is something that's kicked off in previous political terms with an agreement in principle in 2017 to establish a Maori ward. A lot has happened since then, including changes in government. And so I'm going to move, and I have a second, Councillor Leone, we agree that further work is required to determine the appropriate arrangements for Maori representation in Auckland Council, including in discussion with Māori and the Auckland public, and request that this be considered by the Joint Governance Working Party and reported back to the governing body by 31st of December 2024. Now that's been tabled and first and seconded. I would like you to, Rose and Libby, to address us with what they've got so far, and then we'll have questions, and then we will have a debate, at which stage something else might happen, but we'll have your presentation, then we will have questions, not speeches, then we will have a debate, which will offer the sorts of things that you just calm yourself until
no, that's right. I'm always calm, Your Worship. So, look, I just wanted to clarify one thing, Your Worship. At what stage, because I've indicated that I have an amendment.
Yes.
But I mean, at what stage will that be, the first off the block?
After questions? After
Kia ora.
questions, then we'll go to debate, and that's the period in which things can happen.
Okay.
You right with that?
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's been tabled. I just wanted to.
No, I'm not quietening anybody down. Just in the fullness of time. So please address us, Rose and Libby. Thank you. And Luann Ballantyne. My humble apologies, Luann Ballantyne. Who could forget you?
Kia ora, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the introduction. Tēnā koutou katoa, councillors. We've got a big decision to make today. I just wanted to introduce myself, Rosalina, most of you know me. Libby Orr has been the SME for this work, but I did just want to note that Luann's team, Ngā Matarai, have been a huge part of this work as we've been engaging with Aucklanders. So I'll just hand over to Libby now. Thanks.
Kia ora koutou. I just have a short presentation just to pull out the key points from the report. Okay, so just quickly, we'll first address the purpose of the report, and then we'll look at some context, both background and statutory, before looking at the consultation overview, some feedback, and leading us to the next steps and some options for your consideration today. So the purpose of the report is really to present feedback from Māori, the wider public, and local boards on Māori seats for Auckland Council, and to decide whether to introduce Māori seats for the 2025 local elections. So taking things back a few steps quickly, these are just the key decisions made by governing body in the lead up to today. We've got the 2017 agreement in principle for supporting Māori wards subject to the removal of the set number of councillors, and as we'll speak to shortly, that change has now been made. In 2021, governing body agreed to undertake preliminary engagement with mana whenua and mātā waka, and that led us to 2023 agreeing to seek the views of Māori and the wider public. So just looking at what we have heard already, 2022 engagement with Māori, staff met with a total of 18 mana whenua and 7 mātā waka representatives across April to August in 2022. We received 6 pieces of feedback, and really what we heard, this is a very high level overview of what we heard. It has already been previously reported to the governing body and joint governing body IMSB meetings, so this is very high level. But what we heard really was that neither the parliamentary model nor the Royal Commission model were suitable for Tāmaki. The Royal Commission model did receive slightly stronger support for its inclusion of an appointed mana whenua seat, but one thing that was unanimous in their feedback was that the status quo, understood to be no dedicated Māori representation, was no longer an option. So just looking at the models, a quick refresher, if you will. The parliamentary model is what is currently available to Auckland Council under legislation, and it uses a formula in the Local Electoral Act, and for Auckland that would result in 1 or 2 elected seats. The Royal Commission model, developed through the Royal Commission on Auckland Governance in 2009, and proposed 3 safeguarded seats, 2 to be elected and 1 appointed. And then we have any other model, which would be a bespoke model of Māori representation for Auckland, and that may or may not require legislative change. So an update on the Local Government Electoral Legislation Act 2023. This received royal assent on 30th of August, and there are really two critical changes. Removed the set number of 20 councillors for Auckland Council. This is something that Auckland Council has been advocating for since 2015. And then the second change being requirements for councils to consider Māori representation, just noting there that that is consider and not requiring to implement. And within the requirements for consideration, there's a two-step process. So first to consider Māori representation, including public consultation, and then to make the detailed decisions through a representation review. And just noting there that Auckland Council's next required representation review after the 2024 one, which we'll speak to shortly, will be in 2031. And at that point, if Auckland Council has not had Māori representation for 2 elections, it must consider it again. If it has established Māori representation, it may choose to reconsider it at that stage. So just looking now to the Rep Review 2024, this will be informed by a decision today on Māori wards, and this decision must be made by the 23rd of November this year. The development of Rep Review options has been delegated to the Joint Governance Working Party, who will report initial options for your consideration in December. So now, just moving on to the consultation itself, we've got some key points up there. The consultation ran from the 21st of August to the 24th of September, and as it is acknowledged in the report, it's clear that Māori are interested in, affected by and directly impacted by this decision. So consultation consisted of a Māori engagement stream in addition to a wider public engagement stream. Across those two streams, the activities are listed there. I won't run through them, but consultation did draw a total of 11,885 submissions. Now, just looking at a really high-level overview of the feedback that we heard. So down the left-hand side there is question 1. Do you think Auckland Council should introduce Māori seats for the 2025 local elections? And question 2, if Auckland Council decides to introduce Māori seats, which model do you prefer? So from Māori, generally, we heard a general support. And in terms of preferred models, the individual feedback was quite split on which model, and where the Māori entity feedback was strongly in favour of the Royal Commission model. And sorry, just to remind, the options that were provided were the Parliamentary model, Royal Commission model, any other model, and no preference. And so from the wider public, feedback was generally opposed, and those that did provide feedback on question 2 largely either cited a different model or no preference. And then from local boards, feedback was very supportive, and the parliamentary model received the most support, but it is worth noting that the local boards did encourage the governing body to listen to the feedback from Māori on this matter. Now, looking at the key themes, I won't read through this in its entirety. It's in the report on page 13. But as noted in attachment B, the feedback summary from the wider public it does not amount to a referendum. So it's not just about the numbers. Here we see in this table that there are 2 overarching themes of equality or equity and democracy. And there's those that support and oppose it that fall into one of those 2 themes. As I say, there is more detail on this in the report. Now, we looked at question 1 and question 2 earlier, and question 3 asked for any other feedback that submitters would like the governing body to consider when making this decision. Now, while the IMSB was not included directly in a question, it was referenced in the consultation material as it is a part of the governance model for Auckland. And those that did provide feedback on the IMSB, 2.9% of all submissions mentioned the IMSB, and these submissions generally fell into one of the 2 themes of Māori are already adequately represented, or would support Māori seats if the IMSB is dissolved or reduced. So that really brings us to the next steps and the options for consideration, and there are quite a few options in front of you today. I'll just quickly run through those. Recommendations B and F provide a straightforward yes and no respectively. Recommendation C provides a pathway for the Royal Commission model in a two-stage process, that being the first stage of introducing elected seats at this point and seeking legislative change for the appointed seat. And then recommendation D provides for staff to report back on legislative change towards the Royal Commission model without putting in elected seats at this time. And recommendation E acknowledges that none of these fit and provides for staff to report back on the process for developing a bespoke model. So looking at the next steps here, this will be really dependent on, oh sorry, the clicker's not working. Oh, there you go. This will be really dependent on the decision of governing body today. But as with any other consultation, staff will close the loop and update the Have Your Say webpage, and of course move into the 2024 REC review. And just again noting that the Joint Governance Working Party will report initial options to governing body in December. So thank you. I'll just, Rose, has got anything else?
Nothing to add, Your Worship. Carry on.
Okay, I've got, do we have any questions? I just want to remind people that please don't bring the staff into the debate. If it's a question, just please ask it as a question, not a statement where the staff have to figure out what you're asking them. So it's questions now. There will be time for debate, but we'll have questions. Thank you. Councillor Ferry, Councillor Leone and Councillor Fuli. Okay? I'm
Thanks.
Councillor Filipainen.
Thanks, Chair. So my question was just around the date of the 23rd of November, that the slide said we have to make the decision by. Can I just get some clarification on that? Because obviously that has a bearing on the Chair's recommendation. So what's the basis for that 23rd November date for a decision? Yeah, and I might have a follow-up.
So the 23rd of November is the date that's currently in the Local Electoral Act, by which we have to make a decision on elected Māori wards, whether to introduce them or not. The changes through the Local Government Electoral Legislation Act changes that date into the 20th of December, but that doesn't come into force until after the next election. So currently, as it stands, under existing legislation, if Auckland Council does decide to introduce Māori wards, elected seats, that decision must be made by no later than the 23rd of November.
Okay, so the new provisions, sorry, I just want to fully understand this. So the new provisions don't take effect until really 2028. So the current provisions therefore apply, and that requires that 23rd November date. How does that line up with the fact that we're able to put in a reorganisation proposal and have to finish the representation review not until September 2024? Seems odd to me that we could potentially add general seats or subtract significant numbers of them and make some really big changes, change the local boards. We don't have to decide that until September next year, but we have to do this one by the 23rd of November this year. What? Sorry, I'm not trying to make a political point. I'm genuinely confused.
That's correct. It's considered like a two-stage process. We make a decision whether or not to have Māori seats today, before the 23rd. Then we go on to our rep review and decide how many councillors, whereby we will know how many seats. If you decide yes today, then we would decide how many councillors there would be, and part of that decision would be how many Māori seats would there be, up to a total of 2 using the parliamentary formula.
Okay, so the Chair's recommendation then requires us to say yes today. Or it doesn't, we can't have them until 2028.
That's correct, 2028.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Leone, please, question. No, it's been answered. Councillor Fuli, please.
Thank you. I guess my questions have largely been asked by Councillor Ferry. But just for extra clarity, if we vote today to support the amendment that's been put up, or the recommendation that's been put up, it would mean that we'd be effectively saying that we do not, or we will not have Māori wards in time for the 2025 election.
That's correct. That's how the resolution is written at the moment, because it's asking staff to report back in December of next year. So we could not do that in time for 2025 if that date stayed. However, if you so direct us, we could, very difficult, but we could do something for 2025 if you ask the Joint Governance Working Party to report back before the 23rd of November this year. But I would suggest that would just be asking them to come back to you with a recommendation for which you must make a decision yourselves again on the 23rd of
Before
November.
the 23rd of November.
So at your next governing body meeting.
Okay, so if the current recommendation passes, then we won't be able to revisit whether or not to have Māori seats again until 2020, after the next election.
That's correct.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hopana, question please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I confirm that 18 of the 21 local boards supported Māori representation?
That's correct.
And were the 18 of the 21 or looking at the parliamentary model?
No, not necessarily. It's difficult to summarise the feedback in that short little sentence, but there was support for the parliamentary model as well as support for the Royal Commission model eventually, as well as considering the views of Māori in this matter.
Would I be correct in saying that 52% of the 18 that supported Māori representation supported the parliamentary seats?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that is. Also, if we look at it, that there have been decisions made from the previous councils that Māori, the governing body at the time supported Māori representation or Māori ward pending legislative change.
That's correct, in 2017.
Yeah, 2017. I also recall in 2019 that was the case as well, but that may not have been with the governing body, but 2019 it was supported by the members that Māori seats be established. Can you confirm that legislative change has been made in regards to not only the numbers that we have, which was the important thing that the governing body approved in principle to establish, was the change of the numbers on the governing body?
Yes, that's correct. So the set number of councillors for Auckland Council has now been removed, and in line with all other councils in New Zealand, Auckland Council can now determine any number between 5 and 29 councillors.
Your Worship, I've got two more. One more is, if this, the Chair's recommendation gets lost, I have tabled in a recommendation that a Māori ward be established for 2025. Is that the only recommendation for us to get Māori wards for the 2025 elections?
Yes, it is what is possible and available to us under existing legislation.
Last one, the Chair's recommendation will not make that possible.
Not for 2025.
Thank
as,
you.
As it is currently written.
Thank you. Yeah, as previously indicated, Chair, I've got the recommendation of this loses.
Fair enough. The good question, good answer. Deputy Mayor Simpson, I've got another 5 after that.
Thanks, Your Worship. Out of all the iwi in Auckland, did every iwi submit on this?
No.
So how many actually did submit and how many didn't?
We have 3 iwi submit on this.
And can you also tell me, as far as being on the Māori roll, i.e. one person, one vote, you don't have to be Māori to be on the Māori roll. Is that correct?
You do not have to prove you are Māori to be on the Māori roll.
Right, thank you.
Okay, those questions have been answered. Councillor Hills, you have questions?
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. I just follow up to Deputy Mayor's question first. You do sign a declaration saying you are Māori though, right? That's a legal obligation that you can be fined under.
I believe that is correct, but there is no check.
Yeah, there is no check, but you are asked if you are Māori. The question I have, because we do get a lot of, one of the common threads is the one person, one vote through the Hobson's Pledge emails. Could you just update us on how that would work? So obviously some wards, putting aside that the North Shore ward, the voters in the ward I represent actually get one person, two votes because there's two councillors, and say Councillor Simpson's ward is one person, one vote because there's one councillor in that ward. Put that aside, what is the difference if you're on the Māori roll or the general roll? How many votes? Is it still one person, one vote?
I might have to bring Warwick to the table, but I'll have a go. In any election, every person has one vote for the mayor, one vote for their ward councillor, and votes for their local board members. If you are on the residential roll, a lot of people have been talking about this, you may also have a further vote if you're voting for local boards and your other house is in a different local board, you may have different separate votes for that additional property for that local board, but you do not have an additional vote for the ward councillor, nor do you have an additional vote for the mayor. So that in that way there is already provision for additional votes, but to your question, if you're on the Māori roll, you have the same voting rights as every other Aucklander, one vote.
Right, so essentially what you're saying is that person would transfer from, say, the North Shore ward to the Māori ward. They will no longer have the two votes for the North Shore councillors. They would now vote for the candidates on the Māori ward. So their voting power stays.
Exactly the same. That is a common misconception. So thank you for raising that.
And I think the Māori seats have been in existence since 1868. Are you saying that the way it would be done is exactly under the parliamentary model, which is the only legal process, that would be the same as what happens in government? You will be able to choose to come on and come off within a certain period. You will only be able to vote on whatever role you have chosen to sit on.
That's correct, and I think the time frame is up to 3 months before a general election or up to 3 months before a local election. People can swap roles.
Thank you. Good question, good answer. Councillor Henderson, please, your question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question in relation to the Chair's recommendations, and quoting here, including in discussion with Māori and the Auckland public. In your opinion, would that bind us to an entire another consultation process?
We have considered that, and I cannot answer that unequivocally at this moment, but in all likelihood, if we're looking at 2028, seats for 2028, I would suggest that we would need to have a fresh look at this with Aucklanders. But I cannot unequivocally say that right now, and we're just doing some work on whether we would actually have to consult again.
Thank you.
It's quite possible if the joint working party have any changes, we'll have to consult anyway. So consultation is there to around us everywhere. Councillor Darby, please, your question.
Thanks, Rose. Just going back to that one person, one vote. So the ratepayer role allows multiple votes, right? And if I had 20 properties in 20 different, or 21 in different local board areas, I could exercise 21 votes on the ratepayer role.
I want to just check with Matua Warwick on that.
Look, it's probably
Okay.
not critical to this argument, to be honest, but the one person, one vote argument is an interesting one.
There's an answer coming here.
have
I think
appeared,
you'll
Warwick.
find that you might get 21, but not for the mayor or for the councillor. Is that correct?
I'm referring to the local board vote.
Your Worship, just reading directly from the Local Electoral Act, no person is entitled to vote more than once at the same electional poll. And so elections for different local boards are considered to be different elections. If you are a resident in one local board area and you have property in another local board area, you can vote in both. But in terms of the election for the members of the governing body, that's one election. You only get one vote.
So you could vote for the local board member in 2 areas, but you can only get one vote for a councillor or a mayor. Is that quite correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, have you got that? Councillor Darby, does that answer your question?
Yeah, we'll move on. So, Rose, just in terms of your report writing, I've read a lot of your reports from your team. I've never found them to be deficient. And you follow a really good process. This has been a long process. We've undertaken consultation with our communities on this. Are there, in your eyes, any gaps in this report or gaps in the process that might, in your team's view, your own view, trigger a requirement to undertake further work on this, which currently is unspecified in the amendment?
I don't believe there's any deficiency in the process that we undertook. I stand by that. But look, our reports there's always room for improvement. As to the Mayor's recommendation, I'd rather not be drawn on that.
That's fine.
That's fine, yeah.
Mayor, probably if I can ask you a question, it's not normal that you ask, but as the mover, so what, sorry, the words, maybe they could be popped up. What is the further work? What are the gaps, the failings in the reporting and process to date?
I think the further work is determining the actual number of councillors, because that has an impact upon the number of Maori seats. So that's the further work. If, for instance, we had increased our numbers, and I'm doing this from memory, to 22, we could have 2 Maori wards. If we reduce it, we could have, or stay where we are, to a certain number, we could have 1. If we go below 7, we can't have any. So, not that I was intending to go below 7, I had no idea what numbers might come out of this. But the further work is about involving the size of the council itself. In addition, the Joint Working Party is considering the number and size of the local boards as well. So all that is work too that hasn't been finished. And it does have an impact upon what sort of Maori seats. So that was the further work, which is my understanding is still as yet undone. But the work so far, as you say, is not deficient in any way.
So I'm just sort of quizzing you politely on we've had a number of supporting workshops to help our decision making here today, and how is it that we've arrived here today and finding ourselves deficient in the process in your eyes? So have you, I don't recall you sort of asking staff to work towards this outcome in the final report. So how come this was not resolved in the supporting workshops to inform our decision making today?
I'll probably answer it, and as soon as we go to debate, I'll just have a little statement to kick that off, which may well answer that. But basically, in receiving the responses from the public, it's not a clear mandate. There are groups for and groups against. Even the Maori weren't 100% behind one or the other. And so we have done the consultation and it produced a mixed result depending on what you're looking for. And so on top of that, the models offered to us are the same for every council around the country, and we have 19 different iwi plus matawaka plus an IMSB, and others don't have any of those things. And so, and there is groups of Maori were interested in 2 different sorts, one we can do and one we can't do. So it did show there wasn't a completely thing. On top of that, we just had an election where the parties that are going to tell us what to do have indicated difficulties with what we were considering. So I was, it was a way of solving a thorny issue. It's not.
One last question back to Rose. Rose, shared governance responsibility is enshrined in a number of treaty settlements that have been legislated over the last, particularly the last 30 years. There's shared governance on planning committees up and down the country, from Hawke's Bay across to Taurāwhiti, and then Taranaki, many other places. From your position, looking at where shared governance has been in existence for some time, are there any, real flare issues that have popped up that you would want to be telling us about? I mean, in sense of the success or otherwise of shared governance responsibility on the many entities, from rivers to Maunga to regional planning committees that I'm familiar with, and there must be at least probably 40, if not more. Have there been, can you tell us, are there any issues that we should be mindful of?
Councillor, if I may just kind of confine the question a little bit more down. We have done a little bit of anecdotal research about councils who have already introduced Māori seats, Māori wards. And actually, Libby can just quickly run you through that, if you like, but anecdotally, we do not believe there have been problems with Māori seats that have been introduced already around the motu. Libby.
Thanks, Rose. Yeah, so generally the experiences from the research that we have undertaken has been largely neutral or positive. There's been nothing that we have come across that has been particularly alarming or contentious. The most significant benefits have been noted to be increased representation of Māori issues and voices, contribution of Māori lens to all council decisions, unique perspective and insights that lead to better outcomes for the whole community. We can make a copy of this available to you all after this as well.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dalton, please.
My questions have been asked. Thank you. My questions have been asked.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your report and the presentation, Libby. It was excellent. My interest is in the assumptions that you have given us around the way in which we can move in order that decisions could be taken for the 2025 elections. Can you confirm that that's based on current legislation?
Thank you, Councillor. The recommendations that we've put in front of you offer a range of options based on the feedback that we have. and keeping faith with that feedback, some of the recommendations are possible under existing legislation. Some require further work to be done, a local bill to change legislation. The Royal Commission model requires changes to legislation.
So, my question then is, are we looking at any other changes to central government, of which we don't yet know, we won't know for some time? Are we seeking any other changes to aspects of the Auckland legislation at this time?
With respect to voting and electoral...
No, I'm talking about generally about the Auckland legislation. Are we actively pursuing any other changes?
If I might, we are looking at other legislative changes. Some are in relation to Auckland local government legislation. Some are ancillary bits of legislation, such as funding arrangements for the museum and so forth. There are a range of things that are being looked at.
So, in the event that there was an appetite by an incoming government to look at legislative changes to deal with areas of dissatisfaction or dysfunction within the Auckland wider legislation, and that legislation was to be put forward, could that potentially include some changes that may be implemented before 2025? Because I understand that in terms of precedent, if there's new legislation, that's the legislation that we would be working to.
Through the chair, it depends on what kinds of changes you are talking about, but if you're talking about Māori seats, then we have to make that decision before 23rd of November, as I've said. But if it's other legislative change, I'd have to understand what change you were looking at before I could comment.
I guess there are some who feel that the current Auckland legislation model that we are working to, which was Rodney Hyde was the author rather than the Royal Commission, there are aspects, whether it's local boards, issues that are wider than just the issue of Māori seats, that may be actively pursued with an incoming government. So in the event that there was an appetite for fresh legislation to actually address some of the deficiencies within the current Auckland legislation, my question would be, would that take precedence in order that then the 2025 timetable that you've outlined very specifically today could be fulfilled?
Again, Council, I'd really have to understand what changes you were talking about. What we can do before 2025 is change the number of councillors, change the names of local boards, the number of local boards, the number of local board members. Those are all things that are possible to do under existing legislation, but would depend on what else you were talking about before I could comment on whether we could get that done before 2025. But I would suggest that it's a considerable amount of effort to get things changed, to get local bills through. So we would have to put some considerable work into understanding what it is that you're looking for before I could comment.
Then just confirm to me, if new legislation were introduced, that would take precedent under the existing legislation.
Any legislation that was passed that had royal assent takes effect at the time that that legislation states that it will take effect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newman has a question. And then I have Councillors Walker, Williamson, Leone and Henderson.
Oh, look, it's actually a relatively minor point, but Warwick, just in terms of because I think it's a little bit of a rabbit hole, but we're going down this whole issue of the ratepayer electoral provisions in relation to extra votes. But just to confirm that a ratepayer elector is somebody who will have to be nominated to be on the ratepayer roll by the person who is the ratepayer. So I might have rental properties, but I'm not going to have a fistful of ballots. I will have one ballot paper for myself, and I wish to assign the ratepayer vote to a non-parliamentary elector in my community, then I can do so, and it will be someone from outside of Auckland whom I nominate. Section 24.
Your Worship, I might need to get back on that. That's quite a technical question. There are circumstances in which the ratepayer is not a single person. But, for example, if property is held in trust, I believe, or something like that, then you can they can nominate who has the vote. The point is, and the question that was asked before, is whether one person has multiple votes, and the answer to that is that for any election there is only one vote. Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to direct a few questions to Warwick. The Maori electoral option used to be that you could only change to the Maori electorate roll or back to the general every 5 or 6 years. As of the 31st of March, Parliament's changed that, and you can now change when you wish, except for 3 months out from a general, 3 months out from a local. Does that mean that you could swap to the Maori electoral roll for the coming local body election, switch back to the general roll for the then general election the next, switch back to the Maori roll for the next local body election?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Sorry?
That's correct.
Yeah. Can I then ask about its Maori ancestry that qualifies you to do so? Because that's what it says on the electoral option, you have to be of Maori ancestry. And yet, I don't know how that is determined. We've just had a bit of a hiccup in our place because we've got the saliva test back from Ancestry.com and we found we do have some ancestry. I don't know where it lies in the family tree. So how does that mean I can vote or not? But more importantly, I was told before you have to sign a statutory declaration. If I signed a statutory declaration thinking I did have Maori ancestry, how are you going to prove I don't? And has there ever been a case taken against someone claiming to have Maori ancestry and then taken to court because they didn't?
Your Worship, in a way that's a little bit out of scope, because the council doesn't maintain the electoral roll, it's the electoral commission that does that, and I don't feel competent really to answer.
Are we going to be voting on something which says people can vote on a Maori roll, and yet I don't know how they get on there?
Through the chair, I would suggest to you still only have one vote, and if you wish to vote as a Māori, then you may.
Okay, so it's only if you wish. Because you said before there was a statutory declaration, I've had a quick check and I cannot see that. But even if you did sign a statutory declaration saying you thought you had Maori ancestry, how would anybody ever prove you did not? And has there been any case ever taken against someone for making a false claim to that role?
We can't answer that question today.
I know the answer, but I was just checking with you.
And the answer is no.
The public just refrain from that. Thank you for that question, and thank you for knowing the answer. You get a chocolate fish.
You should have told us the answer.
Councillor Leone, please. Please ask questions which you don't know the answer for. It's more interesting.
Kia ora. Just coming back to the Joint Governance Working Group and the option that's been put up there. Around the Independent Māori Statutory Board, we don't have a member currently on the Joint Governance Working Group. So I would like to know if we could actually look at having a member of the Independent Māori Statutory Board on there, given that we've done that for other committees.
It's my understanding that you can co-opt anybody at any time, but you could also add, through a change to the terms of reference, an Independent Māori Statutory Board member to the Joint Governance Working Party.
Thank you.
I've got no problem with that. Okay, Councillor Henderson.
Thanks for letting me go again, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I know we automatically have to look at ward boundaries. I think it's every second term, it's 5 years or 6 years or something like that. 6 years, thanks, Councillor Foley. How often would this issue come back to us for Māori wards? Does that come back automatically as well, or do we have to vote that through?
Your Worship, as was mentioned before, the legislation is changing, so after 2025, whenever we do a representation review after that, if we have not had Māori representation for the 2 previous elections, then we're required to consider it again.
So voting through the substantive, we would have to look at it again anyway automatically, either way, whether we pass this or not.
At some time in the future. Perhaps just a comment on the implications of the amendment. We're currently undertaking a representation review. We're required to conduct a representation review every 6 years. We would not normally, having done it this time for 2025, we wouldn't normally be looking to do it again for 2028, but we would need to if we were going to be instituting Māori representation for 2028.
And just so that I'm clear, that proposed 2028 date, would that involve an entire full representation review? It would, right?
It requires everything that's a requirement under the Electoral Act when you conduct a representation review. It means you look at everything. You could say, look at the local boards and say, we'll just keep them as they are, we won't spend any time on it, but you do actually need to make a proposal for the next election.
Okay, that appears to bring to a close the questions. At this stage, the staff will leave that, and I'm going to have a 5-minute break for those of us who just need to relieve the tension, and we'll start again on the debate in 5 minutes' time, please. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think everybody's back in order.
Kia ora,
We're
Your
going
Worship.
through those questions.
Sorry, Your Worship, I've moved and I've sent that through and I moved an amendment to your recommendation. So I think with that goes first, my understanding. Kia ora, Your Worship, but I'll listen to you. Thank you.
Okay, well, you just got slightly ahead of yourself. I'm not going to stop you doing that, but if you can just back up a teeny bit there. Where we are here, with this one here, that's up there, and Councillor Leone has changed their mind about seconding, but Councillor Fletcher wishes to replace that. So that's now there, but now I'm going to open it for debate, and I think you wish to debate something or other, Councillor Filipaina. Okay?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and the debate, it's actually I'm putting amendment through, which understanding orders need to be debated and voted on first prior to the substantive Chair. So if that amendment can go up, I'll then wait for Sandra to confirm that the amendment will be debated on first prior to your substantive.
Okay. We now have a tabled amendment, so we'll defer the debate on the original amendment, and we'll now have a debate on. Sorry, we'll defer the debate on the one that I put forward, and was seconded by Councillor Fletcher, and we will now have to have a debate on Councillor Filipaina, seconded by Councillor Fuli's amendment. Okay, would you like to speak about that, seeing as you've put it forward?
Thank you, Chair, and also I just reserve my right to. I'm unsure now. That's unusual. I don't know whether I have a right of reply. I don't think I do with the amendment, so I better make this a very good crack at it. Yeah, definitely. Look, I firstly want to welcome Councillor Morris Williamson into the family. Sorry, I thought that you had it confirmed that you were part Māori. Well, if you are, Councillor Williamson, welcome to the family, and we will have open arms for you and most probably have a hangi. So I just wanted to welcome you to the family. Chair and councillors, this has been a very long journey. You know, 2017, I, and along with my previous colleagues on the Auckland Council, we've been fighting the battle, and you know, the battle, hopefully, in a few minutes, will be won, where there are and there will be Māori representation around the governing body. I need to point out that it's around the governing body that we're talking about. We're not talking about any other thing but the governing body. We're also talking about one vote. It is our community on the Māori roll. So for those people that have continually said unelected members, they will be elected, and they will be elected for those that are on the Māori roll. So I just needed to be clear about that. 2017, interesting enough, those, and it was myself and previous Councillor Fessel Collins, it was him and myself that put the amendment up in regards to supporting Māori seats, a Māori ward, in regards to the governing body. And that discussion centred, and it was interesting how it centred on the Independent Māori Statutory Board. It should not have centred on the Independent Māori Statutory Board. Why? Because they were set up by legislation. They are a separate piece of legislation. Ours is around Māori representation. When I ended up getting humbled enough to be elected in the Manukau ward with previous councillor Anai Arthur and I, the first phone call I received was from Radio New Zealand. Radio New Zealand said to me, look, we've just spoken to Jamie Lee Ross, And Jamie Lee Ross said, we don't need Māori seats, we don't need Māori representation, because there are Māori already on the council in 2010. He said that he was one, and he's been welcomed into the family way back in 2010. He also said there was Des Morrison. Des Morrison was the other one that was quoted by Radio New Zealand, and also myself. And they asked me, Alf, you don't need Māori seats at Auckland Council because you're a Māori and you can talk in regards to Māori issues. And I said to them, no way at all, because I do not have the mandate. I don't have the mandate to speak on their behalf in regards to the four well-beings. And I want to acknowledge the Honourable Nanaia Mahuta in regards to putting those four well-beings back into legislation. And I do not have the mandate. Why? Because I got voted by the community in the Manukau ward. They voted me, so I have the right. And I do speak on behalf of the Manukau ward. I do not have the mandate. Do not have the mandate to speak on behalf of Māori in Tāmaki Makaurau. I want to acknowledge Pana Whenua, Mātā Waka, and Mātā Waka for those, because I want to be very clear of those that are not from this area. Those like myself who's from up north, up in the Ngāpuhi. So for me, around them, I want to acknowledge the communities. I also want to acknowledge all the communities that have ended up giving their feedback into this, because it has to be, because we went out for consultation. So there is going to be one vote. There's going to be one vote. And for all those that have come in here, and I remember the consultation we took place here around the representation, and we had mana whenua, we had, I think it was Hoane Waititi, we had Te Akatai Waihua, I should go to my notes, but all the mana whenua groups that came in, and they ended up telling us, our people, our Māori community here as mana whenua, we are supporting this. 18 of the 21 local boards are supporting Māori ward. 18. As you can see with B, the Joint Governance Working Party, that joint working party will have an input. They will have input in regards to representation, but as you can see, it's the final number of wards will be undertaken as part of that representation. So for me, all I'm asking is that it is about time that we do the right thing. The right thing is to have a Māori voice who has the mandates from those on the Māori electoral roll to speak on behalf of Māori across Tāmaki Makaurau. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking my colleagues to also do that and vote for this amendment, because this is the right thing to do. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Questions? Councillor Dalton.
Kia ora, thank you. Really happy to speak in support of this amendment, and that is because it's the right thing to do. I look at the first amendment, which is asking us to, well, the substantive now, which we'll speak to later, but it's asking us to go back and do a whole lot of work again, the work we've already done. And I can only make an assumption is that is so we can include the discussion around IMSB in that conversation. This has got nothing to do with IMSB. They're not here. They're not at this table. They do not get votes at this table. And they have a completely separate role. And we can say it as many times as we like. For people who don't want to understand it, for people who don't want to believe it, excuse me, Your Worship. They will never understand it. And what I've come to understand is that we can't get inside each other's heads. We're on this journey believing in it, believing in our responsibilities under the treaty, or we don't. I accept the Treaty of Waitangi
Just quiet, please.
as the founding document of Aotearoa New Zealand, and I recognise Māori as tangata whenua in Aotearoa New Zealand. I recognise myself as tangata tiriti, which you all are too. You are all tangata tiriti. Through my English descendants who co-signed that treaty. We're a multicultural society, but the very special position of the Indigenous people in this country does give them certain rights. And so the clarion call of one law for all is fine on one level, but it doesn't apply to others. I find it rich that the majority of people that have been in power for 183 years are, in the most part, European. And now we ask for equal treatment of our treaty partner. We're going to call out racism? That's pretty rich. The evidence shows us that Māori have not been treated as equal partners. The statistics are there. We see it. We see it in, well, I see it in my community. You might not see it in your communities. I've experienced it through the work that I have done alongside youth, alongside vulnerable families. These things are real. I can't speak for Māori. I've done my best, but I do not understand the lives that Māori live any more than I understand the lives of the people from our Sikh community or our Indian community. I can't speak for Māori. We have a special place here for Māori around the table. They are a treaty partner. And I will be supporting this, and we should be progressing this for future generations. This isn't about racism. This is about upholding our obligations that were signed 183 years ago by our ancestors in good faith, and we have let our side of the bargain down. We cannot expect, we don't expect anyone else that comes into this country to conform, to live the same way that we do as tangata tiriti. Yet we do force Māori to come in, we do force Māori to comply with everything that we've done. Look at the consultation we do. Every single consultation that this council does, 70 to 80% returns by European. Māori, low. And I guess people might think that's because they're lazy and they can't be bothered. It's because we are not consulting with them the right way as we should. We hear this consistently, particularly from Councillor Foley around Pacifica. Previous Councillor Collins said the same thing. How can we ever make change? We will never make change while the same voices are being heard around this table. I will be supporting the recommendation, the amendment by Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Foley. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. I have Councillor Fletcher now in the debate. Thank you.
I want to say that I don't think this is about whether we're on that same waka or not. It's simply about the absolute flaw after the enormous amount of work that was undertaken by Dame Margaret Baisley and Peter Shand and others with the Royal Commission, which enjoyed fulsome support and allowed for 2 seats and also an additional seat from the Mana Whenua Forum. That model would have been so much more functional for Auckland at every level. So much of what we are debating in this chamber is to do with the flaws in the model that Rodney Hyde delivered up.
in a very fast-tracked kind of way. And I think that the fact he ignored that and instead delivered a divisive, dysfunctional, fractious model to us is really what we're grappling with here today. I do support Māori seats. I have been on the record as supporting Māori seats from 1990 on. I supported all of those measures within Parliament, and when the Royal Commission came out with what I felt was a very workable model, I gave it my fulsome support, and I want to continue to do so today. But what I want to see is the Mayor to be able to deliver to the incoming government, and we don't know what that government is going to look like at this stage, but on so many levels, whether it's to do with transport planning, whether it's the ORAFA legislation, whether it's to do with the numbers of local boards and all manner of things, no government has been willing to take on the review of the Auckland legislation in the way that needed to be undertaken. So we struggle with planning, we struggle with funding, we struggle with so much. So today ought not to be. Surely we can show the maturity to say these are enduring decisions. We need to renegotiate with central government what it is we want from our Auckland legislation for the people of Tamaki Makaurau. We are, the largest city in the country. If we can't get the model right and we just have to keep tinkering and tinkering and tinkering, it will never work. And the one thing I know about my Māori friends and whānau is that they take a longer term perspective on things. And I want us to become far more strategic, far more objective, and I want us to have, through the Mayor, the mandate to go and renegotiate the package of legislative changes that we need as a matter of urgency, not to be put off like every other time. Oh, well, we might get it in if we're lucky and we, in 2 or 3 or 4 years' time. If we can't sort Tamaki Makaurau out, the rest of the country is really stuffed. And I have to say, I think Rodney Hyde did a huge disservice to all of us, and that we find ourselves in this ridiculous debate where I think all of us really want the same outcome, but it's a question of delivery. And if it means that we have to wait until next week, until a government is formed, that the Mayor can then go and represent those things. And I know that the Mayor is supportive of Māori seats. I don't believe he is opposing them, but I think it's got to be done comprehensively. It's got to be done with the support of all of us behind him. And therefore, I don't think we should ambush that by rushing this today when it's a much wider, more considered discussion that we need to have. So with that in mind, I think rushing this today is foolish, and I support the Mayor in wanting to try and defer this to be able to take into account additional work that we know needs to happen. Thank you.
Councillor Hills, please.
Kia ora, Mayor, thank you. And just once again, because it has been brought up, on the electoral roll, when you sign up on the form, there are 3 questions. One is, I'm a Māori of Māori descent, please enrol me on the Māori roll. I'm of Māori descent, please enrol me on the general roll. I'm not of Māori descent, you will be enrolled in the general roll. Then it says, I declare that I'm eligible to enrol, all the information has been provided is true and correct, and I understand that giving false and misleading information is a criminal offence. Yes, those aren't checked, but just like I doubt that most of us are never checked if we actually live in the electorate or actually live in the house that we say that we have on there, but we all, as citizens of New Zealand, do the right thing and declare accurate and correct information in the way we believe on the form. On this issue here, we have voted, I think, twice now, over 6 years, as far as I believe, for this. I think one of those times was actually unanimous that we go forward with a Māori seat under the parliamentary model. The issue should not be controversial, and I do think people, former MPs such as Councillor Williamson and others for 1993 extending Māori seats through the MMP election to make sure that was fair on Māori, on the Māori roll, ensuring that the number of seats for the country continue to increase based on the number of people on the Māori electoral roll. So I acknowledge the MPs in 1993 that entrenched those even further. On this case, this doesn't give anyone extra rights. This doesn't take away rights of others. It doesn't even force Māori to be involved with a Māori seat. They can choose to go to the general roll if they would like to vote for the people standing in the general ward seat where they live. They could decide to stay on the Māori roll or move on to the Māori roll if they feel that they would like their one ward vote on the Māori ward to be the representative for the Māori ward to speak for them. This is one person, one vote. Although in my case, in the North Shore, we get one person, two votes because there's two councillors for that ward, but that is where it gets a bit confusing. But in this case, people are not getting extra chances to select more councillors than is allowed under all the other circumstances. So it isn't taking away and it isn't giving more. This is about treaty partners. This is not about race. This is about ensuring that we are living up to our obligations. But it is something that has come from a long time. I remember Mayor John Carter 10 years ago saying that Māori seats was apartheid and would divide the country. Before Mayor John Carter left the far north, he said Māori wards, it's time to come, and he voted for and supported Māori wards and said his mind had been changed by the communities and understanding over time and the thought and the importance of it. So people's minds can change, and people's minds do change. And I think the rangatahi, the tamariki, the young people in my ward, I was judging a talent show last week, Glenfield Intermediate. They had an amazing, rousing haka at the beginning, kapa haka. My son is almost 2, and he somehow knows a few of words and the tune of the Māori, the te reo version of the national anthem, which I was very surprised that was happening in the house the other night. Young people are not opposed to this direction, in my experience. This is the future. They understand the treaty. Mātariki, I think Chris and I went up Takarunga on the first year that the Mātariki was a holiday, and I've never seen the numbers of community marching up the street. It would have been thousands, I think, Chris, that night. I was astonished. The road was closed. People marched up the Maunga, and it was phenomenal. The waiata, the lantern making, people from all walks of life across our community celebrating together Mātariki up one of our Maunga and celebrating the Indigenous history, celebrating the Māori culture. It wasn't seen as a threat, it wasn't seen as a negative, it wasn't seen as something that we should be feared. And I feel like, from when I was at school, that the change has only got better and has only meant that more understanding can be made. I'm Māori, obviously some people would say you don't look Māori, and yes, I have a very real lack of understanding of the culture, and I'm working on that myself, but I wish that I had the opportunities young people have now on the learning, the understanding, the opportunity to understand where we've come from, the history of New Zealand, the understanding of the different parts of our community that is so important. Will this fix some of those issues going forward? No, but it is another step forward into how we heal and how we make our city better and give that person a representation to speak on behalf of Māori that some of us try to do, as Councillor Dalton said, but this will actually help that. But I think we need to remember it doesn't take anything away, and it remains that everyone still has one vote for a councillor in the ward that they choose to be on the roll for. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Williamson, to represent the newly found Māori point of view.
Mayor, I've always had in the political world a strong view that it's the general public that should have a say when it comes to constitutional change. I've been on the wrong side of two. I campaigned in 1990 for the 4-year term, and on the 27th of October 1990, I remember it well because I'm still getting counselling for it, we lost, and the 3-year term stayed because the public chose it. Preferred it to have gone to a 4-year term, but it didn't. 3 years later, we put up again a referendum to the public on whether we'd move from first past the post to mixed member proportional. I campaigned for first past the post. I'd been a member of parliament under that for some time and thought it was a better system. I lost. But if anything is correct, it's the public huge numbers, the strong law of large numbers as a base of statistics, they have a better view than 11 of the 20 of us may have, because that's what the numbers could come down to. I feel very uncomfortable 11 people deciding a constitutional future for anything, either for the central government or for a city council that's a third the size of New Zealand. And I just think that whatever we do, and I'm not opposing it, I'm not opposing it or proposing it, I'm just saying I just don't believe that something of this magnitude should come to a small group of us that probably won't be here in 3 years' time, or certainly within 6 years, and we may have made a significant change. I think that referenda on such constitutional issues are central. And I notice Australia had a referendum recently on something called the voice. They chose to let the Australian public decide whether they wanted to go that way or not, and I would urge every one of us here today to think we're nowhere near as important as any individual or 11 individuals, that we should determine where this goes. And my second concern is that when we were doing the budget, I was bold enough to say I just hate the fact that we've got to go out and consult on this stuff. Because within the general public, there's a view of everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. They wanted to spend more on this, they want to spend more on that, but they don't want to cut this and they don't want their rates to go up. And I said, well, I can remember saying at this table, if we go out and consult and we get all the answers that I expect we'll get, I don't know how we're going to put a budget together or ignore that consultation. And I know there are members around this table that said we should listen carefully to that public consultation and what they say. Well, if that's the case, have a look at the numbers in our public consultation on this. If we're not going to get to a referendum, have a look at the numbers. Overwhelmingly with regards to individuals, and even very close call when it came to the Maori. And that just means that as an indication of what a referendum would look like, this is something that we should be listening to at this point. So I'm going to vote against Al Filipaina's amendment. I'm reluctantly even going to vote for your kicking it forward. I would have preferred for us to have said no to any of this, and that we will allow a referendum to occur at some stage in the future, because if the people of Auckland want it, they should be allowed to have it. I'm a big fan of that.
Okay, thank you for that. Public, try and keep out of it. Councillor Leone, please.
Ka tangi te titi, ka tangi te kaka, ka tangi hoki ko au, tihei mauri ora. Kia ora koutou, kia ora mea. This is a huge day for us today. I know that there are people that have been fighting for years for Māori to be at this table. Māori wards are long overdue in Tamaki Makaurau. More than half of our country has already implemented Māori wards, and we are lagging behind. It's time to get Māori elected members to the table, and I'm talking about the governing body, not the committees. Governing body is where the big decisions are made for this city. We know when it comes to money, when it comes to the vision of our city, that's where the decisions are made. In a number of the hui that we have here at governing body, we're continuously looking at issues where there is lack of Māori outcomes being met. And time again, we do not have that strong Māori voice to be able to challenge those views. It's disheartening to hear some of the kōrero that's been brought up today around the consultation, when we know that Māori are only 10 to 13% of this population. The European population will always outweigh the Māori voices for this city. So that is not correct to say that that's an equal representation of what the views should be around Māori wards. Today I want to acknowledge my Ngāti Pawa ancestors, who were one of the original iwi of this city, and all the other iwi that were originally here. I want to acknowledge my Ngāpuhi Nui Tonu side, and the fact that we know Mātā Waka make up a significant population here in Tamaki Makaurau. They need to have a voice here too at governing body. I want to acknowledge our Māori local board members that are here, Narissa Henry, Logan Saul, who are watching today and have come to support and have been supporting for years. Their mahi and their work is so important in terms of the future of our city. I also want to acknowledge Nanaia Mahuta and the work that she did on Māori wards. It had a huge impact on her and her own whānau to be able to make the changes that we have today, the opportunity to have Māori wards across our country. Like I've said, Māori wards are long overdue in Tamaki Makaurau. There have been marches up and down this main street here in our city so that Māori can have elected members represent them in this amazing city. The long-standing relationship between Māori and Pākehā was built on our founding document, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which we have the opportunity today to honour 180 years later. I just want to add too that I have travelled around the world to more than 60 countries who always make a comment about how well we are doing here in Aotearoa in terms of our representation for Māori and ensuring that Māori have a voice. We have our Māori seats in Parliament and we should also have them here. Unfortunately, here in Tamaki Makaurau, some don't agree with that view, but I'm proud to say, as a Māori person that has travelled the world, they can see that our country is actually moving forward. It's time for Māori representation in our biggest city of the country, in Tamaki Makaurau. It's time not to be fearful of change. It's time to stand up and support the next generation of Māori leaders coming through in our city. Let's be the change that we want to see for our next generations. Let's not make excuses today about IMSB being on committees. There's no one sitting here at this table from IMSB. Look around. They're sitting in the background. They should actually be here. We should have Māori representation at this table. We need to see a Māori mayor and a Māori prime minister in our lifetime, and how is that ever going to happen if we don't provide a pathway for them? The numbers are close today, I'm well aware of that. And I hope that some of our leaders in this city look beyond their years that they will serve here at governing body and think about the future of our city and the future generations of our young people to come who will actually learn about New Zealand history and the role that Māori have always played in terms of our leadership in Tamaki Makaurau. Kia kaha koutou, it's time for change. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Furley, please.
Kia ora, Worship, and that is truly a difficult act to follow, and I want to acknowledge and tautoko our wahine toa, Councillor Kieran Leone, for that kōrero. I just want to add my support. Obviously I'm seconding it, so I'm going to support it. I want to pick up on a point that Matua Williamson made about ignoring consultation. I want to remind people that it's been done more than once around this table. LGNZ, most of our local boards told us they didn't want us to pull out, and yet many on that side voted for us to pull out, and we did. The shares, the largest number of Aucklanders actually said they wanted us to keep all the shares. The second largest number said they wanted us to keep most of them, and then we sold them anyway. So it's not true that we always follow the letter of the consultation law, and certainly not true in this House. Your Worship, I just want to support the kōrero that's come from Councillor Kieran Leone today. Many people have said they support Māori seats. As we've been looking at this over time, many people say and have said that they support Māori and Māori voices. Well, today is the day to do that. Today is the day to show the rest of Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, and the rest of Aotearoa, New Zealand, who are watching us, that you truly support having Māori at this decision-making table. Let's not kick the can down the road again. We've heard that term used a lot, not kicking the can down the road. Well, that's what the substantive motion effectively does. It kicks that can down the road again. And I'm sorry, but this is not rushing it. By voting on it today, by standing up and voting to have Māori seats today, this is not rushing it. Māori have been waiting since 1840 to be equal partners in the treaty that they signed. This is not rushing it if we do this today. If we say we all want the same thing, we want better outcomes for Auckland, we want more voices around the table, we want better representation, then today is the day to do that. Your Worship, I'm mindful that Auckland is home to the largest population of Māori in the country, and yet that's not reflected around this table. And as many have said, yes, we've got the IMSB, and I'm thankful for them, but they aren't here today. They aren't here for the really big, important decisions that we make for our city. This is our opportunity to truly have Māori representation at this table. I'm really tired of, seeing our tangata whenua have to beg for that, to beg for us to let them sit at this table. It's shameful. And having people clap today, oh, mate. It's just, I don't really have the words to describe it. But today I'm going to stand alongside Māori in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland. I'm going to stand alongside our councillors who've put this up, and I'm going to vote in support of this. Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fully. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, this is a really important decision for Auckland and for all of us, and it's not an easy one. I respect each and every one of you around this table, even when we don't always agree. I think it's critical to take the emotion out of our decision and be very clear as to the context. This is not about whether we have matariki or not. This is not about stopping us delivering Māori outcomes. It is about asking whether we wish to establish Māori wards. Before we make that decision, I think it's important to look at what we currently have. We're set up very different to any other council in New Zealand. Now, you could argue we're actually ahead of every other council in New Zealand when it comes to a Māori voice. We have an independent Māori statutory board, and it's got 9 members, and it has 3 key objectives: to develop a schedule of issues of significance to mana whenua and mata waka of Tamaki Makaurau, to generally advise council on issues of significance to mana whenua groups and mata waka, and to provide 2 members on council committees that deal with natural and physical resources and any other committees as requested by council. This means that we have Māori participation on all our committees except for this one, and systems to include the IMSB members in processes like appointments of people on boards. It's not a system without issues, but it's there. And I have seen many mayors, including this one, involve IMSB members even at governing body level. Even though they don't have a vote, they have been involved in the decision to get to that final vote. Second, and rightly so I believe, we've gone out to all of Aucklanders to ask their opinion. Now, I'm sure we've all promoted that consultation, and the response has probably been one of the highest we've ever had on a single issue. What was really interesting for me, that out of all the iwi, they didn't all respond. Got 19 iwi, they didn't all respond. And of the individual Māori, so forget Pākehā, forget Europeans and Asians and Indians and everybody else in our multicultural city that we live in Māori individuals, the numbers were 54 in favour and 44 against, so it wasn't exactly conclusive. My next point I want to talk about is my own ward, and I know I'm a regional councillor, but you'll all know that Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei is based in my ward. Their view is important to me. I noted that their submission did not express a specific view, but instead focused on their preference to ensure that the appropriate recognition of their tangata whenua status and for any representation model to reflect their special relationship as tangata whenua in Tamaki Makaurau. I've discussed their submission with them. They're aware of my position on this issue, and they have not requested me to change my vote. No seat at the governing body can replace the direct, enduring relationship between Auckland Council and tangata whenua of Auckland, such as Ngāti Whātua. In my view, strengthening those relationships should be the focus, and providing 1, maybe 2 seats will not necessarily achieve that. And finally, I'm keen to work with however many parties will be part of the new government on the best deal for Auckland. My understanding is at least one of those parties has definitely opposed and wants to repeal the act that allows for Māori seats. And I don't believe that having a vote today will help that negotiation with central government. So to Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Foley, I totally support you on your resolution, on your amendment for A, but I'm sorry, I will not be supporting you on B. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Could I have Councillor Henderson, please?
Kia ora, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I'll start off with an apology because it's kind of, I'm sharing Councillor Williamson's discomfort, probably not for the same reasons, but I'm pretty uncomfortable here as a Pākehā, sitting here discussing representation from tangata whenua. I'm not tangata whenua. I have a democratic duty to do so, but I also have a legislative duty to do so, and I raised this in questioning earlier. Section 4 of the Local Government Act, I'll read this again. In order to recognise and respect the Crown's responsibility to take appropriate account of the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi and to maintain and improve opportunities for Māori to contribute to local government decision-making process. Maintain and improve. That's a duty upon us, a direct duty in the Act. I want to back some of the beautiful kōrero that I've heard earlier in this debate. Councillor Filipaina, Councillor Dalton, goodness, a really, really beautiful way to start. And I sit here thinking, look, I can't follow that, but I feel duty to say a few things, I suppose. I'll point out that in listening to communities, our most important duty here, and this goes in line with my discomfort, is to listen to Māori communities. Māori communities back it, they're telling us what to do. It's our job to listen to that. And if that's not quite to your taste, 18 local boards also told us what to do, including Henderson, Massey and Waitakere Rangers in my ward. I want to shout out to them. We listen to our local boards as well around here, in my view. We get the model right by referring it to the Joint Governance Working Party as per it says in this amendment here from Councillor Filipaina. And I just encourage people that have said that they support Māori wards, that's great, right? The appropriate course of action, in my view, is just to vote yes to this amendment of Councillor Filipaina and then send it on and we'll work on it, right? We'll get it right, you know? Anyone can show up to that committee. But what I'd say to that line of thinking is to show us that you support it. If you're saying that you're supporting it, show us. Show us today with your vote. Show your community with your vote. Just quickly, I want to acknowledge the Waitakere City Council that went on this journey prior to amalgamation. Back in 2005, they tried to introduce Māori wards, 2005, and it was narrowly voted down. One councillor saying it was too much too soon. It was too much too soon, nearly 20 years ago. In 2010, when the amalgamation occurred, the Deputy Mayor at the time, Penny Hulse, said that not including Māori seats was a missed opportunity that will not come around again for a long, long time. Now, that council led with its taumata runanga work, but it also acknowledged that we needed to do more work, and that was all the way back then. So I'm saying to everyone here, if not now, then when? What will change in 2028? Our treaty obligation will not change. Our beautiful modern community will march on and it will get more diverse and more multicultural, and we're going to make progress and we're going to do good things for the city. All that's going to happen. But the treaty obligations and the treaty partnership that we have will not end. So it's time to show leadership today. It's time to vote in favour of Māori wards. Mā pango, mā whero, ka oti te mea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Ferry, please.
Kia ora, and just acknowledging the whakatauki that Councillor Henderson used at the end there, which I believe is if we weave the black and the red, the work will be complete, which I think is really appropriate. I support this amendment because it is well past time that we had Māori representatives elected by Māori and with their mandate at this table. as we do not have today. Under the treaty, we are one nation but many people, and we live here and have rights through two avenues. Tangata whenua, people of the land, who have been here for generations and are recognised as First Peoples and Indigenous under international law. And tangata tiriti, people of the treaty, as Councillor Dalton referred to. People who have come here, or their relatively recent ancestors did, because the treaty allow for us to live here. People like me, tauiwi, my rights as a New Zealander flow from the treaty and not from the land. Most people living in New Zealand, most people around this table, are in that same waka, and yet everyone at this table has to be elected as if there are not two avenues to be New Zealanders, but only one, as if there were not two treaty partners, but only one. With only general seats, only one treaty partner is effectively represented around this table because of the tyranny of the majority. While Māori may be elected in those general seats, they are not elected by Māori to represent Māori. All respect to my colleagues with whakapapa and those in the audience, those online, those of us who have family members who are Māori. And thank you to Councillor Bartley for speaking up for against some of the offensive remarks made before, which were hard to hear and must have been much harder to hear for my colleagues with whakapapa. The parliamentary model is not, in my view, ideal, but it is progress. It can be a step on the path to the Royal Commission model, and to that end I would encourage Councillor Fletcher, who supports the Royal Commission model, to support this as a step on that pathway. As Councillor Henderson has said, if you support Māori seats, this is your chance to show that, and you should vote for this amendment because it heads in that direction, even if it isn't going to be perfect. We do not need additional work, as the substantive motion would ask for. As Councillor Filipaina has outlined at length, we are not rushing this at all. It is overdue. Councillor Foley has spoken to that. Councillor Henderson's points about Waitakere City's attempts and Penny Hulse's comments back in 2010. This is not a rush. This is the slowest rush I have ever seen. I was interested to hear that Councillor Williamson is uncomfortable with 11 people making big decisions for our country or our city. I note that his experience as a cabinet minister, which would usually be as one amongst 20, which may have come down to 11 people voting on huge decisions for our whole nation, although of course we shall never know the details of that due to cabinet collective responsibility and confidentiality. With respect, I suggest that saying that we're in a rush or that we need to do more consultation or more work on this might be something of a cop-out in this debate. Now, to get back to the parliamentary model, we call it that because it reflects what we see in central government. 7 Māori seats elected from the Māori role. We've done quite a bit in question time about how that means no extra votes for anybody. I note also that Auckland actually had Māori seats from 1986 to 1989 under the Auckland Regional Authority. Each parliamentary electorate was able to elect a representative to that body, including the Māori seats. The sky did not fall then. It has not fallen at central government from having Māori seats since 68. It has not fallen in those areas that have adopted Māori seats at the local level. The sky would not fall here either. Indeed, we would hold it up better together. I want to acknowledge that, like my colleagues, I have received hundreds of emails in the last week, mainly via the Hobson's Pledge group, opposing Māori representation. I have read all the ones I've received prior to 11 a.m. this morning, and I note that many are cut and paste, which is fine. I'm not denigrating that. But I have particularly noted amongst those who have added bits or written their own words, there have been some really problematic and disappointing sentiments. And I believe a lot of that is based on disinformation. One of the words that's been used quite a bit has been apartheid. And I just want to read a short definition. So the apartheid from 1948 to 1994 in South Africa was the racial segregation under the all-white government of South Africa that dictated that non-white South Africans, who were at that time a majority of the population, were required to live in separate areas from whites, use separate public facilities, and contact between the two groups was limited. They were physically separated, they were not allowed to marry, they were not allowed to have children across racial boundaries. None of that has anything to do with having Māori representation elected by Māori for Māori at this table. It is a completely different story, and one that in my experience, mana whenua, mata awaka, and everyone at this table thoroughly and utterly reject. So I want to put that to bed right now. There is no apartheid as a result of this decision. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Could I have Councillor Bartley, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm speaking in support of this, of Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Foley and what they have raised. I support it, and I've read the emails that are asking us, we are speaking, are you listening? I am listening, we're all listening, because we're here to work for everybody. I'm listening, I'm reading where you're saying that if we support Māori seats at this table, we're supporting civil disharmony, we're supporting race-based system, apartheid, adding another layer of bureaucracy, we're appeasing only 12% of the population, we're encouraging double dipping, dictatorial tribalism, making Auckland become a backwater of Pacific people. What else are they saying? That there's already mechanisms there. And, you know, those are not easy things to read, especially when you don't look like the majority. When I got voted in, people said, I hope she works for everyone, not just her own kind. In my mind, my own kind is humans. So I wasn't quite sure what they meant by that. But around this table, you're elected to work and represent everybody. So even though there's councillors here of Māori descent, like Councillor Filipaina, Councillor Leone, Councillor Hills, possibly Councillor Williamson, you are not here as, you know, you're not the voice of Māori. Māori don't have a voice at this table, as you can all see and as was explained by previous councillors. I support Māori seats because it's respecting tangata whenua. I don't have any particular words around the treaty, but it's acknowledging the people of this land by having a seat at the table. That's the real difference you can make, is the power, being in power, being at the decision-making table. Our Auckland plan talks about a thriving Māori identity is Auckland's point of difference in the world. And how do we even show that? Yes, we may have Māori designs on buildings, we do iwi engagement, we have a pōwhiri, we have a karakia. All that is token if you don't have their representation at the decision-making level of a city. So I support this. I support, doing what I believe is right. I know people, you know, say, don't let emotion get into it. I'm fully emotional about this. It's just so sad that people feel like something is being taken away from them. You know, we are not in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s anymore, where you just have a token person as an advisory panel or, you know, city. It's just not that. Even though our infrastructure is from the 1950s and 60s, the people have changed in the city. The city is changing. So I don't see this as a taking away of anything. I see it as doing what is right. And I also take umbrage at that presenter when he talked about, people are only a bit Māori or a bit this or a bit that. It's nobody's business how you identify to your ethnic makeup. If you are 1% Māori, whatever, you are Māori. It's nobody's business to tell you that you are not. So I support this. I think it's the right thing to do. I don't want to be hearing my nieces and nephews who are Māori. I don't want them when they're grown up to say, Auntie, you were sitting at that table. Why didn't you support Māori seats? So I am voting to support this, and I hope we don't kick it down the can because it's a long time coming. There's been so much about this. And I don't say to anybody, if you support Māori seats, you should support this. It's just, for me, I support Māori seats, and this is how I'm going to vote in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Could I have Councillor Newman, please?
Where were these speeches 4 years ago when John Tamaheri stood to be Mayor of Auckland? Where were these speeches at that time? Well, the platform was there to elect a Māori Mayor of Auckland, and I didn't hear these speeches back then. 4 years later, we're hearing these speeches. The platform has been provided in the past. The truth of Your Worship is that some people want to back change on conditional terms, and that's okay. We accept that, but I accept the speeches that we're hearing today, but I think that they are 4 years too late. I am elected with a mandate to be the councillor for the Manaureo Papakura Ward, representing my constituents, all of them. If you don't like that, well, you take it up with them, because ultimately they are the people who will determine the value of my advocacy. They get a ballot with my name on it, with the names of other people, and they will decide. Councillor Filipaina, I don't support the parliamentary model full stop. I've expressed that view to David Taipari, to Rangi McLean, to Anne Candy, to others, and the reason for that is that I only consider this issue in terms of a mechanism for mana whenua representation. That's my concern. That's what I believe needs to be addressed. The parliamentary model provides no mechanism for that. You might fluke it, but the reality is that if you were to have an intervention to ensure representation for me, it would be about mana whenua representation. So I actually find myself agreeing in part with the Royal Commission, but only so far as it provides for a mechanism for mana whenua, not the parliamentary model. And that's an important distinction. It probably satisfies nobody in this debate, but it is how I feel. I accept that. I've read the emails. I have reflected on the feedback, strongly held views, not a surprise. This is a rather binary debate. It encourages people to give strong... I thought that the timing of this was atrocious, predictable and atrocious. To take a consultation like this into what was in effect a general election campaign was always going to be a recipe for very visceral division in relation to how people judge this matter. The truth of the matter is, Your Worship, I am very proud of the work that I have done through the years to support Māori to be elected to public office. I want a Rangi McLean here around this council. And if you don't like the nature of representation around this table, well, here's an idea. Resign your seat and make way for someone else. Hold the applause. You won't like the balance. Look, the truth of the matter is, Your Worship, is that unfortunately there is a tyranny of majority and it is tough. I'm sorry that Rangi was not elected. I'm hopeful for Matt Maniata and others in the future. I think there's good progress to be made. But there's another point, Your Worship, and this is an important point. Respectfully, the legislation that enables this was passed under urgency in August this year, days before the dissolution of the Parliament. And the government that passed that enabling legislation was very heavily defeated, and we will almost certainly see, I know because I've been asked about what is the timing for representation review, we will see advice as to what the newly elected government, to be constituted very shortly, will do in relation to the Local Electoral Act. And I don't want to be, as a creature, local government is a creature of statute. And I don't want to be in a situation whereby we are acting at variance with what that legislation is going to say. I have a fair idea of what that might say. I think people do. It hasn't been declared today because the reality is that we have to operate on the basis of what was pushed through in August, days before a general election. Finally, Your Worship, I have to say that I accept for you, this is a very tough position for you to be in, but the deferral option, which I will support if this amendment is not successful, really needs to be informed not so much by a whole lot of work from the Joint Governance Working Party next year. As soon as you get advice from government, that needs to be reported back, because I think that could clarify things quickly so that we can get on with that representation review. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to do what was envisaged by the Royal Commission. I would welcome that, at least in part. But I won't be supporting your amendment, Councillor Filipaina. I will be held to account by my electors in my ward, and I'm very comfortable with the feedback that I've received to date in relation to the matters that I have reflected today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Newman. Could I have Councillor Watson, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everyone for their contributions today. There's a lot of very compelling arguments and points being put up. I just wanted to start, Mr. Mayor, by just setting this issue in context, and Councillor Fletcher alluded to it, but like a lot of things around this place, we sometimes stumble on to the next step without looking at what's wrong with the starting line, and the starting line undoubtedly was a super city structure that was set up. Terry Dunleavy, who was a National Party man, he referred to the whole super city structure as a mangled monstrosity on our largest metropolis. A little more eloquently, Professor Ian Shirley, who is a Pro-Vice-Chancellor of AUT University, said of the super city structure, including Maori representation, it ignores history, fails to connect in any meaningful way with the diverse populations and neighbourhoods of the region, and has established a corporate framework and process that will not gain the trust of ratepayers. Obviously hasn't gained the trust of Maori, and I'd say that Maori aren't much different from lots of other communities around Auckland. Having said that, there has been no attempt to address a number of the structural shortcomings of this place, and we just keep stumbling on, and this is another example of it today. Having said that, we have gone out for consultation on Maori seats, and I guess having paid 170 grand or whatever it was for public consultation, we should at least take note of it. And the report does set out in some detail what that feedback was, even though, like all reports, you can pick and choose a bit, but I've certainly chosen the things that have stood out for me. And the first one was really the engagement last year with Mana Whenua and Matawaka, where the feedback was that neither the parliamentary nor the Royal Commission model was suitable, and that a bespoke model is required for Auckland Council, and I'd actually agree with that. The conversation was to continue. In terms of this particular round of consultation, from feedback from Maori, what really surprised me was the large number of individual Maori, 45%, who did not support this proposal. That seemed to me to be quite a high statistic. Amongst the balance of the wider public, it was a lot more significant again of the individual responses. 68%, nearly 70%, did not support introducing Maori seats for the elections. So that was quite strong feedback, and I do acknowledge the tyranny of the majority, where you can be at a disadvantage if you're a group within a bigger group, but that was quite convincing. From that consultation process, one of the things that was picked up on was the role of the IMSB, and I know we've tried to be steered away from that, but for me it's fundamental, and my position on this has been pretty clear. Councillor Filipaina is absolutely right. There has been a succession of votes endorsing Maori seats. In all of those votes, I've maintained this position, is that you have to deal with the issue of the IMSB. It's there, you just can't ignore it. 9 members, 2 board members sit with full voting rights on each of the council committees. In any of the consultation material that went out, there was no reference to voting rights. To me, that's absolutely fundamental to representation, participation, use any word you like. If you have a vote at the table, you are representing. That's all we have. Ultimately, when it comes down to it, in a few minutes, we're going to have a vote. That's it. The IMSB does have a vote. They are controlled by Section 82 of that Auckland Council Act. The board is independent. It's not required to accept direction from any person. And the purpose of the board is to ensure council acts in accordance with the statutory provisions of the Treaty of Waitangi, and certainly the IMSB members do that. Admittedly, there is that glaring anomaly. I think someone referred to it being a little bit insulting of being left out of the governing body. I would agree with that. That seems to me to be an anomaly that should and could have been addressed in the years prior, and I'm not quite sure why that will have happened. But I guess my point is we have a body, 9 people, have our own secretariat, own officers, entirely independent, who have a vote on all manner of issues, any decision making. So to me, in my rather perhaps simplistic view of things, if you're talking about that bespoke model that was referred to by the mana whenua feedback, you have to deal with that situation, or you just can't pretend it doesn't exist. Otherwise, you're in a position of adding, as some of the submitters said, another layer to this model, to this mangled monstrosity, as Mr. Dunleavy said. It just adds to that. So just finally, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware of the old North American Indian proverb, to understand the man or the woman, you must first walk a mile in his moccasin. And I'll be the first to say I don't necessarily understand all of that. But what I do understand is what the consultation has said, and the existence of a body that is representative, that is participatory, and you have to deal with that if you want to get that bespoke model that was signalled right at the start. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Could I have Councillor Mike Lee, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank my colleagues for their contributions to this very important debate. It's a difficult debate, but we need to be frank because this is a critical issue for the people of Auckland and for the people of New Zealand right now. One of my colleagues did enjoin us to listen to the people, and I fully agree with that. And in particular, if this council, as it often does, engages in an expensive consultation program, usually called Have Your Say, it's very important that we listen when people have their say. And we ask the people of Auckland to have their say, and they have, and it behoves us to listen very carefully what their preference is. And we have a clear majority, seeing we ask them, we have a clear majority of people who say that they do not want to proceed down the avenue of separate Māori seats at this point in time, and they have good reasons, I believe. I came into local politics, regional politics in 1992 in a by-election, and for what was called Auckland Central for the ARC. The ARC at that time in its history was structurally and politically still the ARA with 28 members, and had since 1986, in the first round of local government reforms by the Labour Minister of Local Government, the Honourable Dr. Michael Bassett, was based on the parliamentary model. All the seats were based on the pre-MMP parliamentary model. My seat I stood for in the by-election was Auckland Central. The reason why there was a by-election was that the incumbent member had resigned. The term had gone on for 4 years, and the government of the day had made it very clear that it was going to chop the ARC into fairly small pieces. So that person resigned. That person was Hiwi Tauroa, who was a famous rugby coach for counties and also for a time the race relations conciliator. He stood for national in a red-hot Labour seat, and the people in my electorate, including myself actually, voted for him. And then he stood down and I came in. Had he not stood down, probably I would never have gone into politics because I wasn't involved in the conventional political structures at that time. However, not long after I was elected, apart from joining Bruce Jesson in a notice of motion to stop the sale of the ports of Auckland, which was carried by 1 vote, encouraged by my success, I put out a notice of motion to retain the Maori seats. There were 2 Maori seats in the ARC at the time. There was Northern Maori and there was Western Maori. Northern Maori, the member for Northern Maori was Waireti Norman, who would be described nowadays as Mata Waka, in the old days, Ngā Haue Whā. And the member for Western Maori was Taho Cooper, Tangata Whenua, and that's the way Maori voters wanted it. 12 or 13 years later, I became chairman of the ARC, and 6 years later, the government of the day decided to completely disappear the Auckland Regional Council, and in the Royal Commission, the ARC argued for elected Maori seats, and that's my actual preference today. Though obviously the world has changed, and in particular in Auckland local government, the advent, for better or worse, of the Independent Maori Statutory Board, 9 members, as Councillor Simpson has pointed out, who are represented on every committee, every working party, every ad hoc body that this council comes up with, but not the governing body. However, we have to respect democracy. If you look at the practicalities of having the IMSB, the 9 members, plus elected Maori members, how that would work raises all sorts of problems, and that is why I think the distinct lack of not the overwhelming majority of support for this change from Maori voters, who you would think would be overwhelmingly in support of it. They have not been, but what has become very clear from the Maori point of view is that essentially what the Mayor has got up there in his resolution for further discussions about Maori representation in Auckland, and I agree with that. We have to listen to the public. The public have made their feelings very clear in all sorts of electorates. Looking at the last election, there was a strong message, not just in national seats, but in Labour seats, that people were not happy, that people were disappointed, in fact, that the fine words and the atmosphere of disunity was disturbing for them. I think what we have to recognise here, Mr Mayor, is that the people in Auckland, whether they be Māori or Pākehā, whether they be Asian or anyone else, broadly are the same in their views.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you
very much. I would like to have Councillor Turner, who's online. Are you out there, Councillor Turner?
Thank you to everybody. I've listened and learned a lot. I've only been elected for 12 months. I was elected to do a job as a councillor, to support everybody and speak for all the people and engage with them. Anyone who engages with me, I engage back. We're not kicking the can down the road as far as I'm concerned. I've only been here 12 months. One of the reasons I'm here is people put me here because they weren't happy with some of the decisions in the past. So I'm not talking about kicking the can down the road. I'm talking about doing my job properly. I support Maori ward seats, but I do not support Independent Maori Statutory Board at the same time. My reasons are twofold. I believe both would deliver an over-representation of mana whenua and an under-representation of Mata Waka. I have spoken to Maori, I have engaged, I have written to several groups. I have let them know what my opinions are and asked for their feedback. Only one group has fed back to me, but no one has challenged that that Maori ward seats will fix these issues that we have. And if there was a Maori ward seat, I would be getting pressured the next day to support their vote, or getting pressure somewhere else not to support their vote, just has been happening to me over the last few weeks. Mr. Mayor, we want to fix Auckland, not fiddle with it. And we've got 160 councillors of elected people. We've got too many. I don't want to add anybody to it. I have no problem with Maori being part of a decent structure, but we need, like we've talked about many times before, a complete restructure, which brings less bureaucracy. And so I will not be supporting this amendment, and I will be supporting yours. I think we need to go, lacking the ability to eloquently present what I think Councillor Christine Fletcher represents my thinking the most poignantly. And so I won't be voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, there's been quite a lot of information coming through the electronic means of recent, entertaining, informing, and some of which I've parked in the archives as being worthy of a reminder of some of the vitriol and divisiveness that I've witnessed on this item, unfortunately. The one suggesting Māori need to be DNA tested, I will definitely be keeping as a reminder of that. But I'm not consumed with all that, interpretations, versions of the treaty and the semantics of te tiriti. That would only spiral me too into a miserable life and avoid my responsibility to make a really informed decision, and a decision that's informed by 182 years of te tiriti, I think it is now. One thing I'm really clear on in terms of that treaty is, as I think it was Councillor Ferry gave us a brief synopsis, it did cede sovereignty and the Crown assured certain rights. And they conferred those rights on Māori, and they were very clear. And in my mind, those rights are unshakable, absolutely unshakable. And you can shake at it with every stick you've got, but they are implicit, and shared governance responsibility is implicit in those rights. You can dissect it any way you like. The partnership and shared governance was absolutely locked into that treaty. So Māori have that unique status, and it's enshrined in that document, including the right to govern over the lands and treasures as they determine. You're going to like it or lump it. It is. So shared governance seems to scare the pants off some people, not me, but I can understand that fear in many ways too. I can understand fear when there's a reluctance to go much further than picking at the scab, looking at what caused the wound, and there's a big backstory there. And I don't think I need to go into that backstory right now, but there is a long, long period of wounding. For me, I'm not remotely fearful. Quite the contrary, I'm very willing, and there's no perfect representative democracy, and I think every day at our jobs we should be willing to improve, to tweak, to add value to that democracy. And I view that the introduction of Māori wards is definitely a way to add value to that democratic process. And it'll only improve our democracy overall. The Māori wards across the Motu have become somewhat of a norm. We're the laggards. This big city of Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, a third of the population, and contributing to this nation, is behind, well behind. And it's a great shame because most urban Māori are living here, right in our midst, and we have a responsibility to see them represented better. There's many ways to look at this, of course. The introduction of Māori wards would create that real genuine partnership with Māori that is enshrined in the treaty. It's only going to improve that democracy. There are these examples right throughout the land now that I mentioned earlier in questioning of the staff over rivers, maunga, coastal areas, local councils, regional authorities. I've never heard an issue raised with I've only heard of the success of those shared governance responsibilities. I had the absolute privilege of being on a treaty settlement established shared governance entity, being our own Tupuna Maunga Authority, for 3 years. In 3 years, there was never a vote by division. There was always agreement by consensus. We approached it the Māori way rather than the Pākehā way. And never, ever was there a point in a decision where there was one member left behind. Every member joined in the decision making and giving assent to that direction of the Tupuna Maunga Authority. The Tupuna Maunga Authority inherited degraded maunga. Maunga, I'm embarrassed to now recognise as absolute discards of the former councils. They are cultural landscapes, just not mounds on the horizon. So, Mayor, I'm not afraid. I'm open arms to this change. I fully embrace Māori representation through the introduction of Māori wards. And I'm going to leave you with these words. These words, we all stand to benefit from relationships which share responsibility. I will continue to talk about co-governance as something to be embraced, not feared. And some people will not like it. Bad luck. They're not my words. They're the words of the Honourable Chris Finlayson. And if you want to come up to pace on Māori issues from a Conservative politician, take a read of Chris Finlayson. I do admire the man. I admire his period as Minister of Treaty Settlements for a very long period under a former national government. Let's take his lead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Darby. I've got Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the amendment of Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Foley, and I think deferring it is probably the only way to go. One of the things that I know that you, Mayor Wayne Brown, are wanting to do is you're wanting to have a discussion on reducing the number of councillors in the city and the local boards, and until we've actually done that, I think we would be very foolish to be voting to have Māori wards when we don't even know how many council wards we'll have and local boards. So I'll be supporting your recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. Like Councillor Stewart, I won't be supporting the amendment. When I look at the evidence that I've got before me, there's an overwhelming tide of opposition to Māori wards. It's overwhelming, and that is incontrovertible. So these are the people of Auckland that are speaking to us. So we've had this, we've had a very recent election where I would suggest that issues around this context were part of people's voting choices. And we had local body elections coming up to, around a year ago. So the people continue to speak, and our role should be to listen to them. And we're a lot different. We exist, or this council exists in perpetual succession, so it's going to be around in a long time. And it's really important that we get things right and we take people with us. And there's a larger context around Western democracies that we're seeing worldwide, and we're part of that. So people are vitally concerned about fairness. They're concerned about democracy, one person, one vote. They're vitally concerned around accountability, and these sorts of things are playing out everywhere because there are parts of the planet where those things are not the case, and you've got, in the worst case, autocracies. So there's this tide that people out there, the general public, are aware of. They're aware of it internationally, and they also recognise it's important locally. And like my fellow councillor, Councillor Watson, I have a huge concern around the IMSB and the fact that they're not responsible, they're not accountable to anyone, yet they do have the authority. And fundamentally, that is unfair. And I think that if more Aucklanders were aware of that, which they are not sufficiently aware of because this process did not adequately inform them, then they'd be even more concerned. So, Mr. Mayor, I agree with your amendment. I think it's quite fair and appropriate and democratic to defer this item. We're going to have a new government, and I'm sure that that will put a different complexion on things, and it would be wrong of us to second guess that process, and that needs to play out. So I'll be voting against the amendment that's up there, and I'll be voting for the motion that the Mayor is putting forward.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Baker, please.
Thank you, Worship, and I'm probably getting towards the end. I was feeling like I'm the last one standing, unless Greg's online, and so I'm probably getting close to being the one between us and lunch, and I probably enjoy lunch more than most. Look, I've been sitting here since the start of Auckland Council as a spectator a lot of the times, and in this last year sitting here, and I just want to commend, I guess, the quality of the debate and the things that have been said, and from every perspective. And because I found it really, really helpful, I found it insightful, I found it impassioned, and that's awesome. I don't think there's a single person here who is fearful of making a decision. I don't think there's a person here who is fears the establishment of Māori seats. But what we've heard time and time again from people in this term is that they want us to do things correctly. They want us to stop making decisions in the way that we have made decisions over the years. It has been a clear message. And so I commend the Mayor's sort of resolution on the fact that it allows us to do some more work. It doesn't say we are not going to have Māori seats. It says we are going to do more work and we are going to get the best possible outcome for Aucklanders. And I applaud that. And so I won't be rushed. I won't be supporting the amendment, and I will be supporting, and as a member of the Joint Working Party, I will be in looking forward to diving into some more detail so that we can do something right and we can do it well. I've always lived by the do it once, do it well, and I believe this is the way we should be doing it. And I'm very mindful of looking at my ward, 80%, we were the 8th highest number of submissions came from Franklin. 80% were opposed to the prospect. So I'm mindful of that, but I'm also mindful of the fact we need to do the right stuff, and I agree with so much of what's been said on both sides of the argument today.
Okay, that seems like everybody's had a crack at it. On that basis, I think it's time. I presume you'll want a division for this.
I've also got a point of order, Chair. I've also got a point of order, if that's okay. And the point of order is in relation to 1.4.2, and it's B, which is an explanation of previous speeches that have been done. It's understanding orders if you have a look at it. I just wanted to, I'm not going to introduce, Your Worship, there have been a few councillors here that have said things, and all I'm going to do is point out what they've already said. So it's 1.4.2B, bracket B, is the standing order, and I promise, because I'm like Andy, Councillor Baker, I need to have my lunch, but I promise it'll be kept under 1 minute. So it has to be with your permission, Chair.
That's okay.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Chair, thank you, Chair. Look, all I want to do, and I'll push that, All I want to do, and Councillor Baker's going to look at it, I just want to point out, and I've heard this, the kōrero, te whānau Waipareira Huakina Development, Manurewa Marae, Rua Potaka Marae, te Puna Hauhora, te Hā Oranga, Manukau Urban Māori Authority, Te Akatai Waiuhua, Hoane Waititi. Just want to let you know that they support the parliamentary model because the Royal Commission model cannot. There are 269, over 269 mātā waka in Tāmaki Makaurau, mana whenua, 27,500. I just want to point those out. Those are the numbers we're talking about, not the numbers. And I've got 14 seconds, so thank you, Chair. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. I'd like to compliment everybody on the disciplined way we have dealt with this, which is quite a difficult debate. I'm now going to ask Sandra to carry out this by division, because if I don't ask her, you'll ask me to ask her. So Sandra will carry out the vote by division, please, and I'm handing this over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
Aye, tō toko.
Councillor Hills.
Aye, thank you.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Leone.
Aye.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against?
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Against.
Mayor Brown.
I'm going to abstain. I might explain that, but I stood to fix Auckland, and this is not one of my 5 big things. And it seems to me to be terribly even-handed, and I feel very uncomfortable about doing something which is a constitutional requirement of the government.
So that's lost 9 votes to 11 with 1 abstention.
Okay, the result is 9 votes to 11 against that, so we'll now move to the substantive first one. I don't know if there's any need for any more discussion and rules, but some people want to. I'm not going to prevent more debate, but we'll just give me a second to reset my page, if that's all right. Councillors Filipaina, Henderson and Ferry, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. What we've just done is kick the can down the road. 2017, one of my colleagues ended up mentioning, where were you 4 years ago? Where were you 4 years ago? Well, guess what? I was here 4 years ago. And guess what? I was also fighting for Māori seats all the way through since 2010. Even when I ended up in Manukau City Council in 2003, I have been fighting for Māori representation because I do not, nor do you, around this table. You don't have the mandate to talk for Māori. You can talk for your ward. You can also represent, but you can't speak for Māori. The Honourable Nanaia Mahuta, I mihi to you, and hopefully you're watching Nanaia, because one, when you took away that referendum, around a binding referendum, that was the best thing, and I had a few drinks after that, because that ended up knowing that that's exactly what was going to happen at Tāmaki Makaurau when this came up. Also, not only with that, but also the changes. The 20 councillors, the numbers, we got that changed as well. When I say we, the Honourable Nanai Mahuta, and then lately, just as it went through, was the Honourable Kieran McAnulty. That has gone through. And I can, sorry, Councillor Williamson, I have never spoken when you have. Oh, well, somebody did. So it was, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Williamson, just looked over there. Thank you. So, yeah, no, all I knew was over there somewhere. So, look, for me, it's a bad day for Māori, I can tell you now. It's a bad day for Māori because we still have the opportunity to end up talking to the incoming government. We have that opportunity. Councillor Fletcher mentioned, oh, look, I'd rather wait. And I know, Councillor Fletcher, that you have been here the same time. And I know you have been supporting and advocating for Māori seats. That could have still been done with His Worship the Mayor, even yourself, talking to the incoming government. But we've missed that opportunity. So as my late mother, who's buried up in Nawurua with my two brothers, she always used to say to me, go with the flow, son. And I'm going to go with the flow. Who knows whether I'll be here post-2025. You never know how this may end up coming back. And then some big shadow, 167 Ks, may be back after. Yes, I've lost weight. So look, I just wanted to, may end up coming back after the 2025. We have missed this opportunity, and I know that the people that I have been spoken to and also listened to on the 2nd of December, they are also noting the people who had voted this down. Kia ora.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll be quick. But yeah, a sad and disappointing day as well. Just acknowledging Councillor Filipaina and also our Tauhene down the back, I think David Taipari as well. I was on the working group with you guys last term, working on this. Last term, right? And here we are, and we're going to be delaying again, right? I'm in a real bind with this situation here because I want us to deal with this at the next available opportunity which this resolution allows. So that's cool. But it says here that the plain words of the resolution agree that further work is required to determine the appropriate arrangements for Māori. I don't agree with that. What more work could we do? We had the working group last term. You know, and as I said in my previous korero, this has been debated for decades. What more work do we need? What more work do we need to get people across the line on this? More? The other part is discussion with Māori and the Auckland public, and I'm all for that. I'm all for discussion and people having their democratic say, etc. But I've also been bombarded with over 1,000 emails recently. I think people get the message. I think people know that we're talking about it today. Look, and while I've got the floor, I'll apologise to my constituents that have been desperately trying to get a hold of me in things like flooding issues, things that they're desperate for help from their councillor for, that I haven't been able to get to their emails because I can't find them, you know. So people have the democratic right and they're using the democratic right, and that's all cool. I support all of that. But what more consultation do you need? What more work do you need? I don't know. So I don't know how I'm going to vote on this because I'm really in two minds. I want us to deal with it as quick as we can, though. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Ferry would like to speak.
Kia ora. I want to speak a little bit about the origin of this substantive. So at an earlier point, so I chair the Joint Governance Working Party, and that Joint Governance Working Party is currently undertaking what's called the Representation Project, which means we are doing both the required 6-yearly representation review, which amongst other things looks at wards, and we're also doing a reorganisation proposal potentially which looks at local boards. And so originally I thought this might be quite an elegant solution to put this Māori seats work into that discussion so that it could all be looked at as a whole, and that does seem to have been a barrier for some of my colleagues today in getting across the line with the amendment, that they wanted to look at it holistically. Well, I don't think we did need to look at it holistically. I thought we had enough information already. I did see this as a way forward. However, that was when I thought that it would take effect for 2025. And now I'm feeling less supportive of this, although, as Councillor Henderson has said, support the intent to do this as soon as possible. I don't agree that further work is required beyond that consideration of how it fits in the whole ward structure, which is actually quite simple and which we could have done if we'd supported the amendment. I do just want to, and I appreciate the Mayor and his office for working on what I originally thought was going to be a useful way forward. But I do just want to point out there's a little bit of an anomaly. Well, there's a large anomaly here, actually. We have to vote on this by the 23rd of November 2023. Sorry, we had to vote yes or no to Māori wards. However, for all the other wards and for all the local boards, tweaking of boundaries, renaming things, changing the number of councillors, changing, we could go to, 25 people elected at large across the city. The deadline is September next year. So why, and I guess this is a question for central government really, but rhetorically put today, why is it that Māori wards are treated differently from general wards and from local boards and from local board boundaries and all of those issues? And I cannot help but see that as a continuation of a system which seeks to put Māori down. And I cannot support that. I don't know yet if I'm going to vote for this or abstain or vote against. I'm going to listen to the debate. But that inconsistency really concerns me, and I worry that if my colleagues feel, oh well, we'll do it next time, we'll just have the same debate again next time. We've missed an opportunity, and I acknowledge Matua Filipaina for his kōrero and his leadership on this over many years. And I acknowledge Whaia, can I call you Whaia? You're younger than me, so I probably can't. I acknowledge my benchmate, Councillor Leone, who I know has been really passionate in pursuing this term. This may be a second best. I don't know if I can support second best, but I'll keep listening and keep thinking. Thank you.
Councillor Leone, and then at some stage I will speak as the person who put this up and hopefully answer some of your questions, Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Look, I just want to reiterate the sentiments of Councillor Filipaina that it is a really sad day for Māori. When we reflect on this opportunity over the next 3 years and know that we could have actually made a significant difference today by putting it, supporting this resolution, which of course I had also thought about supporting as well. It just makes me reflect on the fact that it's just a huge loss for our city to know that it's been so close, that original vote, to be only 2 votes shy, and now we're going to have to put it off for another 3 years. Basically, that's what this amendment is doing. But I do want to acknowledge the Mayor's office for trying to put this forward, to look at an alternative. And I do want to reiterate the fact that we should at least have the Independent Māori Statutory Board membership on the Working Party, because, again, we're not being consistent with Māori representation even at that level. So if that's one thing that we could achieve through this resolution by having IMSB on that Working Party and having a voice in that next part of the decision-making process, then that is a positive for Māori. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Councillor Darby, please. Councillor Fuli after that, and then I might speak unless there's a queue.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm probably using this speaking opportunity to pose some questions to you, because I'm a little bit troubled by your abstention on the earlier motion. And I think your words were, it's not top of my list or not top 5 of my list. I'm worried that anything beyond 5 might be getting your abstention in the future. But look, I'll leave you to explain your abstention there, but then moving this. There's a disconnect there for me.
I'm complicated.
It is complicated. I'll let you explain, but it appears like there's no leadership on the first, but now you are leading on something that you're not really treating as important work. I think it does need explanation when your speaking turn comes.
Councillor Foley and Councillor Bartley, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I share the same sentiments as Councillor Ferry and Councillor Henderson. I'm not quite sure how I will vote because I agree too that we've done so much work on this topic. We've had 2 governing body resolutions that have supported Māori wards. We've advocated to the government to change. We advocated to Parliament to change the law to allow us to do it. If that hadn't been the case, the Māori seats would have been in already in time for the 2022 elections. But we just didn't have the ability to do it under the current parliamentary model. So we advocated for that change to Parliament and we got it. And now here we are and we've lost that opportunity. And again, I echo what others have said. It is a sad day for Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, and it's a sad day for our country, especially when we all consider that half of the councils around the country have already ushered in Māori seats. And yes, the sky has not fallen, the earth has not fallen away. We are still here and we are thriving and even doing better. So I'm not sure how I will vote on this, and I will listen carefully to the debate. I do want us to move forward. I wish that date said the 22nd of November 2023, but it doesn't. So, and I doubt that that's going to be amended. So I'm not quite sure, but I do support us finding a way forward, and I commend you for that, Your Worship, and I know that that's probably why you've put that there, to try to find a way forward, knowing, perhaps, having read the room, how that vote was going to go. I just want to leave us all with a thought as well, because this weekend there is going to be a very important match that probably the whole of Aotearoa New Zealand is going to watch, and other New Zealanders around the world. And when our team, the All Blacks, get up to do their haka, I know every New Zealander is going to feel the wairua, they're going to feel that spirit, they're going to feel that fervour, they're going to echo the words, the Māori words of that haka. And as a nation, we will stand together with our team on that field. I just wish that as a nation, we could have stood together on issues like this. Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Bartley, please.
Oh, thank you. I just want to speak to this. Ngāti Whātua Rākei, 183 years since Auckland land was gifted. If it wasn't for Māori, we wouldn't even have an Auckland. So I just think, wow, how easily we forget. Rōpōtaka Marae is the marae in my area, and they did not say in their submissions, kick it down the road. They said supporting Māori votes, supporting parliamentary model. If we can't get to the Royal Commission, then parliamentary on our way to Royal Commission. So I'm not going to accept anything less than that. I'm not supporting this. I think we had the opportunity to get Māori seats to do the right thing by the 2025 election, and we threw it away. So anything less is anything less, and that is what this is. I think you can make yourself feel better and go back to your constituency and say, I'm not against Māori seats because I supported us looking at it later on. That is actually saying you don't support Māori seats because you had the chance right now to put Māori seats in and you didn't take it. So yeah, in terms of your vote, Mayor, abstention, you got to stand for something. If you don't stand for something, then you're standing for nothing. So I hope you address that like what Councillor Darby said. Thank you.
Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. I just want to explain why I'm voting against this. It's a compromise. Another compromise. We're asking Māori to compromise again. It's not good enough. This is kicking the can down the road. I won't go back about the dates and the working party that I was on with Councillor Henderson and Councillor Filipaina in the IMSB. This is years. This is like years and years and years of work. And even when I was on a local board, working really hard to develop those relationships with mana whenua mātawaka and get voices to the table. This is a cop-out. This is shameful. and hiding behind something like we need to do more work, for God's sake. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Hills, I won't rule out the chance of probably swaying you, but you never know.
Kia ora, Mayor. The issues around this and the discussion around what point we wait till everyone's on board, I think is a difficult discussion when we're talking about minority groups or groups that don't have the majority to begin with. Speaking as someone who has had rights for myself improve over time, 2 days after I was born, homosexual law reform was passed, so I was only living illegally for 2 days. But, you know, over my lifetime, you know, there were things we fought for, and understanding myself meant that if the laws didn't accept me or didn't have a place for me, I didn't quite understand how I fit. And I know that over time, thankfully, the majority of Parliament saw the purpose of changing laws for people like me. In Switzerland, they had referendums for many, many a year to give women the vote, but of course only men could vote, and so women didn't get the vote till 1971. So I don't think anyone accepts that that was okay because the majority kept supporting men only voting until 50 years ago. So this is another issue where we kind of are hoping for a magical outcome. There were only 2 members around this table who didn't say they supported Māori seats. So there was an overwhelming majority that said they supported Māori seats. The issue is that they won't and haven't shown that with their vote. And the issue is there will be, when we get the hate mail, I assume, for those of us who put our names down in favour of Māori seats, I'm sure those who said they support Māori seats won't get the hate mail, even though they do say they support them. So it is a bit confusing what happens next, where we go to next, and when we continue to try and get a magical outcome for a minority that is a treaty partner. So I don't know how to vote for this. I feel like I want to vote for it because it does seem like moving forward, but we've done it several times already and we just kind of send to the next vote where everyone says, oh, I support this, but look, I can't vote for it. And I think that is a disappointment, and I think we need to understand once again that this shouldn't be feared. This is one of our seats around this table allowing Aucklanders to vote differently if they choose to on a different ward than they are now. It doesn't take away anything. And so this will send us around and around in circles again, and I'm sad about that. I guess that's mostly what I have to say, but I do want to point out for those listening that only 2 people around this table didn't support Māori seats in their words. So I hope that that's considered when we get the hate mail.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Newman. It's just possible I'll be able to speak before you'll die of hunger. But
I think the point was made in the last debate. I think it was an interesting debate. I'll declare my own position again. I don't support the Royal Commission model. Actually, there isn't a consensus of support for the parliamentary model. There isn't a consensus of support from Māori for the parliamentary model. It just isn't. Point to it, you won't find it. Here's some numbers. 65 days ago, the omnibus bill, which allowed for the consideration of the Māori ward option under the parliamentary model now without the use of referenda, was passed 65 days ago. 17 days later, the parliament was dissolved and a general election took place, and we have a consequence of that. That's what we face. I'm sorry if people can't accept that elections have consequences, but here's the thing, Your Worship, the Local Electoral Act is not constitutional, it is not entrenched. It will be subject to change. I don't want to spend the best part of the next 12 months, the Joint Governance Working Party, debating this. I simply want to get advice as to what the government intends to do in relation to that act, and for that matter to be reported back. It needs to be reported here so this matter can be recommitted, because if we are going to have, as I expect, changes to that Act, then that is very, very germane to this consideration, and then we can resolve our response to that. I will not be going at variance with what Parliament sets down. People like to think that they can, but you're a creature of statute and local government. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. And if there's no further questions, I'll attempt to sum up so we can put this. This is a complicated constitutional issue. I note, and it was quite clear that there wasn't an absolutely clear consensus view coming from either iwi, Maori or the broader public. The model available to us is exactly the same as for small councils. I won't pick on Horowhenua Gore again, but we've got 19 different iwi plus Matawaka plus an IMSB. I think we made a mistake not including the IMSB more fully in the consultation, because it is a form of representation, and I think that was probably, and that himself is a compromise. That was a compromise. Everything was about this council was a compromise, and it was not great compromise. Thank you, Mr. Rodney Hyde. I don't want us to go off looking at one thing like seats in isolation, particularly when there's been a change of government with parties who campaigned against this issue. All the options should be on the table rather than just looking at this one model at a time when we're looking at a lot of things around representation. I don't accept that we've missed this opportunity. I don't accept necessarily that it's going to not happen until December 2024. It's almost certain that this will be one of many things that I'll be sitting down with the government and talking about problems with the way this council was set up that should have been dealt with years before I put my hand up to become the mayor. I want this to be considered by the Joint Government's Working Party, who are also looking at other things proposed by the Royal Commission on Auckland Governance, and I want them to take a wider view than perhaps the narrow view that Councillor Ferry has concentrated on so far, and that's not a criticism. I think you're doing a great job. I note that in the legislation that would have gone onto this, we don't know whether we would have approved 0, 1 or 2 seats, because we could easily have just reduced the number of councillors to 7 and had no, even if we'd approved Maori seats. So I want to have a look at this. And when I'm putting forward what we did, it is a compromise to get us out of a situation which is nearly 50% for, 50% against, which is not a good thing to do important things on anyhow. I certainly wouldn't have wanted to have been in a position of having to do a casting vote on something which was so confused across the public. So I think it's very worthwhile to support the alternative thing that we've come up with, and we came up with that with the best of intentions, not as a way to avoid what we've done. And I think that today's use of the standard rules and I commend Councillor Filipaina for his deep knowledge of the rules. I'll be quizzing him on his deep knowledge of the some of the planning things we're coming up shortly. But so I would like you to support this as a way forward. I don't think in saying when it says by 31st of December 2024, I'd hope we can come back a bit earlier, particularly once it's clearer from the government exactly where they're going on these issues. And so I don't hold that as the last date. That's a date that I expect Councillor Ferry to beat hands down. And it will definitely become clearer once the government is in place and lets us know quite where some guidance. And so I'll leave it there, but I hope that's answered some of the questions that some of the people have raised. I do this without malice, and I do this in the hope that we can come to some consensus about this and give this a good support, and all get stuck in and see if we can extract the thorns from this product, from this problem rather. So I'm going to ask that we put
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification from you. I need you and if you could answer this point of clarification. I heard you and Councillor Newman point out that Māori are not sort of supportive, when in fact I had mentioned those that came in on the 2nd of December, and they were supportive of the parliamentary model if the Royal Commission model couldn't be done. That's my point of clarification. Please go back and have a look at them. There were, like I said previously, Te Whānau Waipareta, Huakina Development, Manurewa Marae, Rua Pōtaka Marae, Te Puna Hauora, Te Hā Oranga, Te Akatai Waiuhua, Hoane Waititi. That's my point of clarification, Mayor. They all supported the parliamentary model if we couldn't get, so those numbers are massive. I just want to point it out, especially now for those that are listening, that there were Māori, so I just wanted to
I didn't say
let
it
you know.
wasn't supported, I said it wasn't unanimously supported. There was mixed support, but there was very strong support in certain sectors for certain parts of it. But we still need to
thank you, mate.
put in, consider the position of the IMSB in the midst of all that as well. I think it was a mistake not to do that. Nevertheless, it wasn't my decision. This, however, is your decision. Is there anyone who particularly wants this to be by one of your favourite divisions? Okay, I thought that might happen. I'm going to pass it to Sandra now, who will go through a division. At the end of this, we'll know one way or another. Then I'm going to have a break, because there's a number of people who'd like to have something to eat or perhaps visit the plumbing. Sandra, please conduct the division.
Councillor Baker.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipaina.
Kaore.
No. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Hills.
No.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
Or
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
Or.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
It's carried 13-8.
Okay, those that voted against it, I hope you don't feel that you're so against it, you're not going to help work with the joint government's working party.
Can I clarify as chair, absolutely committed to seeing this work through the joint governance working party?
You
So
are.
I was, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for that. I'm
We will do
committed
it.
to helping you.
Yes, I'm very keen that we get some IMSB representation on that working party, but we can talk about that
Yeah.
later. Thank you.
I'm quite happy with that too. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to adjourn this for until 2:30. We've got a hell of a lot to do, so I hope you've packed a sleeping bag. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I now have a quorum, and we're going, and so we're going to carry on and welcome the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer and the Council's economist to present. Perhaps we'll get straight away with Mr. Gudsall, because the only two people who even understand numbers are in the room anyhow, so you might as well talk to us.
Phil, did you want to open up quickly before I got to the numbers, or I can go straight into the numbers? That's fine as well.
We'll hold yours back until there's a few more people, because you. All right. But the ones that are interested in numbers are here already anyhow. So if you can get going, Mr. Gudsall, that'll be pleased.
Okay, thank you very much. Just confirming, Phil, you're going to talk about S&P rating? Yes, okay, so I'll skip over that. So the annual report highlights, he says showing off the report. Please read the summary. It has much more information on it than I'll be able to do justice to in this short wee talk, which I will truncate on the interests of getting to some of the important items, particularly in confidential. So the annual report was issued on 29 September, and it showed a resilient council group that bounced back from the many challenges that arose because of the COVID-19 pandemic and has withstood the worst national disaster experienced by the Auckland region in the group's history. It shows really positive results for the tough year in which Council was able to maintain its financial prudence despite the high inflation and interest rates and the significant weather events that drew on our resources to respond and aid recovery. In terms of our results, we delivered the largest ever capital investment in infrastructure and assets amounting to 2.7 billion, which was around 97% of the budget. Some of the highlights, 1.3 billion for transport-related assets. That does include progressing CRL, the Eastern Busway and ongoing road renewals. 918 million on clean 3 water assets, including progressing the Central Interceptor project, expanding the Redoubt Road reservoir and putting flood prevention and water quality improvements in place at the Opanuku and Lower Waitaru streams. There was also almost 500 million on other assets, such as upgrades to playgrounds, sports facilities, environmental initiatives and renewals of cultural venues. As we know, the group uses debt to help finance capital investment, as this helps to spread the cost of assets across the generations that will use them. As a result, total net debt rose to 12.4 billion from 11.1 billion a year earlier. At the same time, the overall total asset base increased by 2.6 billion to 73 billion. The Council has a policy of keeping its debt to revenue ratio below 290%, and its position remained well below that at 253% at year end, which was also down from 257% a year earlier. Operating expenditure, excluding other losses, was 214 million, and that was higher than budget at 5.3 billion. A significant portion of this was related to depreciation and amortisation, up on budget due to higher depreciation of roading, water and wastewater assets after the budget was set. Our budget also overestimated the amount of staff time that would be able to be capitalised to projects, so staff costs were 26 million higher than budget. And with the shortage of skilled staff, there were some critical vacancies that had to be filled with temporary staff. On the revenue side, total group revenue excluding other gains was 6.7 billion, 421 million higher than budget, although as I've noted before, this included some big one-off and non-cash revenues, such as assets vested with the group and a significant donation of artworks. Overall, we ended the year with an operating surplus before gains and losses that was 207 million higher than budget at 1.4 billion. Which goes to show that we did really well, particularly given the challenges of the second half. The annual report shows that looking ahead, which is where we are now, we need to continue to manage our costs carefully in this inflationary and high interest rate environment, work with Aucklanders to increase the region's resilience and ensure that new infrastructure and renewals are resilient to the impacts of climate change. So that's a quick wander through the annual report. As I said, the summary document, let alone the other volumes behind it, are well worth a read. If I talk to now the financial performance for council parent and the group to 30 September, capital investment for the group was 92% of budgeted delivery, with almost $700 million spent. The variance to 100% was largely due to the timing of spend on capital projects related to flood recovery. During the budget preparation, the cost for that was spread across the year, and the expenses will be coming up later in the year. Water care incurred the highest expenditure in the group at $278 million, including spend on Central Interceptor, Snell's wastewater treatment plant upgrade, Warkworth to Snell's transfer pipeline, and Redoubt Road reservoir construction. Some of the keys in terms of those deliveries: the tunnel boring machine for the Central Interceptor broke through at May Road in early September, and Link Sewer B tunnelling works were continuing at a good rate. For transport, Tamaki Drive Northern Footpath has been completed and open to the public. Lincoln North and South Bus Lane improvement projects have been completed as well. Net direct expenses were $25 million, or 10% favourable to budget, and I'll point out a few aspects on that. Firstly, the regional fuel tax was on track year to date at $37 million. Fees and user charges revenue were $11 million over budget, mainly due to building consents, licences and permits revenue having higher processing volumes than budgeted, so quite a good green shoot, that one. Partly offset by water revenues and port storage and demurrage, which were both under budget. Employee benefit costs were $5 million higher than budget, mainly because of lower labour capitalisation, as I mentioned, for the prior year as well, and timing impacts of annual leave being taken. There was also an $8 million budget misalignment in Watercare's employee benefits, so if we corrected for that, the employee benefits would actually be $3 million below budget. Finance costs were $15 million higher than budget year to date, and with the weighted average cost of funds being 4.67% compared to the budget of 4.54%. So obviously that impact is on the non-hedged portion of our debt. Other direct expenditure was $21 million, lower than budget, and as already mentioned, Watercare had that $8 million budget misalignment, which should turn up in this space. And if that is taken account of, then direct expenditure would be $13 million below budget. Net debt, well, net debt figure decreased by $664 million, and that's mainly due to the proceeds from the partial sale of the group's airport shares, which we have a report back on later in the agenda. That is partially offset by the continuing group capital investment funding requirements, and we've also got some slides on that in the airport shares session as well. The share sale proceeds were largely held as term deposits at month end, with the remaining debt repayments occurring over October and have been completed now, with any funds that we had received being held on account. All covenant and borrowing thresholds were achieved, and S&P confirmed their maintenance of our AA rating, and there's a wee bit more about that later from Phil. So worth noting, the net debt balance at 30 September 23 was lower than the annual plan year-end debt balance of $11.8 billion by $116 million. In terms of parent, capital expenditure $4 million below budget. I won't go through the details on that. Net direct expenditure was $21 million favourable to budget, and we've talked about fees and charges and some of the volumes in there. Direct expenditure was $3 million lower, and that's mainly around employee benefits being $7 million favourable, mainly from vacancies, and that's particularly in areas that require specialised skills. And grants expenditure was $8 million higher than budgeted, and that's around the timing of payments of grants compared to budget. So that's a real fly through, Your Worship, on the basis that there are quite a few items to get through. So I'll pass back to Phil, if that's okay.
I've got a question, if that's all right.
Yes, absolutely.
All that excellent performance of CapEx being at over 96% of what you expect, is that helped along by the fact that some of our CapEx was way overrun, so we have another $1 billion on top of the CRL that we didn't expect to have? Does that make our CapEx look really good because it cost more than it should have? I just want to make sure that I'm not hearing bad news dressed up as good news, which, of course, nobody in your profession would do, of course.
We do have a professional reputation to maintain, correct.
So
the City Rail investment was 84 million compared to 87, or 97% of their budget. So that's not a significant factor in the capital delivery.
But when something goes wildly over by $1 billion, it can make our capex. What are we comparing with? We're comparing with a budget that didn't have that billion in it, and so we blew that billion, and so we could have said we've done 98%, and we just didn't do a billion other things because we blew it on a cost overrun. How do I read that and know that knowing there's a few dogs in there? How do I find them when I read that? Because it looks glowingly good until I ask some questions, and it might be glowingly good, but I don't know. I want to know that $500 million, $1 billion overrun is not a good news. It shouldn't be there part of saying we've kept up to our capex thing, because it might be that you've not spent $1 billion somewhere else that we could have spent had we better control of that cost of that project.
Thank you for the question. It's quite a complicated question. With regard to CRL, the cost of the increase will be shown in future years, and we'll report against that as it becomes the current budget. But I think the fundamental aspect of your question is that spend alone is not an indicator of success of your capital expenditure. You also need to know that the project that you wanted to get was achieved for the same level of spend. The degree to which we can report on that is how we deliver our other projects. So hence why I talked to some of the aspects which have been delivered. The annual report, for instance, has a number of aspects of the delivery that is achieved for the spend, and numbers are only ever part of the performance story. Yes, we're spending on track and on budget, and when you split it down in the dashboard across the various entities, you can see where that's coming from. We monitor those projects at a management level against their scope, benefits, and time, as well as cost. Hopefully that provides a theme.
And somehow or other, I want to be able to see that if our budget spend of the year was, say, $2 billion on capex, and provided 10 projects, say, for instance, easily, well, we can say, we got 9.5 projects, so that's pretty good. We got 9 projects, so we didn't do one of them, righto. But we still spent $2 billion. So you give yourself a ticket to spending $2 billion, but in fact, you really should have only spent $1.8 billion if you only got 9 of them. So how do I know that we've got some, where's the feedback for, because I know in my business, I'll go to a building we're doing now, and I've set aside a certain amount of money. And so I will be really pissed off if it comes to any more money than that, and I will absolutely know. But I'm not quite sure that I'll know that we've spent more than what our budget was. And so I want budget of all the things that you have done, and the ones you didn't do, well, that budget will sit aside. We haven't spent that. But at this moment here, the 96% could be fantastic, or it could be a pile of crock. I'm not able to tell. And I've got this nasty, suspicious mind.
I think you've got an inquiring, appropriate governance mind, Your Worship.
Thank you. But,
it's the same thing, maybe. Slide 3 on the dashboard provides one layer down in terms of detail on the spend and the what has been delivered for the spend. However, it doesn't go to that level that you're talking about with respect to, say, major projects and the delivery of those major projects, so that it splits down the normal project management scope, time, benefit, cost aspects. So if I was to work with yourself and your office around how we could improve that reporting around the capital.
I'd like to do that. I mean, Councillor Williamson is looking at the OPEX things, and good on him for that. And I'm very pleased that he's doing that. My particular experience is in monitoring CapEx experience. And so with the permission of my fellow councillors, I would like to take up that opportunity and between you, come up with something which I feel good, and then perhaps explain it so all of you around the table can just feel that not only we've done 96% of the work, but we've got 70% of them on budget, 20% of them over budget, and we have a surprise. We need to go under budget on one, which would be bloody good. If that's ever happened before, I don't know. You know, I would expect 75% of my projects to be done under budget and 25% of them will go over, so I end up with a bit under overall. But then again, and so, are you all happy if I spend some time with the CFO and come up with that? Righto, well, that's something that's come out of that. Thank you for that, answering that question. Councillor, I've got Councillor Philippina and Councillor Walker wish to ask questions of you, Mr Gutzel.
Thank you, Mayor. Tēnā kōrua, Peter, just a question around the regional fuel tax. I don't know whether that's going to be addressed in the confidential part of the item, but it'll be interesting to see what timeline you have about bringing the impact of that to the council. Kia ora.
I brought that to your attention for obvious reasons. It is currently scheduled to deliver 150 million over this budget year, and I wanted to let you know that it's on track to achieve that. We have not made any assumptions around what might change with the new government. We are continuing to work under the current situation until something else becomes clear.
Ka pai supplementary,
well, nevertheless, I think I'll follow. It's quite clear that there is going to be coming, so I want some thinking to be going on that. And when we do discuss that, it certainly won't be in secret. It's going to be in public. Is that all right?
Yeah, no, but I still have a supplementary question. So the supplementary question in regards to the regional fuel tax is that at what time do you think, and I know there'll be some discussions with the Mayor and the incoming government, has there been any indication as to when everything will end up being confirmed? And yes, the regional fuel tax is going and everything. So our forward planning, what is that up to next year?
Quite a degree of questions in there. I'm not a political commentator in the crystal ball around the coalition and how that might form and the changes. I can't tell. However, what I can do and what the team is doing is taking the forward view on various options and risks, because we had seen what had been proposed going into the election. We also have the long-term view currently going on with the long-term plan, and that'll be the aspect that has to take all of these things into account. And as far as I can tell, the sooner the better for us to have clarity around some of those. But I'm not in the box seat. I'll be a receiver of that information when it becomes available.
Yeah, I don't think, just to clarify, what I'm saying is that, Peter, at the moment, you as the financial manager is still planning ahead for the next year or 2 or 3 in regards to the regional fuel tax. That's the key thing. I'm assuming that we would have to make decisions for a year at least, so there's some surety, and then wait for discussions. That's really the clarification.
We continue to work off the budget that the governing body agreed to at the end of June last year for this current year, and indeed the long-term plan that was set up for 2021 to 31. That doesn't mean we're not doing scenario planning around the outside of potential different options, and that may have to feed into the long-term plan that is currently under consideration.
I look forward to update from yourself, Mayor.
Good question, thank you, Councillor Philippina. Very good. Councillor Walker and then Councillor Henderson.
So, just a couple of questions. Just on the depreciation, and you reference Watercare. So the assumption I'm making, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're constantly revaluing assets, and if the revaluation of those assets reflects the current prices, what follows is that our depreciation goes up accordingly. Is that the case?
That's generally the case. We used if I've got the acronym right, optimised depreciated replacement value, which effectively does take the cost of replacement into account for that valuation for a number of our assets. Some of our assets are held for investment purposes, and they're valued on a different basis.
Sure. The other question I'd ask, and I know it's one that Councillor Williamson and I both take an interest in, and that's around working with information. I find Nexus very, very difficult. You can't play with it. Increasingly, you've got tools like AI that you can use to interrogate just about anything, and lay people can do that. So I just make the point that we as councillors need to have more information available to us that we can use modern tools to use, and so do members of the public. We need to be more transparent there, and we could get a lot of assistance and advice and some oversight from people in that respect, because as much and all as this is a report for us, it is a report for Aucklanders because it's their money that we're playing with. So I just put that out there. Thank you. Any response around the AI tools that we're looking to use, Mr. Gutzel?
No, just...
Artificial intelligence, chat, and you know all about that.
Thank you for the comment. We can explore some of those options.
We're just in the early information age still here. But a very good, exciting questions, which you won't get an exciting answer for, so we'll go on to Shane Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you working with the Expenditure Committee on a line-by-line review? And if so, when will we be start seeing the results from that work?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. We've been updating for the Revenue, Expenditure and Value Committee the line-by-line analysis that we completed, or the information set that we provided earlier. We've been updating that for the latest budget round and continue to work with the Chair and any other members of that who are willing to engage on it or wanting to engage on it. The focus of the Rev Committee at this particular point in time is looking at its normal role of procurement approvals and also the service profile work that has been developed so that there can be a running review of performance, revenue, expenditure within a service profile fit, so that it fits that tactical ground between line and high picture, so it comes in at the middle.
Yeah, thank you. I do thank you for the data set and for the updating of it recently. What hasn't happened though is it doesn't seem to have been translated into anything. We haven't gone through and had a look at these lines and thought, oh, we can trim a bit off there. Oh, we might need to add a little bit there. So I'm just asking, could I get an update on that when possible, on how that work is going?
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Chief Executive now. We swapped around and gave Mr. Gutzel first crack at, as there are a number of you who are a little bit late getting back. But here we go. Thank you, Philip.
Kia ora, everyone. So just a quick non-financial summary for the month. I'll start with recovery. Of course, we started the month off concluding the negotiation with central government, and then on the 6th of October you signed off the, at a high level at least, the framing of the buyout scheme. You've got further work on your agenda later today, but of course this has been a key focus in the month, getting ready with the categorisation, evaluation methodology and so on. I'm aware, and we had a public input session earlier, of course we've got people in the community who are anxious that that work delivers up for them in the form of offers, people in sensitive situations and what have you. The team's working as hard as they can. I mentioned in that session that we are
finalising a timeline so that we can provide people with as much clarity as possible. So key focus in the recovery area this month. We have continued to build up our capacity in that space to suit the work program. We've also significantly bolstered through the creation of navigator roles, so-called. These are people who can help folk in the community find their way around the different agencies and so on that can assist them at this time. And I do want to acknowledge publicly here the assistance of MSD with that work. Just so you're aware, MSD, central government, have contributed in the region of $4 million to assist our work in that space. So a direct financial contribution to the costs of the recovery effort. And I particularly want to acknowledge Linda Greenalge and our team, who's been instrumental in securing that funding and making those arrangements. So I'll leave recovery at that point. Talking to central government matters, the key thing for you to be aware of in relation to the water reform is that the National Transition Unit is pausing all workforce-related work on the water reform. This is quite significant, obviously, for folk in water care and in healthy waters. So the things that were scheduled to happen in preparation for go live next year are to an extent on hold, particularly where they affect our employees. So frankly, with the uncertainty that sits at the moment, albeit that the National Transition Unit still has current legislation around this to pursue, common sense has prevailed, and we will not be taking our people through unnecessary change. So that is good news. Of course, what remains to be seen is the form of any future arrangement with Three Waters. We'll just have to bide our time and continue to work constructively with government over the shape of that. Needless to say, we've got some views about what might be in council's best interest and what might not. I would also, just on the reform package, and Megan is here if you want to probe this in any more detail, but we're finalising submissions on the draft national policy statements, national planning framework and such like. That's the key thing that's happening presently in that space. I want to mention staff engagement. This is probably of more concern to me than yourselves, but it's important you understand where things sit in terms of the mood and morale of the organisation. It's pleasing, given how difficult recent times have been, that we've largely preserved a positive sentiment in the organisation in terms of staff engagement that we measure in quite consistent and scientific terms. There's been a tiny drop-off in a couple of areas, but also, for the most part, we've kept things in a good place. So I won't go into further detail, but if people have questions for me, we can cover that off outside of this. I want to talk in the operational space. Well, firstly, just to acknowledge that our key performance metrics operationally are on track. I have talked to you in both of the last 2 months about concerns in the animal management area. If you recall, our concern about dog numbers, numbers in terms of roaming dogs, the number that we're requiring to accommodate in our shelters and such like. So having identified the problem, what's the action? Well, the action this month is that we're recruiting 19 more animal management officers. This is the scale of the problem. We need to bolster our numbers so that we've got critical mass out there in the field picking up dogs and dealing with these dangerous dog situations. So
that's in train at the moment. We will have a few of those people doing some educational work, but the majority are in the field out there in our communities, and we will have some capacity to do, frankly, some blitzes in critical areas where we're having problems. Craig advises that we have also progressed some good work with the police, getting the relationship between ourselves and police on the ground optimal, and we're continuing to look at the capacity of our shelters. That will come back to you reasonably soon when we've got a clear view about what the best arrangement is in terms of expanding our shelter capacity. Continuing, I do want to acknowledge, but perhaps discuss for another day, the fact of an ombudsman report being received into the local government space this week around use of workshops. The critique being that perhaps workshops are being overused in the local government sphere. We actually have some good guidance and principles around this that, in a sense, safeguard us. We don't take decisions in workshops. We publish the fact of workshops happening there for transparency reasons and what have you, but I do need to say to you that there will be some reflections for us out of that we need to work through, and it will flow into your meeting schedule. We should ask ourselves the question of whether all workshops are required, and if they're required, whether they are all happening behind closed doors. We do have a transparency obligation there, and I think I would like us to come back to that shortly and have that conversation. I'm being blunt with you, but I think there's an opportunity to streamline some of our workshop time a little bit, and we'll return to that shortly. I wanted to mention, this is internal as well, but of interest to you, we've just achieved advanced status in terms of the gender tick. That might sound like jargon. What it is an assessment independently of the organisation in terms of whether we're up to the mark in terms of employment practices, pay equity and such like in the gender space. So quite a robust assessment. It's quite important that we're able to demonstrate in terms of our employer brand, our proposition that we have the right practices from gender equity perspective in the organisation, and we've just been awarded the advanced tick in that regard. More good news, we've also just been through our accident compensation audit. That will see us retain tertiary status. This is a significant indicator of the maturity of our health and safety systems, our care for people, and it's also of significant financial benefit to the council that we retain tertiary accreditation in the management of our accident compensation risk and liability. Very finally, I acknowledge that I spent a couple of days with the Mayor in Brisbane, the point being that we were looking at the South East Queensland City Deal arrangement and other things, and had discussions with Brisbane about benchmarking and exchange of opportunities between the two cities. Brisbane is, while not identical to Auckland in lots of ways, is the closest, most comparable local government entity in terms of scale that we have in this part of the world, and there are opportunities to pursue there, and I am grateful for the Mayor's initiative in joining me in Brisbane and having some of those conversations. Peter mentioned our credit rating. We have had confirmation from Standard & Poor's that our credit rating is safe at AA for the year. I possibly don't need to talk about what sits in behind that. Clearly, they have a very thorough look at our practices, our discipline, and so on in the organisation, and it speaks volumes for their confidence. You know, for all of the issues that we're facing, it speaks volumes to, you know, their confidence in the organisation's prudent stewardship of resources. So perhaps just to acknowledge the people most immediately involved in that being Peter, John Bishop and others, but more widely in the organisation in terms of financial discipline. So, Your Worship, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. I have a couple of questions from various people. I notice that too much use of workshops. There's too much use of the Ombudsman in my view, but that's just my view. Councillor Walker.
Just got a question as it goes to transparency around the workshops. My observation first is that information in the workshops is often the best information for us to convey to the public, because more often than not we've got PowerPoint presentations, it's distilled down, it's easy to understand, often there are graphics and tools and the like, often far better than necessarily what we have in meetings. The other observation I make is that often, sometime after the workshop, there's no reason why much of that information couldn't be loaded onto the council's website, so that people understand in a far more fulsome way an issue. And I think that's what we need to move towards as quickly as we can, and we should be asking ourselves and having some form of checklist on a regular basis, can we put this out there? Because the more the people out there are informed about us, the more that they can assist us and the more confidence that they have in our decision making, which is still, I think, at a low point. So I put that question to you. There may be a mechanism whereby you can determine, you know, that there's something in a presentation that is pretty sensitive, okay, but release the balance. What do you think, Phil?
I think, Councillor, there is an opportunity to do that, absolutely, and I think we should ask ourselves the question, what can we do more quickly in terms of sharing that? But I would start with the earlier question, do we need the workshop in the first place? How do we get the best value for you in terms of use of your time? And I wouldn't make the fatal mistake of suggesting we have a workshop on workshops, but perhaps a discussion with key committee chairs and what have you in short order. We will, I know you've had some written advice through Meredith and Legal about the Ombudsman report, so if you haven't had an opportunity, please do have a look at that, and we'll discuss it in due course. There are some reflections for us in that. I'm not suggesting even remotely that we're bad in this space, but we should, in good faith, have a look at it.
And I can just confirm as well that we do actually release workshop material. We take a very close look at it, and for example, the budget committee workshops that we've been holding, it's with a lens that they will be released in due course.
Just a supplementary issue that goes to the workshop information. As a councillor, one of the things that we need is information in advance, so that the stuff isn't just dropped on us at the last minute, because it's incredibly difficult to cope with that. So in that respect, I find workshops are a valuable tool. Unless the organisation wants to even be more transparent and put out papers and the like and give it to us in advance, which would be even better. But there's paranoia within the organisation around that, so we have these workshops that cover for that. That's my observation.
Thank you. Look, I'm not sure I would accept the paranoia comment, but sometimes it's very much a fact of running very fast up till the last minute to get material to you in time. That's the kind of pace we're working to.
A supplementary issue, I mean, Nexus is the most draconian piece of platform you can deal with. You can't download, you can't print, you can't interrogate it very well. It just is incredibly inefficient in terms of our time. So I just want to signal that. I find it really very difficult doing my job with that, particularly when you've got massive documents, which we have.
Yeah, I acknowledge that comment. It's something that Councillor Williamson and I have discussed at length and repeatedly. The team is looking at the next generation of product to support you. That's all I can say at this stage. But I'm aware of the criticism, and we will find a solution for the longer term.
Hopefully off the shelf. Lotto fully, please, to the fore.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Phil and team, for your presentation. Just commending us on the pay equity advance tick that we got. That's good news. I just wanted to ask a question, though, about pay equity for our Pasifika workers, and in particular Pasifika women, just being mindful and noting that the pay gap for Pasifika women in particular is much greater than for other women. Kia ora.
I can confirm we have, I can see RJ online, but we have done that analysis. We know to a high level of certainty where we have issues with pay equity across our workforce, gender-wise and in terms of ethnicity. The pleasing bit is that we don't just know, but we've been acting to close it with differential movements in terms of pay increases over the last 18 months or so, but RJ might comment.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. Kia ora, councillor-elected members. The problem here is we lack Pasifika employees higher up in the organisation in our tier 1, 2, 3 and 4 roles. So that drives a pay equity difference. So it's not so much the difference in the band compared to different ethnicities, it's the vertical stack that goes on in the organisation. So that's why the reporting shows a difference. And one of our initiatives is to get a workforce that better reflects the communities in which we serve, and also making sure we have fair representation of different ethnicities in the layers through council.
Kia ora, thank you. Are you able to elaborate, what are we doing? What are some of the initiatives that we're doing in order to put that right?
First of all, making sure that our interview panels reflect the diversity of the communities we serve, so we have good representation on panels across ethnicity. Also identifying talent to move up in the organisation through talent and succession planning. And also, as we look at the pay differences within bands each time we do it, that we are compensating to make sure that those are fair and equitable across each of the bands that people sit in.
Kia ora, thank you.
We are reviewing our diversity strategy now, and the next generation of initiatives will come clear out of that process.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you. Phil, you've been in the job now for the famous 100 days, you know, and they always ask people how their first 100 days goes in the job. So my question to you is, over the 100 days that you've been in the role, what do you think is your, I mean, there's lots of achievements I'm sure you could say, but what would be, say, your top 2, and what's your biggest challenge?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think my first priority had to be to keep things on the level, provide a bit of ongoing stable leadership into what is an organisation of 6,500 people. So I think that has gone very well. I think the transition with Jim's departure has gone as well as I could have hoped for. It's required a bit of work getting out around the organisation, talking to a very large number of staff just to give them a sense of direction and continuity and so on. So might not sound very tangible, but a lot of work goes into that to provide that sense of direction and understanding of priorities. I have to say the progress in the recovery space and nailing the negotiations with the Crown, important, the sale of the airport shares. I know there are different views around that, but the transaction was done and it was a good result, and I'm very grateful for the support of Peter and his team in proceeding with that. I think if I could mention one other thing, it is that clearly we finished the last financial year agreeing an annual plan that had savings targets built into it, and it also had a whole lot of consequential changes operationally to meet the financial situation. We tend to get to the end of these planning processes and everyone breathes a sigh of relief, but actually that's where some quite significant work starts for us in terms of implementation. The change processes out of that are well progressed, the savings are well progressed, and we have clarity for the most part about where we're going to drive those savings out of. So that's a good place for us to be in October following a decision at the very end of June.
Thank you very much for that. Two more questions and then we'll move on. Councillor Ferry and Councillor Stewart, please.
Mine's more a comment, so I'll wait for comments, sorry.
Sorry, mate. Councillor Stewart. Or do we do another Howick joint one?
I'll take a call. Just two areas I'd like to just quickly get probably just to sort of fly a kite. One of the things I find really frustrating about the council compared to central government is the lack of any quantifying of the fiscal risks that we face going forward. And in the fiscal responsibility legislation that government has to work under, the Minister of the Treasury and the Minister of Finance have to try to somehow keep publishing what are the big risks and trying to quantify them. Now, I know there's massive big risks coming in CRL costs. Who knows? But I think it's a much bigger number than anybody here keeps saying. We've got a big number coming with regards to the flood recovery, and we've got another big number coming with making space for water, and another big number for water care if it comes back to us and so on. Can I just ask if it's possible to add an extra bit to these reports which tries to lay out for us, not in specifics because you'll never get it right, but to try to quantify in a ballpark area what are those risks we face? Because we can nickel and dime $1 million here and $2 million there, and bang goes $1 billion, and you go, Jesus, where did that come from? Because it wasn't in somewhere in the documents. So if we could I'm just asking if it was possible to apply a little bit of the fiscal responsibility legislation to something we've got here. I know we're not compelled to do it, but I'd just like to think about that.
And we're dealing with big numbers.
Oh, I think most of us would support that.
And the second one, which is completely at the other end of the field, it's to do with the dog stuff. I've been out to a couple of shelters and I've looked, and I think there's an issue that there needs to be a speedier process, but it has to be a two-phase. There are dogs running loose in our patch, and I've been confronted by a couple of them on occasion, that have no collar, no chip, big bull mastiff teeth, and if they got hold of a human being, would really do some damage, and they've got no owners even, they're just wandering. I don't see why we should keep those when we're capturing them for anywhere near the length of time someone's little pooch that's got the yellow collar tag, they paid money for registration, it's got the microchip, and it happened to get out the door when the front door was left open. And I just wonder if we can change some of our bylaw with regards to dogs to sort of have a two-way processing. For the really bad ones, we can get them and deal to them quite quickly, but we don't kill off someone's poor pooch that's been looked after and loved. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor, I'll take that away on advisement and come back to you. I believe it's a function of the dog control legislation to an extent, but we'll look at it.
We should lobby to get it changed if we can.
It's a thing for all councils. I tried some years up north.
I know.
10 days for things. I made some suggestions which weren't welcomed by people, so I've been told don't make those again, so I won't.
And on the first issue, I think the best thing that I can do on that space is look at the strategic risks that we take through to the Audit and Risk Committee and see whether they fit the bill for the type of questions you're asking. We also have our own financial framework that we've got to work within, of course, being the disclosures for NZX. So whenever we've got an event that we think that is going to cause very big conniptions, we have to challenge it, check it, see whether we've got the levers to deal with it and float it up. But why don't I go back and check those risks that go to audit and risk to see if they fit the bill of what you're talking about?
But CRL would be one example, I think, where it would be better to have a better feeling, not a guarantee, because it's going to keep slipping all the time, but just have a better feeling with where that stuff lies. It's just a personal view.
Thank you very much for asking the question, and thank you very much for a fulsome answer there, Mr. Gudsall. Councillor Fletcher, and then we're going to move on.
I'm just interested to know a little bit more about where the formal correspondence is on the deferral of Plan Change 78. Sure, we've got potentially a new government coming in, but I've seen some of the correspondence, including the most recent letter, I think, from Megan Woods, but I just wonder whether you can give me any more insight into the paper trail that surrounds that decision for the moment.
I have some knowledge, but I suspect Megan behind me will have a substantially more reliable answer.
Sorry.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. We have been in correspondence through Chair Hills with the previous Minister for the Environment, Minister Parker. Of course, nothing has happened. And Minister Parker did write us a letter just really on the eve of the change of government. And so we did respond back. That was in particular in relation to the time frame for Plan Change 78. We went back to him again and said, you know, this really isn't working anymore. But of course, we're waiting now for the new government. So really our focus is to, both through the officials, but also whatever political process you choose to use, or the Mayor chooses to use, is to brief the new incoming minister about the specific challenges that we have here in Auckland and how Plan Change 78 does or does not help us with those challenges. So we have had correspondence with Minister Parker, but nothing has happened as a result of that.
And in terms of flood recovery, have there been any interface between the correspondence that we've had with government ministers and the ongoing issues around flood recovery and the potential impact of Plan Change 78 continuing?
So that was the correspondence we got just lately from Minister Parker, who effectively said, oh, you know, officials advised me that, you know, you're still able to continue to make some changes to the unitary plan and Plan Change 78. And that was where we went back to him and said, actually, that's not true. We've got a real challenge with it. But of course, as I said, now we're waiting for the new government. So it doesn't seem to, the government didn't really understand where we were coming from. So we're going to try, I guess, with the new government.
So that body of work that you're doing, is that going to be part of the Mayor's ongoing manifesto? I'm really interested to know where the focus of staff work on that. You know, I want to be assured that we're not continuing with a responsiveness to Plan Change 78, but that we're actually using our time proactively to demonstrate what needs to happen going forward.
Look, absolutely. So we absolutely are working on the changes and to come back to you for a conversation about where does your risk tolerance lie now and does there need to be changes to the unitary plan around development, say in flood-prone areas. We are absolutely working on that. We're in a little bit of a difficult situation in that we still have a legislative mandate and timeframes for Plan Change 78, but we have paused a lot of that work. There is still some work that we're doing and we've advised you through the Planning Committee that there are still some kind of bespoke Plan Change 78 issues that are not impacted by the flood stuff. So we are still doing that work, but we have paused most of the rest of it.
we are looking then, a little bit like the water reform, looking for a very early direction from the new government to kind of say, are we still in this or not? Is there going to be some change? And that will give us a little bit more direction, and we can come back to you and say, you know, how do you think this is going to go and what should we do?
It would be very helpful that there be some public communication in and around this issue, because there does seem to be a lot of confusion, and to have the council's position there clarified would be, I think, beneficial.
Thanks, that's a really helpful comment, thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm going to move that we receive these reports. Pardon? Oh, the Deputy Mayor has joined me on that one there. All those in favour, please say aye. Wait, what? No, I want to get on with it. Don't ask for comments when you, in case you get one. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you very much. Controversies, meaning long-term plan deliberative engagement. I can see some nattily dressed people here waiting to invade our place. Betty and Kenneth. And Wendy Phillip, is she there too? Yes. Rightio, guys. We've had a bit of a chew over this the other day. This is going to be an entertaining thing, but not too entertaining, not too long, I hope. Sorry, Julie, are you up for the next one?
No, it's fine.
Righto. Welcome. Let's have the concise version, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having us. We're here to recommend to the governing body a suite of deliberative democracy approaches that we would like to incorporate as part of our engagement plan for the long-term plan consultation. Before I go further, I just want to introduce again Wendy Phillip, who will talk to the substantive aspects of the different approaches, which you'll see on the slides and which were part of the appendix that was attached to the report, as well as Taito Eri Toevi, who will also comment on any questions that you might have in terms of best practice in relation to deliberative democracy approaches. Before I hand it over to Wendy, just to provide more context, so in the direction to council group from the Mayor and the councillor's document, a lot of you asked for different ways and more options in terms of how we engage and consult communities for the long-term plan, which we've gone away and obviously thought about. But this is also taking into account changes in terms of democracy across the globe, which Eddie can talk to in a bit more detail. It's important for us to ensure that we are supporting democracy in Tamaki Makaurau in a way that allows us to try different ways to encourage people to participate. And while you will have seen in previous annual budgets an increase in the quantity of submissions that we are seeing from the people across Auckland, we also wanted to improve the quality of that feedback. And part of that is allowing them to come closer to the issues, to better understand the consequences and the financial implications of the decisions that need to be made, so that they can also have a better grasp of the trade-offs and the priorities that you will be faced with making in terms of the decisions that you will make. At this point, I'll pass it over to Wendy Phillip to talk through what those deliberative democracy approaches that we would like to include as part of our general engagement approach for the long-term plan.
Thank you, Ken. Kia ora, everyone. I'll take you through the 6 options that we put forward. And I just want to say that this is a supplement to the comms and engagement plan that will, which will be coming out a little bit later. So the reason that this is in advance is because there's a significant amount of planning that's required. So we've got 6 options. Oh. There we go. So I've got 2 options on each slide. So the first 2 options are participatory budgeting tools. One is a digital tool. Some of you might remember we had something similar a few years ago, Balancing Act, and the other one is the equivalent but a physical tool for use at events. So they're both going to be, or the plan is to use them both during the consultation period. And they're interactive tools that will allow Aucklanders to trade off between what they consider to be the priorities. And it's going to cover all the LTP topics with significant financial implications. So the benefits of this are that it will educate people, it will allow people to understand the need for a trade-off, and it encourages people to feedback as well. So I think Ken just wanted to talk about one element, one risk.
So just to bring to your attention, obviously an online digital tool provides us, or provides Aucklanders with better access through online channels to the budget information. But with the digital online tool, there is a risk around ensuring that the financial data that we're providing to the public to consider different scenarios is as accurate as possible, and that obviously needs to go through an auditing process, and our financial team obviously need to be involved in that. Given that there are time pressures and resource pressures that are involved in that, I thought I'd bring that caveat to your attention, because that will eventually determine before February whether we can go ahead with that tool, but also whether the level of information that we can provide them is enough for the public to actually get their heads around some of the detail that they need to be able to make those trade-off type considerations. Because ultimately, you know, if we can only give them generic information, then the feedback that you will get from that won't be as helpful or as meaningful as it could be if we could get that more detailed information in time. So we're just putting that caveat in place as we look through that tool, although we see the tool as quite a useful channel to provide an interactive experience to collect information. We just need to give you that caveat that we are at this point seeing that there could be a risk in terms of the accuracy of the data that we can provide for people to consider when they're using that tool.
Thank you, Ken. Moving on to options C and D, which are the participatory forums. I might start with participatory forum, the second one, which is the community leaders and advisory panel members, because this is what we did for the annual budget. You might remember that we had a series of workshops. They were given the information, they deliberated over it, and there was a report that was provided to you as part of the annual budget feedback. So what these are, they're a series of 3 workshops. They're on the LTP topics again, and it allows the participants to really understand the subject, the challenges, the trade-offs, and they become more informed, and in turn can give more informed feedback. It also increases the trust that they have in Auckland Council as well, because they are really participating and feel really valued. So the first one is with the general public. This is a participatory forum that we're proposing as a substitute for a citizens' assembly, which I'll take you through shortly. But that one is we're suggesting is going to be postponed. The timing for this is that it needs to start. We need to start planning and recruiting for this as soon as possible, and hence the need for getting your approval as soon as possible. Yeah. So.
If I can just add to that, so the participatory forum, some of you may be asking the question, well, how do we select the people to participate in a participatory forum from the general population? So that is quite a comprehensive process that we follow to ensure that the criteria will allow a more representative cohort of Aucklanders to be involved. So we would be looking at things like age, gender, ethnicity, household makeup, etc., so that we have that cross-section of Aucklanders participating in those forums at the time, which is part of the reason why the planning needs to happen this side of Christmas as much as possible, so we can execute in time for February, March, which is the consultation period.
Thank you, Ken. Option E is an Auckland Conversations. This is a conversation with, they have panel members with key speakers. It allows robust conversations, different views, people explaining things, encouraging participation. And the aim for that is to include as many people as possible. And it's part of the process of taking the public on the journey with us through this deliberative democracy. The option F is the Citizens' Assembly, which I mentioned before. This is a bigger, more robust process. Again, a series of weekend workshops. From the workshop on September the 13th, the suggestions that we received were climate-focused. It's like the participatory forum with the general public, but a bigger, longer process. There will be approximately 40 to 50 people. It's similar to the one that the Watercare did. And the benefit, again, it builds trust, it encourages engagement and that shared responsibility in decision making. The biggest risk with this one, and hence we're recommending it be postponed, is the time to prepare and recruit for that. And then obviously the need for the agreement on the topic for deliberation, because this is just one topic rather than multiple topics. And that is all of them. Happy to take questions.
Okay, well, I'll start off. Are we supposed to be making a decision on this right now?
That is correct, Mayor Brown.
Okay.
We're asking you to approve the recommendations for the 5 different approaches to add to the engagement plan for February, March next year for the long-term plan. These being deliberative democracy approaches.
Look at the three-hour sessions. Right, that's 9 hours of work for 60 grand. That's $6,000 an hour. Sounds like a good party. I'll come along. What are you putting on? Champagne? You know, it just seems to me a pretty high expense for 9 hours of work, you know. Call me old-fashioned, but God knows what it costs to have a long, boring day like here and a few crappy sandwiches for lunch. So I don't know how you get those figures. How much does the facilitator get? Can I be a facilitator at that sort of money? I reckon I can do a good job of it. Hey, I bet I get a crowd. And I'd certainly make sure they understood the financial implications of everything they put their hand up for as well. So I'm not trying to be overly negative here, but I just want to know that these are good value. And the whole point, it can be good value. The one I liked was the digital balancing tool, because it helps people show the trade-offs we have to make. Because I don't want to have $6,000 an hour and find that all they wanted was a whole lot of things that you don't have a budget for. And we've had a lot of workshops so far amongst my fellow councillors, and I haven't heard a lot of things we're not going to do. I've heard a lot of things we are going to do, but I'm kind of worried that we're getting to the end of this and it'll be the mayor's job to list all the things we're not going to do. But we need to, if it's going to work, it's got to have some robust ability to get the public to say what they won't have. Otherwise, there's another 60 grand that we won't have. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the participatory forums and the people that we invite to be part of that conversation will be tasked as part of the facilitation process to understand what's at stake for Auckland, but also to have a robust opinion in terms of the trade-offs that need to be made. Obviously, as you say, the decision finally will be yours in the governing body, but what we're trying to do is bring the issues closer to the public so they understand them fully and can appreciate, right, the pros and cons of the consequences that will obviously be incurred as a result of the decisions that are made. It's going to be tough either way, but the trade-offs need to happen. There is expertise that's required to run these types of sessions, and there's also a commitment from the public to attend these sessions. These are part of the significant costs that you mentioned, the biggest contributions to the costs that you mentioned earlier. But if we want to have a quality process that we follow that is aligned to best practice globally, we need to do it this way so that we can stand by and have confidence in the quality of the feedback that we get as a result. But I'll ask my colleagues also if they'd like to comment.
We've got so many underutilised facilities around here. Surely we don't have to hire facilities. Is that?
Yeah, we can, wherever we can, we will use the council facilities, and wherever we can, we use internal resources. For example, we'll be briefing the people we want to do, the independent recruiters to recruit the people, for example. But there's an element of independence that's required to make sure that the people participating trust us.
I'm pretty sure they'd trust Eddie to be the facilitator. I mean, I don't trust PwC, and we seem to recruit them all the bloody time. So please try and do this cheaply. Look like we're trying to save money. Councillor Walker.
So just following on from the Mayor, one of the things we did was maybe it was during COVID or the like, is we had some webinars, and you could get a lot of people hooking into something like that. I just put the question, why don't we do that sort of thing? Because there's a mass market out there that lots of people could get to. So that's one question I've got, and sometimes, you know, that doesn't involve a lot of expense. The other question I've got is just a concern I'd raise around trade-offs, and I understand that there's only so much money, but in order to effectively discuss that, you've got to have considerations around scenarios so that people have actually got choices, and we're not very good at that. So I just want to put that out there. The other suggestion I'd make is we've got a lot of information, and I raised this earlier, that we're pulling together for the budget that we see in workshops. It's got lots of nice graphics and pictures and all kinds of stuff. We should be utilising the material that we're already generating that's actually costing quite a bit of money internally to pump some stuff out there that's easy for people to understand. And then the last question I've got just goes to anything to do with climate. Unless we're actually pinning down what the emission savings are, and we're quantifying stuff, and we're identifying how quickly we're going to be able to do this and how economical it is, I have a real question as to whether stuff is worth it or not. And the reason for that is we're on a cliff in terms of our trajectory now to meet our climate change obligations, which are 50% reduction by 2030. So we need to shift from all this strategizing and dealing with real world stuff. What's it going to do? How many emissions is it going to cut? How quickly can we do it? What money does it cost us? Because that's the mindset we should be at, and we're still not there. Otherwise, it's just piffle as far as I'm concerned, and we don't achieve anything, and our emissions trajectory continues to go up. So that's my concern around anything to do with climate. Thanks.
Good on you. I don't know if you've just accepted those questions. I don't have an answer, but Councillor Foley, not here. Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you. Thanks, Your Worship. Look, thanks, Wendy and crew. I want to say congratulations, because one of the things that you didn't mention is I noticed that tools such as what you're suggesting were put up by Peter Gluckman's report, which is, of course, a KOI2 report, so thank you for that. Look, I've just got a couple of questions. I'm leaning towards the online because I think, you know, Councillor Williamson's used it before, you know, I think it's an easier tool. But what I'm really keen to know is can it be done so it shows a 10-year view? Because quite often, you know, just because you make a decision 1 year, that's not the answer. It's on an annual plan, it's a 10 years. So actually to show it over 10 years, is that possible? I mean, if we're doing an LTP, you'd want it to be a 10-year impact.
I think that's actually a question for Ross and team.
Okay.
Because they give us the data to put it into that.
Okay, so for me, I think that's a key part. You know, if you're going to have it, make sure it's relevant to the 10 years, because that's what you're signing in for. Look, and my second question is, your report has a section, role of decision makers in deliberative process. Can you expand on what the experience overseas has been, not so much during the processes, but how have the decision makers typically used the results of these processes? You know, does it in any way take away or reduce the democratic role of elected members? Because I think that's quite important.
Thanks for the part DM. It goes to the heart of one of the most common misconceptions of deliberative democracy, which is it takes away from the democratic right of elected members to govern and make decisions. As a deliberative practitioner of more than a decade, that's absolute nonsense. What it does do, and in our experience, and if you look at the data from places like the Netherlands, Canada, if you look across the ditch at Australia, what it does is it enhances the decision making, because if you were to back the truck up perhaps one step, the partai that we probably do need to ask is why deliberative democracy in the first place? And I think it goes right back to the question of what does the environment look like in terms of trust in central and local government? We all know the figures. We look at the turnout rates, we look at engagement. This is just one mechanism that readily adapts or responds to complex intergenerational issues that we're facing that we obviously don't have the answers to. The experience, and I'm happy to provide that through the chair, is that once you get over the misconception of what it is and what it isn't, you actually find that in circumstances where you have to do more with less, it's more of a mandate. You cut through the loud noise of, the simulation is terrific, and I'll give you that, and I thank you for the support. However, it is quite superficial, it is quite high level. If you embark on a deliberative process, people not only have to walk your shoes, but they have to go through these trade-offs, such as the dialogue that is had at this table. So does it replace elected members? It does not. It enhances and enriches and is designed to help you make more quality decision-making.
If I could just add also to Tautau Edi's comments, for the purposes of the long-term plan, the intention is for us to run these deliberative democracy approaches, and the feedback that we provide you will be considered alongside the consultation feedback, not instead of, or not being considered more value to you. It's the same weighting to be given to all.
Yeah, Ken, I think that's really key, so thanks for that. Yeah, thanks, team. Thank you.
Very good answer, thank you, Eddie. You should have spoken first. That would have stopped all these bloody questions. Mike Lee.
Thank you very much. I see a whole variety of events and fora relating to the long-term plan, but I don't see what was agreed to in principle at our annual plan meeting in February this year, that there would be hearings so that the members of the public can come before their elected representatives, as they did in regard to the Māori seats issue, and we can hear what they have to say directly. What I'm concerned about here is something that looks like very much a contrived, top-down manufacturing consent effort. I think there's a citizens' assembly on climate change and so on. What we have to, we're talking about a possibly $100 billion 10-year plan here. This is major for Auckland. I think we, in regard to democracy, we have to walk the talk. I think, if I recall, in February this year when we discussed the annual plan, it was an emergency council meeting, if I recall, post the weather events. Councillor Bartley raised concerns that there should be a formal hearing for the annual plan, and I supported that and others did as well. She was talked out of that. I think she went as far as moving a motion to that end. She was talked out of that by assurances that we can look at this during the long-term plan, and I think we need to uphold that promise. It wasn't particularly signed off or anything, but it was the reason why she backed off that was an assurance that when it came to the long-term plan, we would have hearings as this council used to have, which is a fundamental aspect of democracy in local government.
Well, we're going to have a formal thing now because we've run out of time and I've got to have an extension of time. So can someone move? Hey?
Just we need to be aware of, if we don't heed the public voice, we just need to be aware of possible citizens' assemblies where people come armed with pitchforks. That can happen if people get too arrogant.
Mayor Brown, I'm happy to quickly answer.
Do I have a seconder for extension of time? Okay, all those in favour, say aye. Aye. To the contrary, me. Unfortunately, I lost that, and so we have an extension of time. And questions should be questions rather than speeches if that's possible. I've got 2 more speech questions, one from Watson, one from Ferry, and then we're going to decide what we're going to do with this stuff. It's not a hell of a lot of money, I mean, and it may be useful. Okay. Watson, please.
Okay, I'll just wait for you to finish your speech, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, and I certainly endorse your sentiment about frugality and being very aware of costs. I think that's a really good point. My simple question is the VKT deliberative democracy event will be getting reported back at some point soon. So I'm very interested to see how that works out in practice. Mr. Mayor, that was a far bigger scale. One of your events, I think, is 35 people. It was 100 with all the representative nature of Auckland as a whole. So I'd like to see what comes out of that, because for me that'll certainly be a gauge as to the effectiveness of this process. So and so I think there's people in the transport team that should be able to let us know what's going on there. Thanks.
VKT. Oh, yeah. Really? Was it an AT thing, is it? Huh. So, all right, what was the result? How many miles did you do doing that?
So, Mr. Mayor, just in answer to Councillor Watson's comments, obviously we'll be working closely with our Auckland Transport colleagues to ensure that we take the learnings from that and adapt them to our opportunity to use deliberative democracy as part of the long-term plan going forward. And webinars, just to answer Councillor Walker's comments, webinars will be obviously part of our engagement approach. We're not here to talk about the broader engagement approach, just about how we want to incorporate deliberative democracy into that engagement approach. We will come back to you with our engagement approach early in the new year, which will also consider the idea of hearings.
Well done, thank you. Councillor Ferry, then I'm going to put the damn thing.
Thank you. I'll just note that the report on this is really clear that we're only talking about these additional deliberative democracy options. So, it's really clear that we are going to do the webinars, we are going to look at the hearings, all of that. So I'm a bit confused about why we're relitigating that. My question, though, to the staff is the role that these kinds of tools, and I'm keen to support them all, the role that these kinds of tools play in terms of building trust and engagement longer term. So thinking beyond just the input for these specific processes. What's your view on the role of these tools with that kind of work?
Through the Chair. Councillor, the response to that is yes, yes and absolutely yes. I think if we look at the existing conventional styles of engagement that we currently do and undertake and deliver, they're necessary, they're consultative, they're statutory, but they're not enough. And so if we embark on this kind of a journey, there is a huge opportunity to really take every Aucklander with us through non-conventional engagement terms. So yes, yes and yes.
My additional comment will just be, for democracy to thrive and evolve, it needs citizens to take a bigger role than they currently are in the decision-making process. And we just need to make space for that to happen in a way that fits with the representative democracy model that we currently have.
Kia ora, and thank you for the work with the advisory panels earlier around doing one of those option Ds. It was fantastic.
Councillor Newman, quick one. No? I propose that we I'll move this, and it's been seconded by Councillor Darby. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Well done, thanks. We've gone to extra time, and we're now going on to item number 10, Ratepayer Assistance Scheme. Mr. Gudsell and Mr. Bishop, are they present? This is an interesting idea. It's not a lot of money, but it offers options to ratepayers struggling to pay their rates. Will give options on how to fund development contributions. It may even have some opportunity for some of those people who've got to fix their flooded houses, I suppose, too. Come on, Mr. Bishop, sell it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this paper
I was at the request of the governing body following a workshop a few months ago where this scheme was presented by Cameron Partners and the local government funding agency. So the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme provides low-cost financing to ratepayers to enable things like rates postponement, deferral of development contributions, loans for property improvements, etc. Significant work has been undertaken by Cameron Partners and 5 main councils to get the scheme to where it is now. And to be clear, going forward, without Auckland Council's support, the scheme won't proceed, given our relative size compared to other councils. Look, there are risks to the scheme. That includes, firstly, lack of funding from other councils and central government. The second risk is the central government not passing the necessary legislation. And the third risk is lack of demand from ratepayers for deferral type products. I may have to just put up this slide. So look, this slide outlines the expected financial commitments and possible returns from the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme. So the first is a financial commitment of $100,000 to enable Cameron Partners to gain further support for the scheme from other large councils and central government, and this is likely to occur this financial year. The second financial commitment would be for an additional $500,000 to support final development of the scheme. Now this is dependent on Cameron Partners securing total funding commitments of $3 million from other councils and central government, and also government support to pass the enabling legislation. This is unlikely to occur before financial year 24-25. The third potential financial commitment, and I use the word potential, would be for up to $5 million for establishment capital once the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme is in a position to be operational. Now this is unlikely before the financial year 25-26, and this $5 million may be a much lower number depending on support from other councils and government. And to be clear, this up to $5 million would require further governing body approval and consultation, as it requires a setting up of a CCO. Returns are very difficult to estimate. Based on analysis by Cameron Partners, we may expect repayment of our original investment through dividends by around financial year 30-31, and a further $25 million, so 30 in total, by financial year 41, so a further 10 years. But I would reiterate that these forecasts are, speculative and based on a number of unproven assumptions. So look, I'll leave it there and take any questions or comments.
Okay, that's quite well presented. The uptake of this in overseas has been very high, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be here as well. I think it's a relatively small investment that might give us quite a good long-term return and offers a lot of help to people who are in a difficult situation. The risks are about uptake rather than the money you give to these people is not at risk, because that becomes attached to the property in much the same way that a reverse mortgage attaches to a property. When the inheritors sell, you get your money first before they get theirs. I think it's pretty low risk and moderate return, and does a lot of good for ratepayers, and it's about time we did something good for ratepayers. So I'm happy to move this. Okay. So I don't know if it needs the whole lot. It's pretty obvious. You can either work this out or you can't. So all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary. Okay, we've done something very quickly today.
Look, the government, what we've heard second-hand is, both the main political parties are supportive. Although in saying that, the Labor government was supportive, but we didn't get round to the legislation. But we've heard that the National Party is also supportive. But again, we'll see if that translates into legislation.
Righto. Item 11, Auckland Airport share sale post-execution thought. We've got a good result here to share. It's interesting that the sale price represents 21.5 times the Auckland Airport earnings. It's gone better than we expected, letting us pay down debt and reduce the amount we take on for new CapEx projects. reduce the number of people out there and households paying interest just to own the damn thing. Just- That is, okay, all those in favour, please say aye.
Well, we didn't get a chance to ask questions.
Hey? Sorry, who had questions?
Oh, did you go to questions? No, I didn't hear.
Well, I asked the questions and no.
Oh, it was just, I did just have a question because it has been
Okay.
confusing. Thanks, Chair. It has been confusing since the airport announced they were reducing their dividend payouts. I guess, would you be able to tell me what our last dividend payout, what we thought it would be before the budget, and what it is if we held the whole, what dip?
Payouts have definitely got worse.
No, I know that, Mayor, but I guess I want the understanding, because we got told quite a different figure of what we thought the dividend might be, and it's actually reduced quite a lot, but I couldn't work it out between what we own, what we don't own, what we could have had, etc.
Yeah. So through you, Chair, look, the best way to answer that question is just to describe how they changed their dividend policy. So they went from paying out 100% of net profit after tax to a new dividend policy of between 70 and 90% of net profit after tax. So take the midpoint of 80%, based on the forecast that you saw leading up to the last annual plan, we are likely to expect a reduction in dividends of around 20%.
And the profit was a bit lower than we thought?
Through you, Chair, look, the profit was marginally lower than we thought. And again, you know, the analysts' forecasts of profit out in the medium to long term haven't really changed materially. So on that basis, again, you know, we're going to see a reduction in dividend based on expected results of roughly 20% on what we have previously been told.
Okay, and so that will come through the budget on how we find extra money again?
That's correct.
Thank you.
It just got better and better selling it. Okay, item number 12, which is important, is the recovery office update. And I'd welcome to the table Mace and Tanya Stocks. Is Matt Tucker available? Tanya, are you coming up yet? No. Pardon? What?
Denise O'Shaughnessy.
Oh, Denise O'Shaughnessy. I'm sorry. Hello, Denise. Your name wasn't down here. I apologies. Okay. Bring us up to date, please.
Kia ora, Worship and councillors, good to be here and thank you for your time. We know you've had a long day. Two purposes today: provide you an update for the Tamaki Makaurau Recovery Office and also seek your approval of the outcomes and objectives of the Tamaki Makaurau Recovery Plan, the refresh plan, and I'll get Denise to take you through that at the moment. Just hitting some of the high spots though, you will see the dashboard that's been circulated, and just to reference a couple of those, our focus has really been on implementing the categorisation scheme and your approval on the 6th of October of that scheme with central government. We've now been able to really, if you like, turbocharge that work. Some good news and a bit of an update around placards from our regulatory services colleagues together with us. We're now down to 264 reds and 1,078 yellows, so those continue to come down and people are getting back in their homes and safe, dry homes where they can. We have, I would note that the Ministry of Social Development's investment in the Navigator service of over $2.39 million to really assist people get the right advice and services to make decisions around categorisation. And an update around where we've got to in terms of doing the desktop assessments. From a landslips point of view, landslide assessments, the update there is we've now completed 1,000 assessments and we've got another 180 underway. And in terms of flooding, we've completed over 500 assessments and those are tuning through. So the system is working. We expect to have the first tranche of categorisation, final categorisations and offers out next week. So we are progressing things quite strongly. If I can hand over to Denise to just take you through the recovery plan objectives and principles for your approval or consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Mace. Kia ora koutou. So the interim recovery plan was brought to the governing body in June, and the plan is intended to define recovery activities and ensure there's coordination and integration amongst all those involved in its delivery. So since June, there's been public consultation on the plan, and feedback on that was reported to you in September. So as Mace said, this report's seeking approval of the outcomes, the objectives, and the principles for the plan. And these have been refined a little since the interim plan, not a huge amount, on the basis of consultation and further work and understanding that's come through the recovery process and program. The plan is intended to provide a broader context for the recovery, so it will include existing council direction and plans that we already have that are about improving Tamaki Makaurau's resilience. The plan will include both regional and local considerations for recovery, but it won't set out detailed plans for local areas that are severely impacted that will follow this plan. So today we're seeking feedback on those outcomes and objectives and principles that are in the report, and then following today there'll be also a broader opportunity on the plan's content for you to provide direction on that. There's a workshop next Wednesday. We will also be briefing local board members on the 20th of November, and in the meantime we'll be doing ongoing work and engagement with our partners and key stakeholders as we finalise the plan. The final plan will be brought to you on the 14th of December for your approval. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. This item sort of runs more or less together into the next one, or the Recovery Office budget, but we'll treat them separately. But I'll take any questions that pertain specifically to the update, or hold them until we get into the next bit as well. But Julie Ferry has one, and so does Richard Hills. So we'll take these on the update. Then we'll move to the Recovery Office budget, which is kind of linked automatically, obviously. So on the update, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just acknowledging the team in terms of their massive amount of work, and nice to have Mace in my ward last night. I don't know if you're coming again tonight for some more community discussions. My question is really about how quickly we're getting through those categorisations. I noticed the e-news that went out today gave people, I think, probably hopefully a better idea about some of the timeframes, but how are we making sure that, because that's the most common thing I'm getting, is people coming back to me going, hey, I did the survey, 2-3 months ago, but I haven't heard anything. So how are we able to pick up the pace with that? What do you need that can help?
Thanks, Councillor Ferry. Well, I in terms of just mention those highlights around the 1,000 landslip risk assessments. So we are getting through those quite quickly. Flooding, the same, over 500. People should be getting feedback. We had one person last night and in the Albert Eden ward with yourself and Councillor Fletcher, that their phone blocked no caller ID. So we managed to fix those things. Those are small things, but they're important for people. We expect to be releasing categorisations around 30 to 80 per week from November. We are going to be targeting those areas where people are most displaced from their homes, as if we can follow that process, and where the most anxiety is. But we are pushing as fast as we can. The other update, you'll see a media release coming out. We've brought in extra people working from Australia for the geotech reports. That's why we've been able to make that more rapid progress, and we're doing the same for flooding. So we are gearing up. Your support has been welcomed. Thank you.
So can I just clarify then, so 30 to 80 a week starting in November, so that's how long is that going to take then? Because that seems to me some people won't know by Christmas, which I know, we have this artificial thing about people knowing things by Christmas when sometimes actually they get a better outcome if it takes longer. You know, I'm not, but that's going to be the conversation, right?
It will run through to February, Councillor Ferry.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. The questions, and kia ora everyone, and thank you for all the work you're doing. And I know it's complex. I guess without making it sound like people are numbers on a spreadsheet, but how are we sort of triaging everyone as we go? Because it's going to get harder. It'll probably get quite stressful, and people are going to get more desperate. But there's going to be people connected, you know, there's slips, there's problems over here, there's going to be a load of people who have massive issues, but we actually can't help them with the category 3, you know, we won't be buying them out, but they will expect advice or help or assistance. I'm sure many of us are dealing with that, you know, bringing council teams out and then we can't really say anything. But how do we keep all those people so we can almost case manage them so they're not having to explain themselves 1,000 times to different parts of the organisation?
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Without straying into the next item, we have the customer relationship system we have is around a case management approach, looking at people firstly who are displaced from their homes, have nowhere to live, so giving those people of highest priority, looking at that secondly from an area basis, from where the most impacts are, the greatest impacts are, and then actually the timing of when people opted into the categorisation. Your second question about how are we assisting people, so we are coordinating across the organisation and across central government organisations, non-government organisations, NGOs, to coordinate. So the MSD funding's been really helpful for that, for the 20 navigators we have in-house, but we also have an expression of interest out with iwi and non-government organisations to assist in that area as well. So we are taking a multi-channel approach, but in a case management approach, we know who's talked to a homeowner, a resident, an affected person, and what's been said.
Cool, thank you. So from now on, unless it's very specific, it's still best to go recovery office and then you'll kind of spread out rather than what probably myself and others have been doing a bit of back and forth. Is that the easiest way for us? Because it will get more difficult if we keep making your lives harder too.
That would be the easiest way, a single point of contact, and then we don't trip over each other. Thank you.
And then probably the last, and sorry Mayor, the last conversation, at what point, you know, there's thousands of properties and we're going to be aiming at around 700 still, at what point are you doing the people who are definitely not going to get sort of buyout, or, you know, how are you breaking how are we kind of taking people off the list in a sad way, but in a very, so they can move on and address issues, because there's going to be a lot of people, and I hear it a lot, who think that we are going to help them with what are probably big issues to them, but don't fit the criteria at all around assistance. How do we give them certainty really soon that they can't and won't get help from us because we don't have 10 billion or you know?
Yeah, so it's a good question. What we are doing as part of those people who have opted in and asked for help, part of those assessments are about saying whether they are a category 1, 2 or 3. So the ones is a clear indication you can get on and repair your home, but here's where you can get the advice and help, but they are category 1, they're on their own recognizance with some assistance. So that help, we have issued quite a number of category 1s already from people who have opted in.
And probably very last thing, and it's all sort of connected, can we get a bit of a map, and maybe it's our own areas, but it probably makes sense for us to be able to access all, of lots of the work in mitigation has been going on, has been really great in fixing slips on public land, there's been some really good healthy waters work, but we don't get to really see that unless we happen to stumble across it or we worked with residents. It would be good for us to see that picture a bit more, so that road was fixed. I've gone and seen some amazing works that I had no idea had sort of happened and it would start giving us a picture of how we can help tell that story. Look, we've fixed these 7 roads and these slips, there's those ones to go. I just don't have an idea of, you know, these are going to be fixed or this culvert will be repaired in 2 years' time. That's probably a mess right now, but there's something in it that we can kind of give that story to really those hard-hit suburbs and areas, that there is a plan, just up the road we fix that, down the road that won't be fixed because it's not urgent, or it's just hard to get that information unless we stumble across it.
We'll take that on board. I would draw your attention to the dashboard, Councillor Hills, though, where from the infrastructure point of view, Auckland Transport's completed 52% of the 3,000 odd projects that are in there, and parks and community facilities have also made extremely good progress with their projects as well, but I appreciate the spatial.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I think we can probably, I'll move, and the Deputy Mayor will second us with receiving this, note the progress and support the work that you've done, approve the objectives, and note that the plan includes regional and local considerations for recovery, and detailed plans have been for the areas that have been severely impacted. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Now, I don't think you have to move far, because most of you will be there for the next one, which is basically the Recovery Office budget, which wants some more cash. I know there's a lot of costs in here, but there are a lot of ideas we can explore about making some money back from this work as well. So it shouldn't just be I'm hoping that this is the gross figure and the net is going to be down. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities. There's the sale of the empty properties to neighbours. It's not just, you know, we can end up with a whole lot of things you can't live on, but you could grow veggies on, or run stock on, or turn into a community resource. And I've asked them to activate the house moving sector. There's a whole lot of sectors out there that is a thriving sort of an industry in this distressed property sector, and I've asked you to liven them up, and I think you're going to do that. So this is kind of like the worst looking numbers. And I've seriously hoped that we're going to end up with a situation which minimises this as much as possible. Now, so that's just my opening remarks, but I'll now have Tanya and Mace. Pramod's not here, is he? No. Oh, you guys address us on this here. I don't see there's any way around this. We've got to put the extra cash in, but I'm very keen to really explore return sums out of here. I mean, there's a lot of people see opportunities in this. Righto, off you go, and I've started to record the first questions, which, not surprising, will go to our champion first question operator, Mr.
Thank you,
Walker.
Your Worship. I'll ask Tanya to present the main item, but just to respond to your challenge to us, I think it's entirely appropriate. So we have established a deconstruction and house moving panel and assessed the market capability to respond to the number of homes and houses we believe will come online. And that will look at recovery of materials in a sustainable way, sale of houses for removal, recovery of costs from those recovered materials from houses. So that pipeline has been developed. So we expect to show up more of a profit centre than a cost centre here in the future. The second challenge you gave us has been around how do we master plan and recycle land that can be used in different ways, including potentially housing where that's safe to do so, but in other ways. And we will be preparing some EOIs once we own those properties and understand what the master planning could look like, so we can give effect to...
Yeah, well, that's a very good response. Thank you very much. I don't want to do this like they did in Christchurch, where they're smashed up perfectly good houses that could have been carted away somewhere else. And so if there's anyone in your team that suggests we do like Christchurch, and push them off, please. Tanya.
Kia ora koutou. So just a quick summary of the budget paper and the request. So our current budget is 14 million for this financial year, and obviously that was established prior to the government announcing categorisation or the buyout of Category 3 properties and setting up a co-funding agreement with the council. So those announcements have led to quite a lot more work that's being undertaken by the Recovery Office and the wider organisation. As a result of that, we're requiring an additional $9 million for this financial year. Largely, that relates to people costs. There's an additional 6.8 million in people costs, but that is offset by 4.7 million that we have managed to gain from DPMC and MSD, and in particular that will help fund the Navigator service, which we've mentioned already, so focused on helping case manage people through this process who have been heavily impacted. Comms and engagement, obviously really important as well. We're getting, last month we had 1,600 inbound queries that the team has been responding to, and that's expected to increase as we get into the categorisation announcements to homeowners. Other areas include ensuring we're undertaking effective Māori engagement, technical costs for assessing land slip properties in particular, and other unplanned expenditure related to the Crown Office, such as having to undertake an additional public consultation. And then, as Mace mentioned, in addition, as we get through the settlement process, there will be a number of homes that Council has purchased. So we'll be looking at, obviously, opportunities for the best way to manage those sites. Once we have them, we'll be assessing every site for the best possible way to remove the home or make use of the land. And as Mates mentioned, revenue generating opportunities are right up there on the list. So at this stage, it's unclear how many properties would be in that situation and when they will reach settlement. So we're looking for in-principle agreement, and then we would be reporting back to the governing body as part of our monthly update on how that work's progressing.
If I might, I've been through this budget, as have others on the executive team, finance likewise. I have to recommend it to you. It's prudent. We are, important point, we are using existing internal resource wherever we can to offset some of the cost, redeployments, secondments of people in there and what have you. So, rest assured that we've done our best to try and offset the question of additional costs before getting to this point and asking you for approval.
Councillor Walker, please.
Yeah, just a question in it. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Hurry up, we've got it.
Okay, so the question just leads into a suggested amendment, which might read like this: that opportunities for cost savings be identified from a number of areas, including land and housing, recycling, and resource recovery.
Councillor Walker, can I ask, as soon as you can, to bring that round?
I'll write that down, and the reason for that is it's all cost.
It's in there anyway, isn't it, really? Yeah. It's in there anyway. Mace? It's in there anyway, isn't it?
Time will go to Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first is, and maybe it's too soon for this, but you can tell me. Obviously, a lot of this land may well fall into local board responsibility. So what are we doing to prepare for that? And I guess I'm thinking a little bit about how is local board services, and this probably sits more with you, Phil, than Mace, might be tooling up to enable local boards to have some of those conversations about when land transfers. Are we just too early for that?
Perhaps if I have a first.
Yeah, sorry.
Is that okay?
You guys work out who can answer.
So
I've got one more.
We will be bringing that land into an asset class where we can consider what the best and highest value uses. Now, some of that could transfer to local boards, but we want to make a deliberate and measured decision about any of that land going into local board control, so that that asset class will allow us, if some consequential OPEX and having capital in the future, but we would come back to you with the options around land, whether that's reuse and redevelopment, whether it has to be, for example, a hazard management reserve, a flood management reserve, or it can be repurposed for some other amenity process, amenity activity as such that local boards would manage. So we want to do that in a deliberate way and work through that with the community, of course, and local boards.
Thank
you. It's a little bit early, but we're quantifying this. This has been raised. I've discussed it with the local board chairs. It's most definitely on their radar, the consequential OPEX side of this, amongst other things. So, more news to come.
Great. My other question was in terms of deconstruction. I actually am wearing a necklace that's carved from wood from one of the houses that was put aside after the Christchurch earthquake, deconstructed for artistic purposes and as a record of what had happened, and it's been put to a variety of artistic uses. I've been wearing it quite a lot since the floods. I wondered if we're looking at any conversations with the arts sector, acknowledging that yes, the first use should be reuse, but there may be somewhere that's not appropriate for various reasons, but we might be able to come up with some creative ways forward that could directly involve affected communities as well to help them tell the story. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ferry. I'll take that back to Denise and Linda Grinnell in terms of feedback from the community, particularly from homes that have a particular historic value or other. So appreciate the inclusion of artists in that.
Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thank you. Julie, I like that idea. Really good. Mace, you've answered one of my questions, so and I'm happy to support, because I think I was going to move or second, Your Worship, I'm not quite sure, but I'm happy to add Councillor Walker's stuff.
I'm moving this and I'm quite happy to have G in there.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mr Walker. You can second it, seeing as you've had a say in this thing too. So, I'm very happy to have that there. So,
very happy with that, whatever, it doesn't matter. So my last question though, that hasn't yet been answered, is the staff costs, the offset, the 4.7 million from have we got that money? Noting that we're in a change. I just want to make sure we've got the money.
We have the money.
Happy girl, thank you.
Smile said it all. Okay, thank you for that addition, Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, thank you very much for presenting. We are moving now with some pace actually, isn't it exciting, to making space for water. And so I'll welcome Craig McElroy and Nick Vigor. Are you coming? You're welcome to come forward here. There's no need to be, just because you're outdressed by your boss doesn't mean to say you can't come to the front. No, we're coming along quite nicely actually, I think. We're getting along nicely, I think. So this item looks at how we progress the Making Space for Water program. It's a significant amount of money. But there isn't any great surprises in this, but I think we do need to take this very seriously. It's been well telegrammed to the public, and it appears to enjoy a good level of support from both the government and ourselves. Okay. Mr McElroy, please take the floor and lead us through this.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Sandra, have we got the presentation we can get up? Just going to run through a very quick.
I think it's very important we get the presentation up. The Sandras are working double pace, two Sandras at once at pace.
Who would have sent it?
Emma,
Oh.
this morning about.
Bingo.
Okay, just one moment. They can start and I'll put it up in a minute.
Coming up now.
Cool, thank you very much.
Off you go. Thank you very much for that. Making space for water.
Okay.
This is your time.
So just the first slide that I'll be showing you in a second is just the decision timeline, just reminding everyone that we've been before the governing body many times over the last few months, and we committed at the last meeting to report back today. This is really the handover from the governing body through to the LTP process, because this is where the program is going to end up a key conversation within the LTP. And the other thing is there's a real sense of urgency from a Healthy Waters perspective. In order to make this program come live, we've got an enormous amount of work we need to do by 1 July 2024 to hit the ground running. This is proposed to be a 6-year program, and it can't be managed in a linear way where we get to the 1st of July, then we decide what we're going to do. We need to really crack on now, which was why we've set ourselves up with a modest capital budget this year to get cracking on the program. So just wanted to highlight here the benefits associated with particularly focusing on option 3, making space for water. And I know it's a lot of money, and the numbers, by the way, reflect both the council and the Crown contributions. So that's the total investment. What it does exclude is the Cat 3 buyout process, which is managed and funded directly through the Recovery Office. So the main beneficiaries are that there's 1,000 properties that are going to have a reduced flood risk through the blue-green network projects and other physical works. That excludes the 400 properties that we anticipate will be purchased through the voluntary buyout support scheme. So in total there'll be 1,400 properties that will effectively where the flood risk will have been totally removed. There are 700 properties with reduced flood risk through overland flow path management, advice and compliance. There'll be 10,000 households, marae and community organisations that will have flood resilience plans, and 100,000 households directly exposed to flood hazards will be supported in managing their individual flood risk. So those are the direct benefits of the investment. Not only that, there are obviously some very significant indirect benefits. The blue-green networks are going to provide a large increase in green space, a major contribution to climate resilience around large flood events, and with the increased stream and stream corridor works, there'll be a lot of additional biodiversity provided through those solutions, as well as assets that the community can enjoy from a sort of a social and a well-being perspective. Also,
Just what period of time do we spend the 1.003 billion?
This is a six-year investment program, and look, it won't be entirely linear, but we want it to be as linear as it can be. A lot will depend on the take-up around the voluntary buyouts and the ability to move into areas and start the physical works. But obviously the stream resilience work can continue in parallel with that activity. Also, there'll be 50,000 households with improved knowledge about the necessity of the secondary network and the role of overland flow paths on their properties. And the thing I should have said that's implicit in option 2, which carries through to option 3, is the work that we want to do on enhanced maintenance levels of service. And I think one of the most important things we're proposing is the flood intelligence tool, which will give the community real-time information about flood risk. We really want to produce the safe swim equivalent around water quality for flooding, and we think that will be a major step forward. And all Aucklanders will be indirectly exposed to flood hazards can manage their flood risk, because one of the beneficiaries we're going to have around the enhanced maintenance is that we think there will be a significant reduction in urban road and property flooding risk as well. Kia ora. You've seen these before. These are just reminding you of the 4 main project objectives, so I don't think we need to dwell on that.
Can I ask a question as we go?
Of course.
With that additional information, one of the things that I noted in the days I spent out wandering with you and others was that people had inadvertently done things that had made things a lot worse. Solid fences in areas across floodplains which diverted stuff into either theirs or the neighbours' houses. Just dumb stuff that they never thought of. Are we going to have a say in educating people that with a 5-wire fence wouldn't have done anything near the damage, but it might not have kept the neighbour's dog out? But for what they thought were good reasons, they harvested water into their houses. It was just shocking.
So we're going to be treating all of the overland flow paths effectively as stormwater assets. They're going to be given a risk classification, and those high-risk assets that are causing problems at the moment, we'll be working with the compliance team that's been established through regulatory. So we'll be the foot soldiers on the ground identifying the issues. Then the compliance team will come in behind and work with the property owners around rerouting fences, etc. Because as the Mayor quite rightly points out, a lot of the flooding is unintended consequences. I think people putting fences in probably not being aware of the risk in the first place.
Just weren't thinking.
Yeah, and these, and by the way,
these...
these...
actually a flood diversion tool. They just saw it as a fence, and I just saw endless dumb stuff.
And the other good thing is with that flood viewer tool that's already publicly accessible, that does identify the overland flow paths already. So I think already we've got a much heightened awareness of flood risk within people who take the time just to put their address in and look at their specific flood risk. So in the blue-green network, we're looking obviously at clusters of Category 3 properties, and we've previously identified the maps that show where those likely blue-green networks are going to be located. And our target for this year is to get as many feasibility and concept designs underway so that we can actually hit the ground running for 1 July 2024. In the Stream and Waterway Resilience Program, and that's, I guess, an example on the right of the Te Onga Awa. That's what it looked like before we did the work, that's what it looks like afterwards, so that's very much the type of situation that we're going to look to replicate as much across the region as possible. And once again, our target for this year is to get as many feasibility studies underway as we can so that we can hit the ground running with physical works next year.
That on the left of that top picture is exactly the sort of stupid fence that's been put in to make things worse.
Around increased maintenance and minor physical works, we've got a proactive maintenance and renewals program informed by our flood intelligence work that we'll be doing. And our target for this year is to identify the hotspots for street sweeping and catch pit clearing, and obviously we've got some additional budget this year to put some more resources into that area as part of the additional storm response fund. Then we've got the flood intelligence tool itself, and what we're targeting this year is to identify early warning and monitoring sensor locations and making sure that there's as much public awareness of the flood viewer tool as possible. I actually think that over time we would want this to be the most used site when it comes to predicting floods, both in real time and also giving the community an indication of what's likely to happen after the event as well. In terms of overland flow path management, already been identified as a key risk, and there's one of those recalcitrant fences that His Worship was referring to.
That's a rewrite.
Stupid.
And we want to really raise the community's awareness of this issue, and it's great now to have the support of the new compliance team that's been set up in Regulatory. That's working out very, very well. I must say it's early days yet, but it's great to have those people on the ground now that can support us on the regulatory side with the problems that are being identified by the field operators. Then we have the next program, community-led flood resilience, and our target this year is to pilot community-led work in priority catchments and get more communication materials out to the public at large. I have to say that we've had a fantastic response from the community and a wonderful response from the local boards across the region in relation to this work. And last but by no means least is the area that we're looking to work on in the rural settlements, supporting rural communities and connecting with vulnerable communities in marae in particular for needs assessments, because the marae have been a very, very critical part of our response effort, particularly in the rural areas where they've become real community hubs as part of our flood response. And just the last slide is really recognising that this is going to be a huge team effort to deliver this outcome. This isn't by all means all the parties that we're going to be needing to work with, but we've got Healthy Waters, Emergency Management, Eki Panuku, Mana Whenua, the Recovery Office, Designers and Constructors, Kaingora, the Chief Planning Office, Auckland Transport, Matawaka, Regulatory and Compliance, Marae, local boards, community groups, the Crown, Parks and Community Facilities, Ministry for Social Development and Water Care are some of the groups that we're going to have to work with. And the way that we go about that process and really turn the ownership of this program into what I would consider to be community-led ownership, that is the way we're going to get the best bang for our bucks. And so we're really, really keen, right at the beginning, we're going to have designers at the table, we're going to have contractors at the table, we're going to have iwi Māori representation at the table, and we want through the local boards to have local community input at the table as well. So everyone feels that they're part of the solution and they can have that buy-in right from the beginning. I think that's the way we're going to get our best outcome and best bang for our buck in this program. And that's pretty much us, and obviously delighted to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Well, the usual suspects are at it again. We'll have Wayne, Councillor Walker, Deputy Mayor Simpson and Councillor Hills.
Okay. So I'll be super quick. $1 billion for 1,000 properties is $1 million per property. So we're throwing a lot of money at a limited number of properties. And the particular concern that I've got across areas in my ward, John's ward, Mairangi Bay, Browns Bay, a number of areas, there's serious flooding that's occurring and will occur on an ongoing basis. And at this point in time, there is nothing proposed. There are initiatives like, mobile flood barriers and the like that we really need to be up with the play on so that these things can go in. So instead of just doing nothing, stuff happens, and I'm talking about building wrapping and the like. And tools need to be developed. So those particular communities have got the LiDAR stuff, they understand the flow paths, they understand the modelling, what happens in a flood event. As it stands now, they're being left to suffer. That's the plan. So I have a real concern that we're throwing mega bucks at a limited number of properties. There isn't any targeted rate or anything that's being considered, and that's the sort of stuff I'd like to see in the long-term plan. So I don't know what sort of response you can give me right now, but that's my concern. Obviously, it's got to go through the long-term plan, but I'm really concerned about us covering as much as we can for the money.
Through you, Mr Mayor, back to Councillor Walker, that's exactly the plan for the program. We've got a number of initiatives, so if you look in the detail of the report, I can just give you a little bit more of an indication around the program interview.
Just say yes, I don't want to drag on.
Look, we are committed to working with as many members of the public who have challenges as possible. I can give you an absolute categorical assurance. The money is not only spent in the blue-green areas. We have got very significant budgets across all of those 7 program areas. which is where I believe that we are looking to give the total community as much value for money as we can. Of course, we have to apply a risk prioritisation when it comes to spending money, but we will do our best to support as many of the community as we can with this program. Kia ora.
Thank you. I think Councillor Walker does make a bit of a point. We would like you to just cast your eye over those as possible places for some targeted rate that might well contribute towards this. I mean, there is plenty of evidence in other. I know that Northern Regional Council put targeted rates on at various levels, the direct benefit level and the indirect benefit level. It can be quite. But if you get 100,000 houses and charge them $100, you get a fair bit of money. Yeah. So I'm just asking that management, and you, including you and the Gudsels of the world, give some consideration to that side of it, in much the same way as I've challenged Mace to get some cash back out of that spare land. There is a well-established regime of targeted rating, which has value. And at least it should come back to the governing body for a consideration.
And through you, Mr Mayor, it sends a very important pricing signal.
Oh,
it's critical.
Well, I tend to agree. I think the work you're doing is absolutely excellent and total support of what you're doing. But I'm not at all opposed to introducing targeted rates for those areas. I think that would sell well across those areas, plus particularly well on other ones. But we'll have a debate about that later. But I'm just asking that when you put some future thought into that, I'd like to have that.
We most certainly will, and I'm very confident that through the LTP process we'll look at all of the different options for if we are going to go down a targeted rate approach, what would be the most fair and equitable way to apply that targeted rate across the region. Kia ora.
We might note into this that management will consider possible targeted rate as a tool for reducing or equalising the costs a bit. Do you mind adding that in there, Sanders? Right, we've got more questions, one from the Deputy Mayor and one from Councillor Hills.
No, sorry, Your Worship, I didn't have a question. I was happy to move it or second it, but I'm happy if you and Wayne want to do it.
Rightio, thank you very much for that, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Hills.
First question, thank you. Can you give us not here, but a update of this program and your other program? Because there is you did just do a massive daylighting program in Browns Bay with the Sherwood Park, the Taiotea Creek. You've got Te Ara Awataha. It would be good to show the two. This is what kind of happens sometimes with a targeted rate or a new program. We forget all the great work that's already going on. So it would be good to show our communities the body of work we're doing in this space already, and then this is additional, because I know there's further work to be done in that Browns Bay area and the Northcote area, etc. Could you just give me an idea of how we could show that to the public?
Yeah, no, look, I think that's a great suggestion, Councillor Hills. So we'll certainly look. I think it becomes part of our communication exercises, noting that what we've achieved over the last few years.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, on the 12 areas, they're not actually mentioned or highlighted as greatly as before. I assume they're all going forward as the same, like with Wairoa, Milford and other areas that were listed before, just making sure. Okay. And with the list of people you're working with, partners, how do we ensure that also Auckland Transport and others are changing their or moving forward in the way we require new subdivisions to do, the rain gardens, the cutouts of curbs, all quite small costs when you're doing them, at the beginning. How are we ensuring that renewals and all these other types of works, the Mayor's talked about lowering streets, how are we getting those design guides changed quickly so that's not part of this system, but it could be incorporated? It's not going to make much sense if you've got a fantastic greenway, but the road in between is not working functional. How are we rolling that out?
Well, that's why it's so important, and where we've got developments that work around roading networks, that we actually have Auckland Transport at the table, working with our design teams right from the beginning, looking at what those low-hanging fruit might look like. So we have to take a holistic approach to how we go about re-engineering these areas, if you like, in order to deliver some of the outcomes. Because we actually use the roading network in the way that it's intended to be used. We can actually use it to our advantage to actually, actually create some designed overland flow paths to actually be confined to the roading network. So it's just a case of working with the parties and having it. I think the key is getting everyone in the room right from the beginning as we look at each of these specific geographies and looking at all of the opportunities. And there is actually going to be some opportunities for some development opportunities that may produce some returns as part of the project as well, by making some new land available for development that wasn't previously available. So this isn't just a case of spending money. I think there is going to be some potential upside in some of the areas as well. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fletcher.
Just wondering how in all of this, as we progress it, and it's great work, but how are we keeping the real estate industry informed to make them aware of their responsibilities, you know, in terms of disclosures? Because while we go through this transitional period, there's quite a lot of confusion I'm experiencing out there about what is and what isn't of concern. And I think that's an issue that's been raised a few times with me, and I just wonder whether that is a consideration that you've taken into account.
Look, I acknowledge the fact that we do need to work with the real estate industry. I'd have to say that the flood viewer is now getting more and more use, and I think anyone that's looking at buying a home now, the first thing that they're going to do is check the flood viewer for what flood information is on that flood viewer. But I take your point around perhaps needing to engage more proactively with the real estate sector.
I would really appreciate that, because the flood viewer is something that you initiate yourself, whereas I think that there are scrupulous and unscrupulous real estate agents, and they need to be made aware of their obligations in terms of disclosure.
No, appreciate that input. Thanks.
Very well said too. I think there are scrupulous and unscrupulous ones. I've met one of the scrupulous ones. I'm going to move this. It's been seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour of aye, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. And thank you for an excellent presentation. The next three reports are open process reports for information only, and I'm going to move all three reports. Is there a seconder for that? All three? Yes. Thank you, Councillor Darby. And I don't want anything around. We're going to have no discussion, no staff present, and I'm going to say all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried very much indeed. Now we're going to go into secrecy. Do I have a mover for secrecy? Yes, Councillor Walker, and secrecy comes from Councillor Deputy Mayor. All those want to go to secrecy, please say aye. Okay, we're now in secrecy. And members of the public, thank you for your attendance, but you'll have to go. I'm sorry to say. I hope you had an entertaining day. Eh?
A couple of minutes, please.
Yes, it is. That's one way of putting it.
Just a couple of minutes break, please.
We'll have a 2-minute break while Sandra's go into deep phase torture on the computer.